time for the main event of the evening, the inaugural Bellator Welterweight Championship to be decided between Lyman and Omar De La Cruz. 5 rounds in the welterweight division. The winner, of course, takes home $100,000 and his first career world title. Most people think that Omar De La Cruz is his most difficult test to date. We are underway, 5 rounds of championship action if necessary.
Well, the one thing that De La Cruz definitely has is the reach, and he's not exactly able to exploit it there, was he?
Big takedown for Lyman good early, and Omar De La Cruz, no stranger to being on his back, but
we haven't had a chance really to see De La Cruz work from his back too much, so we'll have to see if he's able to get anything going here. Like you said, though, good did go for the shot right away. Both guys realizing what's on the line here. $100,000 is a nice payday for 25 minutes of work.
And of course, for Lyman Good, financially supporting his 2 sisters, Christy Lee and Giovanna, 175 large over 3 months would certainly go a long way.
This is one of those fights that even though Omar De La Cruz is a 4-1 underdog if you're on the betting lines, you know, and Lyman Good, huge favorite coming in. With the Bellator staff here, it was all over the place. There was at one point that all of us thought Omar De La Cruz coming off that win was should have been a favorite. And it's just such a hard thing to guess here because both guys have so much ability to end this fight in so many different aspects. Striking, jiu-jitsu. Obviously the strength factor doing it good, but a lot of people think that De La Cruz is the better athlete.
Again, Lyman Good, just such a powerful, imposing figure. And we haven't seen Omar De La Cruz in a lot of uncompromising situations. But Lyman Good is a whole new beast here and really showing the power in both hands early on. Lyman Good grounding and pounding away. And Omar better start blocking some of those shots or this thing might be over. Lima calls it over. Lyman Good is the Bellator welterweight champion of the world. And Jay, it didn't take long. Soraya, the mother there, loving every minute of it. Too easy for Lyman Good.
Lyman Good just overpowered Omar De La Cruz. Just a huge strength advantage there. Awesome. You know, Lyman did a great job here. He got in the clinch and just gets in deep on that knee trip, and that's what he's been actually really successful at this whole time. And once he was on the ground, that was just too much power for Omar De La Cruz. Those right hands connected to the chin there, and the referee said, that's enough. You take a look at this from another angle here. Lyman Good just, once he got his hips and his base set, threw a couple of left hands, and when he pulled back that right hand, a couple of punches right down the pipe there and on the chin. The referee thought that would be enough. No more punishment needed. That's it.
Damas y caballeros, una serie de golpes sin respuesta obliga al referee Yves Levine a parar el combate con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 47 segundos del primer asalto. Ladies and gentlemen, a series of unanswered blows obligates referee Yves Levine to stop the bout with an official time of 1 minute 47 seconds of the very first round. Your winner, by way of technical knockout, el vencedor por nocaut técnico. And now, the Bellator Fighting Championships welterweight champion, Lyman Good.
We are now set for tonight's Bellator World Welterweight title bout. 2008 U.S. Olympian Ben Askren versus the Bellator 170-pound world champion Lyman Good.
Well, Good must fear the Warren effect. In championship fights this season, 2 world-class wrestlers with questionable finishing skills had the best fights of their careers. Can Askren do the same tonight? Can Good overcome the ring rust? He had a fantastic run at the end of season 1, but injuries have kept him on the shelf since. Will his timing be where it needs to be to defeat Askren? Big question, will we see Askren stand up tonight? His wrestling and grappling have looked great, but in a 25-minute fight, will Good find a way to force Askren to use his other skills?
Okay, you've both been given your rules on a good, clean, safe fight. Do you have any questions? Any questions? No rings, come out fighting.
This fight is under the unified rules of combat. As it is for the Bellator 170-pound world title, it is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed, both standing and on the ground, and there is no kicking or kneeing the head of a grounded opponent. There you see Amy Askren nervously awaiting the start of her husband's bout. Ben Askren is in the black trunks with the gold trim. Lyman Good, the champion, is in the black trunks. The bell in round number 1. Kevin Mulhall is the referee. The shoot, the drive by Askren. Does not get the takedown, and now he does.
You know, for a freestyle wrestler, he has an incredible clinch, almost Greco-Roman. When he gets around you, he gets the takedown 9 times out of 10. This is not where Lyman Good wants to be.
Lyman Good telling us, Jimmy, in our fighter meeting that he has been working extensively on throwing punches from this position flat on his back.
He can work on it all he wants. Punches from his back are not going to be as effective as the ground and pound from Askren. It might open something up and give him a chance to move. That would be nice. Askren's jiu-jitsu is just like his wrestling. Funky, unorthodox. He doesn't do what you would expect.
Askren holds the rank of purple belt in BJJ. Again, a 2-time NCAA Division I wrestling champion while at the University of Missouri, and a 2008 U.S. Olympian in freestyle wrestling.
Now, I've seen Askren in a few submission tournaments. This is what he likes to do. He sits back, puts his arm back. That's how he likes to pass. He has great posture.
Lyman Good looking for the up kick.
Looking for the pass, trying to get underneath both legs. Lyman Good has to stay mobile from here. He cannot let him pass.
Askren just so tenacious while on top.
He just moves so well. He's so fluid. That's what's really surprising about his style. He doesn't sit on you like a lot of jiu-jitsu guys do with that really tight side mount, really tight mount. He moves a lot.
You see how often, Jimmy, just like there, Askren puts the head forward into the body.
Yeah, and he keeps his hips high. He does a lot of things a jiu-jitsu guy doesn't do. It hurts him in some instances, but when he's moving, it's a big help.
And Askren staying very tight, very sticky, chest to chest from the top position. Half guard held by Lyman Good. Now the full close guard by Good.
You hear this crowd cheering, "Let's go Lyman." They are way behind him.
Good definitely trying to throw punches from flat on his back.
Yeah, he is, but it's not going to win him the round. If he's on his back like this, it's hard to believe half the round is gone now, and he's been on his back virtually the entire time. He gets his guard back, and the crowd goes nuts. That's nice, but it's not going to win it in the eyes of the judges.
Good, nearly back to his feet. Askren too quick.
Now Askren's good job getting on top. Askren going for the armbar from the bottom. Good has to be careful here. We'll have to see what Askren can do from his back. Well, what you're not supposed to do is cross your feet. That's exactly what he's doing, but he still might be able to finish it. And he doesn't.
Big ovation here in Philadelphia for the New York fighter, Lyman Good.
Askren just looked at the screen to check the time. He's got a cut. Looks like it's under his left eye. Can't really see it from here.
Sprawl from Good. Askren going for the double leg, didn't get it.
And that's what Askren is so good at. He goes in for the double leg, you stop it, he goes for the body clinch. He doesn't just stop his takedown, he keeps going.
Full mount now achieved by Ben Askren.
Good, trying to power his way out.
Askren losing full mount into the half guard of Lyman Good.
You know, what's strange about Ben Askren, you see wrestlers like Matt Hughes in his prime, they throw a right hand and ride that into a double leg. Askren doesn't even do that. He comes right in for the double leg. If you stop it, he body locks and still takes you down. He doesn't set it up with anything. You know, a lot of wrestlers in MMA, we've interviewed them, they're always trying to sell you on what else they can do. I've been working on my boxing, I've been working on my jiu-jitsu, I've been doing this and that. I'm going to knock this guy out. Askren doesn't do that. He goes, I'm going to take him down until he can stop me.
June 17th of this year, the final of Bellator's Season 2 welterweight tournament. Askren defeating Dan Hornbuckle by unanimous decision. Jimmy, to your point, Askren said, I'm going to go for the takedown immediately, and he did. In this fight, Askren said, I'm going for the takedown immediately.
And he
got
did.
it.
And he gets it. You know what he's going to do, and he still takes you down.
Good looking for the sweep. Askren back in full mount and sitting
Askren
chest
going
to
for the arm
chest.
triangle. Going hard for that arm triangle. He has the full mount. Can't see how deep it is from here, but it looks good. Good, able to get on top.
Good, very strong and very technical.
Only 10 seconds left. I don't think he's going to be able to use this position.
Scheduled for 5 rounds, and we are headed to round number 2. Soria Good, the mother of the Bellator 170-pound world champion Lyman Good, looking to defend his title for the first time versus the 2008 U.S. Freestyle Wrestling Olympian Ben Askren. Askren is in the black trunks with the gold trim, Good in the black trunks. Jimmy, how do you have this scored?
Yeah, 10-9. Ben Askren spent most of that round on top. Looked like he might get a sub at the end, but Askren Good able to get out of that position. It's got to be frustrating for Lyman Good. You've been training for... Oh, there you go. To stop the takedown, and you just can't do it.
Good landed a knee, then a punch. Askren immediately to the double leg. Good again, working those strikes from the bottom. But that's almost plan B, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Good again, looking for the up kick.
But you see the weaknesses in round 1 in Askren's style. When he gets a good position like mount, going for the submission, he's not great at holding it. He's actually better, I think, when he's moving, when he's transitioning. That's how he beat Dan Hornbuckle, was always moving around. He doesn't hold position like a judo black belt, brown belt, but he's so good when he's moving, when he's active.
Side control held by Askren. Again, this for Bellator's World Welterweight title.
Now in full mount.
Askren in full mount. Getting this title shot by virtue of winning Bellator Season 2 Welterweight Tournament.
Looks like he's going for that arm triangle again, trying to get the elbow across Lyman Good's face.
Good, the champion again, his first fight since June 12, 2009, when he won this vacant title by defeating Omar De La Cruz by first-round TKO.
And the problem with ring rust is it affects your timing. You're just a little bit behind.
Good, telling us in his fighter meeting that his left shoulder that he injured during training, wrestling training, ironically enough, Jimmy, based on this opponent back in December, is 100%.
And he can say it's 100%, but it's one of those things you don't know till you test it, and this is a real serious test.
There again, the full mount by Ben Askren.
You see how Ben Askren sits up, throws a couple punches. He doesn't go crazy with the ground and pound. You see here, a couple of hammer fists. He doesn't go wild with it. He'd rather have position.
Jimmy, you talk all the time about the hips. Look at the hips of Ben Askren.
They're so high. He doesn't even sit down that far. It's a unique style, funky Ben Askren. And you know, when you talk to Dan Hornbuckle about his fight, he said, you know, what went wrong in that fight? He goes, he's funky. He goes, he does things you don't expect. And he ironically picked Lyman Good for this fight, but so far going the way of Ben Askren. And you see in Lyman Good's face, it's almost like, well, I'm not really getting hurt. He's not doing a whole lot, but I can't get out of here. It's a frustrating place to be. Lyman Good has to hip escape, turn on his side, push that knee off. Because hand fighting like he's doing now, pushing up, is not going to help him.
Good is trying to shrimp, trying to move.
When you look at these guys physically, Lyman Good looks so much stronger than Ben Askren, but in this grappling situation, you see here, grabbing the right wrist of Lyman Good, that's where Ben Askren is strong. He has grappler strength. His grip is iron.
Ben Askren has told me previously, I'm not weightlifter strong, he said, but I can grip and hold for hours and hours.
Hours on end, and people were talking to me about shape. I talked to a lot of fans about this fight, and they said, how's Ben Askren going to handle 25 minutes? And I said, this guy could wake up out of a 2-year coma and wrestle for 3 hours. That's what he does. He could do it in his sleep. As long as this fight stays in grappling mode, don't think Ben Askren's going to run out of gas, because I don't think he will.
Good again, trying to throw from the bottom. Askren trying to throw from the top. Askren again, there's sticky, chest to chest, now raising up.
There's no such thing as in shape. When someone says I'm in shape, what kind of shape? Grappling shape, striking shape, MMA shape. You know, some people are in great shape, can't run a marathon. A marathon runner can't do MMA. They're different, and he's in grappling shape. He can grapple forever.
Good, continuing to try to throw those hammer fists with both the left and the right hand from the bottom.
I think he needs to focus a little bit more on getting out, shrimping his hip, pushing on the knee of Ben Askren, rather than playing this hand fighting game, trying to hit back. He's not going to land anything of substance. And
9 seconds of round 2.
And he's not doing a great job with the ground and pound. I think he needs to move a lot more.
We are headed to round 3. Ben Askren's wife, Amy, must be feeling pretty good about things thus far, at least through the opening 2 rounds.
She told me I always get nervous until Ben gets the takedown. Then I relax, then I'm okay.
I guess she can relax right now. Immediate takedown to start round number 3 for Ben Askren. Again, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. This for Bellator's World Welterweight Championship. Ben Askren is in the black trunks with the gold trim. The champion, Lyman Good, in the black trunks.
You know, we saw against Dan Hornbuckle in the interview before the fight with Ben Askren, he said, I'm going to stop Askren's takedown for 2 minutes, and that's going to break his spirit. He couldn't stop it for 20 seconds, and I think that broke Dan Hornbuckle's spirit. It's one of those things where the guy comes out and he takes you down right away. It's very disheartening. See here with that beautiful pass staying tight on the hips, but his hips, Ben Askren's hips are so high. That's not a jiu-jitsu thing. Askren, I gave him the first 2 rounds. I have it 20-18 for Ben Askren, who transitions to the mount yet once again.
Askren just gets to the mount effortlessly.
He just steps over the legs. His balance is so good, he doesn't need his hips underneath him that far to get the mount. It's a strange transition, but it works.
Askren in the top position from the mount does not take a lot of chances.
He doesn't take a lot of chances. He doesn't do a ton of damage, but he stays busy, he stays active, and he's so hard to get off you.
And it's not a criticism by me because he is holding that dominant position.
He certainly is. You know, it's good to have a good idea of your strengths in MMA. It's also a good idea to have an idea of your weaknesses. And Ben Askren is one of those guys who understands what he's good at. You see, he's going for a couple arm triangles, a couple submissions. He's not great with them. He hasn't got close to getting them, but his positioning is very good.
Coming up after this fight, a Bellator super fight in the lightweight division. Roger Huerta, the only MMA fighter to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated, versus Bellator's lightweight champion of the world, Eddie Alvarez. This round number 3 of the Bellator World Welterweight Championship bout.
He's holding mount a lot better than he did, for example, against Ryan Thomas in his second fight with Ryan Thomas. And I think he's done better with his training when it comes to getting the mount position and holding it. He's doing way better than he has in his previous fights. This is a guy who has improved a lot.
Good, again, those hammer fists from the bottom, but you could be George Foreman. How can you really get any sort of punching power from flat on your back?
Yeah, we did a fight between Josh Barnett and Gilbert Ivel, where Gilbert Ivel was punching up from the mount and was just getting creamed. It's, you know, it's just not effective. You got to get out of that position. That's your goal on the bottom. Nothing you're going to land from your back is going to have any juice on it.
Right hands by Askren not getting through.
I mean, Askren doesn't give you a lot of, it's almost like he doesn't give you a lot of motivation to get out. His ground and pound isn't great. These punches wouldn't, you know, smash a brick or anything, but it's hard to get out. So Lyman Good doesn't have almost that urgency he might have against a better ground and pound guy. I don't know how else to explain it. But Ben Askren just sticky. He's just so hard to get off you once he's on.
Good, throwing the up hammer fist with the left and reverse hammer fist with the right. Call for action from referee Kevin Mulhall.
Once again, trying to lock up that arm triangle. The arm triangle is a very safe submission from the mount. You can go for it and not lose any positions like you would for, let's say, for an arm bar, for example. So it's a very safe submission. You don't get it, you just go back to the mount. That's why Askren keeps going for it over and over, is because he can keep position with it.
Askren starting to throw a few more elbows from the top position in this round. Very short elbows.
That's an important weapon, is the elbows. He hasn't been able to use them in the tournament. Now he can use them.
Almost on cue, Askren throwing elbows again.
I'm sorry, in the first 2 rounds of the tournament. You could do it in the finals.
Mouse under the left eye of Lyman Good. Looks to just about be popping.
Well, that gives Askren something to focus on. That's really important when you're not a super hard puncher, to have something like a bruise or a cut to work on. Gives you a target, gives you something you can open up and do damage, considering he's not throwing really hard punches. Of course, I'm not getting hit by them, so I'm calling them not hard, but I'm not the one underneath getting hit.
Few boos starting to come from the Philadelphia crowd here at the Leo Chorus Center on the campus of Temple University. Askren undeterred by those boos because he is holding a dominant top position, and we are headed to round number 4.
Seconds out! Seconds out! Seconds out! Let's go!
Between rounds, Jimmy, Lyman Good's corner asking him if he wanted to stop.
I think something might be wrong. I'm trying to get confirmation, but I think he said, I can't throw my left. That's the shoulder that was injured before. Not sure about that. I couldn't really hear it, but I think that's what he said. But there's obviously something wrong if his corner's asking if he needs to stop.
Round number 4. Again, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Lyman Good, the champion. The inaugural defense, which he is trying to make successful, of his Bellator world title at 170 pounds versus 2008 U.S. Olympian in freestyle wrestling Ben Askren. Askren in the black trunks with the gold trim, Good in the black trunks. Good uppercut, then a straight right hand by Good.
Askren just tenacious with that takedown. He doesn't even think defense in terms of standing up. He thinks, how am I going to take this guy down?
A bad mouse under the eye, the left eye of Lyman Good. Looks like it wants to pop, but hasn't done so just yet.
You know, okay, we just got confirmation that he said, I can't see out of my left eye. It's not the left shoulder bothering him, it's his left eye. I believe that's the one with the mouse under it, but it's affecting his vision. He cannot see out of his left eye.
Jimmy, how do you have this scored?
3 rounds to none for Ben Askren, 10-9. He's just been positionally dominant.
Can you see any way that any of the 3 state of Pennsylvania judges would disagree from that 30-27 score?
Maybe round 1. You could maybe give round 1 to Lyman Good. I know some fans have, but I give all those 3 rounds to Ben Askren. But round 1 is the only one I could see going the other way.
Again, cool as you like. Ben Askren back in full mount.
You know, we've seen it over and over. Cole Conrad, Joe Warren, their opponents told us in the interviews, I've been training with great wrestlers. Well, I don't know very many Olympians, and it's hard to find a guy, even an Olympian, say you found one, that wrestles like Ben Askren. He's funky, he is unorthodox, he does weird stuff. Go to Russia, get Saitiv, okay, maybe you bring him in and that'll help. But they're just hard to find guys on this level. They don't grow on trees.
Askren trying to let go with the right hand.
That is shocking.
Ben Askren giving a long look to referee Kevin Mulhall for that decision.
Wow, you almost never see a stand-up from a dominant position like mount. And Askren is working. He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's working, he's punching. I don't know if I agree with that stand-up.
Askren coming forward. Good with the right to the body. Askren forward again. Sprawled by Lyman Good.
It's his transitions that are so dangerous. It looks like he's not going for the takedown, but he is, no matter what he does.
Good allowing Ben Askren to stand. Askren went for the inside trip, couldn't find it. Good allowing Ben Askren to stand sends a big message, Jimmy, that he's had enough of the ground game.
Now, another thing, too, is that Lyman Good's inability to see out of his left eye, he can't judge distance. If he truly can't see out of his left eye, it's very hard for him to judge distance when they're on the feet. Now, look at that. The arms of Ben Askren, his arms are totally extended. He's still pulling up and going for the takedown. And he gets it.
Single leg takedown. That's world-class wrestling right there.
9 times out of 10, you get a wrestler that extended, the takedown is not going to work. Ben Askren sucks it up and gets it again.
That little sequence, truly, Jimmy, no hyperbole, that was world-class.
Completely. And look, he steps over the mount over the knee of Lyman Good. Doesn't care about the knee at all. He's almost daring Lyman Good to push him off of him.
Askren right to the body. Get a look at the left eye of Lyman Good that's causing him all sorts of vision problems. How much on those right hands to the rib cage by Askren.
Crowd now getting on him, but 15 seconds left. I think this is another round in the books for Ben Askren, and that eye is really bothering Lyman Good.
Closing seconds of round 4, and we will go to a 5th and final round.
We see that takedown. Funky Ben Askren splayed out. Great sprawl by Lyman Good. It made no difference. He goes in, single leg takedown, dominates the end of the round again.
The 5th and final round of this Bellator World Welterweight title fight. Ben Askren is in the black trunks with the gold trim. The champion, Lyman Good, is in the black trunks. Jimmy, how do you have this scored?
4 rounds to none. Ben Askren, 40-36. I think for Lyman Good, for the sake of his title, it's knockout or nothing.
Askren taking a few backward steps. Nice jab with the left hand by Good.
Good left hook. But he needs to follow up with that right hand. He's got to put Askren away.
Neither fighter had ever been beyond 3 rounds entering this fight.
Lyman Good letting him up. Well, that shows a lot of respect for Ben Askren's jiu-jitsu, that he didn't want to get on top and ground and pound.
Both fighters, when I asked them, who do you think will be fresher in the 5th round, of course said, no, I'll be the fresher fighter, but Jimmy, you clearly think that even going in, it would be Askren.
Well, just because the fight has been in his realm the entire time, although Lyman does look very good. Now, look at this sprawl. Beautiful hips all the way down. And it's not enough once again. I mean, that sprawl 9 times out of 10, that's going to stop you.
Again, coming up after this fight, a Bellator super fight in the lightweight division. UFC veteran Roger Huerta versus Bellator's reigning 155-pound world champion, Philadelphia's own Eddie Alvarez. And we are here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Liacouras Center on the campus of Temple University.
Lyman Good back to full guard. You see the crowd just going crazy when Lyman Good was on the feet, and as soon as Askren takes him down, they go silent.
Good tried to somersault his way out of that. Askren just too quick. Askren pounces.
He certainly does. He knows when to put his weight on you. And with his balance and with his timing, he can take stupid, almost stupid chances when it comes to jiu-jitsu. Keeps his hips way up. His balance is so good, it doesn't matter.
Jimmy, never in this sport have I seen a fighter lead with their head on the ground the way Ben Askren does.
He loves it.
You hear fighters talking about posting all the time with their head, but this is a clinic on posting.
You see here his guard pass, he makes a lot of technical mistakes with his guard pass, but he's tenacious. He goes for it over and over and over again. Next thing you know, you look up, the round is over.
Ben Askren spent a week training with Jake Shields, former Strikeforce welterweight champion, now of course in the UFC in preparation for this fight. That would be interesting.
That certainly would be.
Askren said that Shields really refined a lot of points on the ground for him.
Well, Jake Shields has phenomenal jiu-jitsu. I've competed against him. He's great on the ground. His wrestling isn't on Ben Askren's level, but Ben Askren's jiu-jitsu isn't on his level, so they'd be good training partners.
Good still stuck on his back. Trying to roll, trying to posture to his hip, finding no joy.
That's what also makes Askren so good.
Big up kick! Askren was caught!
I think he's in trouble. That one hurt. Can he keep his wits about him? In the triangle, it is tight. Going for the arm, but I think he he wants to stick with the triangle. I think going to the arm is a bad idea. He needs to pull on the head and commit to this triangle. I think it's too loose, he's out.
Good looking for the miraculous come from behind finish and could not find it there.
He made the mistake a lot of guys make. They switch to the arm when you have the triangle. It looked deep enough to me, but he went to the arm bar, and here's Ben Askren in mount again.
Right back in full mount. Caught with the up kick, caught in the triangle. Undeterred, back in full mount. 25th and final minute of this title fight.
The crowd raining down boos. This is a very pro-Lyman Good crowd. Lyman Good said in his, you saw it on the screen, there is nothing championship about Ben Askren. Well, his wrestling is definitely championship.
Not often in athletic competition of any kind does a New Yorker cheered in Philadelphia, but that's the case for Lyman Good.
Very true, very true.
In fairness, a lot of his New York-based supporters drove in for this fight.
Made the trip.
Call for action from referee Kevin Mulhall.
And Askren saying with 10 seconds, I don't have to work at all. Throw a few punches. This round, this fight is over. And if the judges agree with me, it's Askren's fight.
The bell, the end of the fight.
Those were the theme of the fight. You see them here. Beautiful body lock takedown, head and arm throw. Double legs, single legs, every takedown under the sun. It seemed like Lyman Good could just never get his rhythm on his feet because every time he set, Ben Askren was there to take him down, doing what he does best. Now this up kick, bang, you see it here. I think Askren was rocked. You see it here. Lyman Good tried hard for the triangle finish, but it was not to be. Got out and passed the guard. Ben Askren ending as dominantly as he started in the full mount. I got to give this one 50-45 to Ben Askren. I gave him every round. We'll have to see if the judges agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Judge Wilfredo Cintrón scores about 49-46. Judge Cardo Urso scores about 48-47. Your third and final judge, Brent Koflet, scores the fight 50-45. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator World Welterweight Champion, Ben Askren.
For the Bellator Welterweight World Championship, Jay Hieron versus Ben Askren.
Guys, we've gone over the rules in the back. This is for the Bellator Welterweight Championship. Are there any final questions from you, Blue? Any final questions from you, Red? Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
This Bellator World title fight is under the unified rules of MMA, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed. Jay Hieron versus the undefeated champion Ben Askren, the bell in round number 1.
How long can Jay Hieron stay on his feet? That's a huge question.
Askren said, I'm going to come right in, look for the takedown. No takedown yet. Askren has been training extensively on his boxing and on his kickboxing.
With Duke Roufus, one of the best in the world. But he's very candid. He knows he's not a great striker yet. That's going to take a lot of years. He sticks to his strengths.
Askren said my striking, quote, is a work in progress. But he believes, as he said, he can put any 170-pounder in the sport, probably on the planet Earth, on their back.
I totally agree with him.
Big uppercut by Hieron, now letting go with shots.
Now, this is not where Hieron wants to be. Even on top, Ben Askren is funky. He's going to turn, look for a leg, and go for the takedown. Doesn't do a lot of traditional jiu-jitsu stuff.
Side control now held by Jay Hieron. He is in the white and yellow trunks. Ben Askren is in the black and gold trunks, paying homage to his nearby University of Missouri Tigers. Jason Herzog is the referee.
Askren said he's very comfortable off his back with his bottom game, but this is what he's so good at. Sitting up, grabbing a leg, and driving forward.
Askren back to his feet. All of the sportsmanship that we saw in Prindle versus Sparks, expect none of that here. These two guys have genuine animosity, genuine dislike coming into this fight.
Yeah, but they're professionals. They're not going to let that talk affect the way they fight. That is key.
Hieron said, I'm a really emotional person, but I have to fight emotion-free. Askren said, I've gotten in his head, he lacks confidence, and he really lacks confidence against me.
Every second, though, he spends on his feet, he's going to gain confidence.
No shot yet from Askren.
Good right hand by Askren.
There's the shot from Askren. Nicely defended by Hieron, then a knee from Askren. Hieron, though, has not been taken down.
But one thing, if he's just worried about the takedown, he's going to eat shots. He has to worry about those wild strikes of Askren. He's throwing some big, loopy, ugly punches like that, but they can land if you're just worried about the double leg.
Hieron just missed with that big right uppercut. Askren now playing for the takedown. Hieron pulls away nicely. Hieron letting go with the left jab.
And the fight I'm thinking of is against Rick Hahn in that first round. Jay Hieron threw a lot of punches, a lot of combinations. I think that's what he needs to do in this fight. Stay busy, throw those uppercuts.
Askren missing over the top, letting go with the knee. This is a much more tenacious Ben Askren than we've ever seen before.
That's very true. He's throwing some wild strikes. Just trying to clear the distance and get inside. But so far, I'm impressed with the takedown defense of Jay Hieron.
Still no takedowns yet recorded by Ben Askren. And if you've seen Askren fight before, you know that that is remarkable.
Askren throwing wild shots, but I think Jay Hieron right now landing a little bit cleaner.
Askren coming forward. Hieron initiated that clinch. Askren pulls free.
Problem is he's reaching with both hands. You see Ben Askren under duress, reaches with both hands. That's never a good idea.
Askren said, the only way that I can lose in MMA is to be knocked out by one punch. And he said, quite frankly, Hieron does not have one-punch knockout power. Good sprawl by Jay Hieron.
And he's living up to his nickname, Funky Ben Askren. Those strikes are funky. His feet are twisted up. Really off balance, throwing wild strikes. But I think Jay Hieron still needs to stay conscious of those strikes.
Bouncing the step now of Hieron. Earning this world title shot by virtue of winning Bellator's Season 4 170-pound tournament earlier this year.
Jay Hieron keeps pawing at his eyes. I think maybe a couple of those shots grazed his eyes. A little bit of blood you see on the nose.
Askren getting a little lower in his stance as he continues to move forward. Closing stages of round number 1. Remember, scheduled for 5 in this world title fight. Hieron keeping his composure. Slipped there on the kick by Askren. Hieron did not pounce. Heading into round number 2 of this world title fight at 170 pounds. Jay Hieron versus the undefeated champion, the 2008 U.S. Olympian Ben Askren. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
Man, that was such a tough round to score. It literally could have gone either way. I give the slight edge to Jay Hieron, a little bit tighter with the strikes, and Ben Askren not able to get his takedown going.
Jay Hieron is in the white and yellow trunks. Ben Askren, the champion, is in the black and gold trunks. Askren described this strategy as take him down and beat Jay Hieron up on the ground. Thus far, no takedowns by Ben Askren.
See that sharp jab? That's why I'm giving him that first round. He landed that jab with some consistency. Weren't big shots, but sharper, catching Ben Askren coming in.
There's the sprawl, and there's the first takedown. Big ovation from this Kansas City, Kansas crowd.
Obviously, Ben Askren wrestled University of Missouri is going to get a lot of support here from this crowd.
The MU campus just over a 2-hour drive from this venue. A lot of MU fans in Kansas City turning out for Askren. Hieron going for the vicious up kicks. Look how sticky now Askren is, chest to chest.
He's at his best, I think, on top when he is moving, when he's mobile. Changes position so well, you don't know where he is until it's too late. That is the strength of Ben Askren on top.
Ben Askren is a fighter and as a wrestler expresses supreme confidence, But as a fighter, he admits his flaws, he admits his weaknesses, but he emphasizes his strengths, and he believes that his strengths will always see him through.
You know, before we saw Joe Warren get knocked out against Alexis Vila, all he talked about was his striking. My striking's so good, I'm working on my boxing, I'm gonna knock somebody out, and he got knocked out. Ben Askren doesn't do that. He goes, I've been working on it, it ain't great, I'm still a wrestler. He sticks to his strengths. This is where he is strong, on top.
Askren talking to referee Jason Herzog. I think he's saying fingers in the eye with the left hand by Jay Hieron.
Well, he's trying to push off to get space. Quite likely those fingers slipping into the eyes.
Right hands now by the champion Ben Askren. Those are landing cleanly. Half guard being held in a tight half guard held by Hieron.
Trying to pass guard. You see that left instep on top of the thigh. Trying to squeeze that right leg through.
Hieron still holding half guard. Askren trying to punch to the body with the right hand.
And a lot of great wrestlers, great jiu-jitsu guys at Extreme Couture in Vegas, but the style of Ben Askren is so difficult to simulate. Not only his wrestling, but his jiu-jitsu. He doesn't do jiu-jitsu like a world champion. He does it like a hybrid wrestler. It's a very funky, difficult style to train for.
You can find other former national champions at the NCAA Division I level to train with. You can even find former Olympians to train with, but who really would emulate Askren's style on the mat?
Very hard to do.
Elbow being pushed down now into the throat by Askren. That's a good wrestler's trick. Nice right hand by Askren. This is where Askren wants to be. The stand-up in round one, that is where Hieron wanted to be. Hieron said, despite his wrestling background at Hofstra University, he wanted to keep this fight standing.
Yeah, he definitely does. You see the work rate of Ben Askren, always busy, throws from a lot of awkward positions. Good right hand.
Look at the position of the Askren left forearm. Just under the chin, into the throat.
Always keeping Jay Hieron flat. In half guard, that's where you don't want to be. Finally getting full guard.
Full guard achieved by Jay Hieron. A very small moral victory, perhaps. Big up kick by Hieron. Askren right back in. Look at him drive with his head. Who in MMA would do that?
Classic guard pass here. Hieron now going for the triangle. He's not going to get that.
Jimmy, who in this sport at any level would drive through with their head down like that?
You know, he's just putting a lot of weight on top of Hieron, lifting up the legs. Great way to pass guard. You see it work.
Askren has told us, I'm not weightlifter strong, I'm wrestler strong. When I grip you, I can hold you forever. Hieron trying to turn.
And he can do this forever. He has great wind when it comes to grappling. This guy can wrestle, he can grapple for hours and not get tired.
Knee to the body, another knee to the body. Right knee, left knee, right knee. Left knee by Askren. Things going the way of the champion here in round number 2. A big ovation from this Kansas City crowd for Askren.
You gotta watch your fingers. You gotta watch your fingers, okay?
See the takedown attempts by Ben Askren that first round, stuffed by Jay Hieron, even deep on a single leg. I'm really impressed with the takedown defense of Jay Hieron, but in that second round, so tight on that double leg, he finally gets on top, and from there, nothing but Ben Askren.
Heading into round number 3, this world title fight, again scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Jimmy on your scorecard.
Gave that last round to Ben Askren. How could you not? It's all tied up.
Jay Hieron is in the white and yellow trunks. The champion, Ben Askren, is in the black and gold trunks.
I've said it before many times, the style of Jay Hieron, that hunt and peck kind of style, throws a lot of punches, but not a lot of big bombs, makes him much harder to take down than a power puncher like Lyman Good or Dan Hornbuckle. Doesn't have a lot of one-shot knockout power, but he throws good hands, good combinations. I think that's what's frustrating Ben Askren from the outside. He's not loading up big shots that Ben Askren can see.
50 seconds into round 3 of this fight. Askren has recorded exactly one takedown, but off of that takedown, he did not allow Jay Hieron back to his feet.
I certainly didn't.
That, of course, in our last round. No shots yet from the champion Askren thus far in round 3.
Nice left hook.
Very nice left hook by Hieron.
You see here, picking him apart.
Askren driving in. Good defense there by Hieron.
Now, I'm surprised we're not seeing more punches off the clinch. Whenever they're done clinching, Askren is very vulnerable. He has both hands out trying to touch Jay Hieron. I'm surprised Hieron isn't giving him one over the top.
A kick missed there by Hieron. Askren undaunted, coming forward, missing with a wild, wide left hook.
When you spin around on your left hook.
Hieron, though, did not pounce.
No, he didn't, and that's, might be part of his strategy, not getting too close to Ben Askren. Even when he makes a mistake, use that opportunity to get distance and keep it in the middle.
A slap there. That was an open-handed slap by Ben Askren.
Insulting, but not damaging. And that's nice.
Askren missed with the left, and then shooting in.
Beautiful takedown.
That was off of a miss, Jimmy.
It's off of a miss, but he turned it into a body lock. And from there, Ben Askren has taken you down 9 times out of 10.
Talk about funky. Seriously, he missed with a left hook, spun, and then found the takedown.
Talking to George Gurgel.
Oh, kick
nice
there by
up kick.
Hieron. Askren tenaciously back in. Tried to step over in the full mount, almost had it. Hieron, though, in the half guard.
And the problem is guard has not been kind to Jay Hieron so far in this fight. He needs to take these opportunities off that up kick, for example, to get space, scramble back to his feet. This traditional half guard, full guard jiu-jitsu game, I don't think he's going to win against Ben Askren.
Look at the little forearm smashes.
Hey, his ground and pound is death of 1,000 cuts. He doesn't land a lot of big bombs. He doesn't sit up real high. He just lands little shots that wear you down.
That's absolutely smothering by Ben Askren. Look at the placement of the knee, stepping over, clearing the shoulder.
Good job by Jay Hieron.
Oh, that's gorgeous by Hieron.
Hieron cannot stay here with Ben Askren. Even if he's on top, he wants to push away and get space.
Just what he did. Askren, a clubbing little right hand. Half hook, half uppercut.
A good takedown, but didn't get a lot done on top.
Askren coming forward again, missing with the 1-2. Hieron rubbing at his right eye.
We're seeing similar styles. They're just in different places. On the feet, Jay Hieron slowly picking apart Ben Askren. No big bombs, no power shots, light shots, but accurate. On the ground, the exact opposite. Ben Askren on top, landing these short little shots that keep him there on top.
Hieron keeps rubbing his right eye. He's squinting a bit out of that right eye, but he's definitely not cut.
He has been doing that since the first round. Could have been a punch, scraped his eye, Sean.
Body kick lands. Hieron just missed with that head kick. Spinning back kick there by Hieron. Askren saw it coming.
But in this round, it's Jay Hieron landing the more effective strikes. Nice jab coming forward.
Askren missing with that 1-2.
Askren's the aggressor a lot of the time. He's just not landing those 1-2s. It's Jay Hieron more successful from the outside, especially with that jab.
Closing seconds of round 3. We're heading to deep water now. This the 27th pro MMA fight for Jay Hieron, the first time that he has been past 3 rounds.
You were looking at the round number? What is wrong with you?
9th pro MMA fight for Ben Askren, the second time that he has been past the 3rd round. A year ago, October of last year, Askren won this belt, defeated Bellator's inaugural 170-pound world champion, Lyman. That was a 5-round unanimous decision.
Oh, good right hand.
Jimmy, on your scorecard.
I gave that last round, once again, a very close round. I did give it to Jay Hieron. Thought he landed the more effective strikes.
Jay Hieron is in the white and yellow trunks, in top position, throwing the right hands as the champion Ben Askren in the black and gold trunks.
Ben Askren did get the takedown in that last round, but didn't do a lot with it. I don't think he held him down long enough to win that round. But this one starting out very well for the champ.
3 big knees by Askren, make it 4. The Kansas City crowd really reacting to that.
Now this is wrestling 101. It's called parterre position.
Fighter grabbing us close.
It's a standard NCAA wrestling. He's been here for years.
Another big knee by Askren.
Another thing is this crowd is so much behind him. The judges are going to know every time Ben Askren lands anything. That's important to keep in mind. And this is so fatiguing, Sean. You're not only carrying your weight, you're carrying your opponent's weight. He's putting pressure on you. Very good at taking the energy out of someone like Jay Hieron.
Askren, all body control from this top position. You see Hieron just turtling down, playing all defense at the moment, and another big knee from Askren.
I see him complaining to the referee about hitting the back of the head, but those look legit to me, aiming for the ears.
Reverse hammer fist now, right hands by the champion Ben Askren. I think the word is stuck. Jay Hieron, so talented, so explosive, is stuck right now in this position.
It certainly is. He doesn't want to explode and give up his neck, give up something stupid.
Hieron said he was training for all 5 rounds, but again, 27 pro fights in the first time past 3.
Also, the first time facing Ben Askren. His style is to wear you down. So sticky, so tenacious.
Hieron looking for a conventional escape with a sit-through, could not find it. Askren, this is his world.
Also has Jay Hieron up against the fence. He's going to limit Hieron's mobility.
Hieron keeps talking to referee Jason Herzog. The complaint is he's saying that Askren is punching him to the back of the head. Herzog disagreeing. Miscontrol now by Askren and another knee.
Well, you see, it's not traditional jiu-jitsu, not necessarily trying to get his hooks in. Heavy hips, but not doing what a jiu-jitsu fighter would do.
It's all about control and positioning.
Control. Whoa, good roll by Jay Hieron.
That's great explosion now from Hieron.
Look at that hip pressure from Hieron, but Ben Askren so good at picking it up and using it, driving forward, looking for another takedown. He does not get it.
Hieron back to his feet in the center of the Bellator cage.
And this has been an outstanding fight from both guys, Sean.
Well done by Hieron there on that escape. This is again where Jay Hieron wants to be. Askren dropping his shoulders. Askren, you know he has to be thinking about a shot at all times, Jimmy. As much as he's worked on his striking, I think that he is always instinctively looking for the shot.
He certainly is. He's thinking takedown. Nice right hand over the top.
Final minute of round 4.
The problem is if Jay Hieron, like in this round, falls behind, he doesn't land the kind of big bombs they're going to swing around in his favor. He tends to land, shots like that. Accurate pinpoint, but not round-changing shots. He cannot fall behind like this.
The first title defense for Bellator's reigning and thus far undefeated welterweight world champion Ben Askren. Will it be a successful title defense, or will Jay Hieron become Bellator's 3rd ever 170-pound world titleist?
Okay.
He got fingered in the eye.
Time called by referee Jason Herzog.
You saw Ben Askren turn to the ref, I think, and tell him, he took a finger in the eye.
Into Hieron's left eye.
Yeah, these guys don't like each other, but they're still sportsmen, they're still professionals.
You can't see.
Just like a low blow, Hieron now can take up to 5 minutes to recover.
See if we can get a look at it. Moving in, nice left hook. Yeah, that left finger went right into his eyes. You see Ben Askren pointing to him. I think he was acknowledging, I got a finger in his eye.
Just careful when you're
Got bad blood, but they're still pros, man.
Both handling that very gracefully, very professionally. Time in. Round 4 continues. Closing seconds of round 4.
They give you Jay Hieron, hey, See if you can land that big shot.
Just landed the right hand at Hieron.
Stop there, guys.
We are headed to round number 5, Jimmy.
Extremely entertaining fight, Sean.
Heading into our 5th and final round of this world title fight for Bellator's 170-pound belt. Jay Hieron versus the champion Ben Askren. A maximum of 5 minutes remaining in this bout, and here is round 5. And Jimmy, how do you see it to this point?
I have it all tied up 38-30. Great left hook. Tied up 38-38. Another good right.
So on your scorecard, unofficial scorecard, but you always, I think, see these really, really well.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
I think we almost always agree. If Hieron wins this round on your scorecard, he's the new champion.
I believe that. I think they are tied 38-38. He has to defend the takedown early, and he does.
3 judges, of course, scoring this fight. We are in Kansas. They are scoring for the state of Kansas.
And it's been back and forth. First round to Hieron, second one to Askren, third one to Hieron, fourth one to Askren. When he scores the takedown early in the round, he wins the round. When he doesn't, he loses on my scorecard.
Be sure to join us next week and get caught up on all of the tournament action and preview all 4 tournament finals. It's Bellator Season 5 Road to the Championship, and it premieres next Saturday night at 11 p.m. Eastern Time on MTV2 and in HD on Epix 2. Our 5th and final round of this Bellator welterweight world title fight, Jay Hieron versus the champion Ben Askren. Glad you were with us for Bellator Fighting Championships. Sitting cage side along with Jimmy Smith, I'm Sean Wheelock from the Great Memorial Hall in Kansas City, Kansas.
Nice jab by Hieron. With that funky hair of his, every time he gets hit, you can tell when that jab pops in. Every time his head pops back, you can see it, Sean. Jay Hieron having a lot of success with that jab. That's why I've given him the rounds I have given him. Just accurate, tight strikes. Not landing big shots, but tight, accurate, picking Ben Askren apart.
Hieron letting go with the left hand, did not find the mark on that hook. Askren missing with his shots, Hieron missing with his counters.
Like so far this round, to me, has been all Jay Hieron.
Nice.
Beautiful job with that left hook and jab.
2 lefts there by Hieron finding the mark.
And it's hard to shoot off the lead hand, the lead jab, the lead hook. It's hard to read, it's hard to see, it's hard to go underneath. The big bomb with the right hand, easy for him to drop level and get the takedown. That's why he's not throwing it very much. Nice uppercut.
Now it's Hieron coming forward, a big smile to Askren.
Now Hieron's starting to loosen up.
Askren missing with his shots.
He does not want to get careless, though. This is a very close fight. Don't forget, we are on Ben Askren's home turf. He does not want to see this fight go to the judges.
A lot of tension that was previously in the face of Jay Hieron seems to have disappeared here in round 5. He looks loose, relaxed, and confident.
Only 2 minutes left in this fight. I think to have a shot to win this round, Ben Askren needs a takedown. He has been outboxed for 3 minutes.
Askren faked the shot there. Hieron.
You see, even when he's unloading, even when he's throwing combinations, Jay Hieron is still very conscious of the takedown.
Hieron feinted the Superman punch a moment ago before throwing the conventional left.
I like what he's doing with that jab, keeping it in Askren's face, not giving him an easy path to his legs. Jab so underused in MMA, Jay Hieron has used it to perfection tonight. Oh,
big back kick! Hieron raised his hands, didn't pounce, now he does.
No, he does not want to pounce on Ben Askren. This is Ben Askren's world. He wants to stay outside and do exactly that.
Showboating and all-out taunting now from Hieron.
That's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to move forward and let Ben Askren do this. Move forward and grab his leg.
Jason Herzog is saying that's a kick on a downed opponent. Askren is not bothered, we continue.
Obviously unintentional, he's going for the legs. Ben Askren tends to sit up and look for legs, and that's what happened. Good call by the referee.
This is the 25th and final minute of this world title fight.
Well, this last round has been all Jay Hieron. Will he finish strong, and will the judges see it his way? You don't want to fight a Missouri Tiger here.
Askren entered as the champion. Will he leave as the champion? Will Hieron become Bellator's third ever 170-pound world titleist? So much suspense here at Memorial Hall in Kansas City, Kansas.
Great jab. Oh, good right hand.
Askren feeling great about things right now. Hands down, letting go. Final seconds of the fight. Askren looking for one more big punch. The bell and the end of 25 minutes of fighting.
An outstanding performance by both men. Will Hieron leave the champion? That is a huge fight for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this world title contest, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, Henry Gary, scores the fight 48-47. He sees it for Hieron. Your second judge, Mike Boyd, sees the fight 48-47. He sees it for Askren. Your third and final judge, Kevin Champion, scores the fight 48-47 for the winner by split decision. And still, the Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Funky Ben Askren.
You see the height. Douglas Lima, 6'1". Ben Askren, 5'11". That's important. Ben Askren fights very small. He hunches up and gets underneath the punches of Douglas Lima. That's what he's going to look to do.
All right, gentlemen, been over your instructions. I expect a clean fight. Obey my commands all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, go back. Let's do this.
This world title fight is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Douglas Lima is in the gray trunks. The champion Ben Askren is in the black trunks. Round number 1. Josh Rosenthal is the referee. A reminder, we will stay with you to the conclusion of this fight. Short left hand thrown by Askren.
No surprise here. Askren going right in for the takedown.
Kick by Lima on the outside. Askren already in stalking mode.
Oh, good right.
Low kick by Lima. Lima said, I know Askren will take me down. It's not going to affect my striking. I'm not concerned about being taken down. Knee by Askren. Askren going for the high knee.
Going for the inside trip. One thing about Lima, man, he is a gigantic welterweight. He is middleweight sized.
Askren has been working extensively, and I do mean extensively, on his striking. But still, he said, I know I'm not a pure striker. I am still a wrestler in MMA.
That's what makes him so dangerous as a fighter. He doesn't try and really get out of his comfort zone.
Kick from Ben Askren, then catches the kick of Lima. There's the wrestling world class.
And that is a beautiful throw. Not a lot of guys can hit that on Douglas Lima.
And Lima, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt, closes guard. Askren is quick to remind us, of course, he does also hold the rank of brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
And his style is funky. He has the best nickname in the business. It describes his style, his wrestling style, and his Jiu-Jitsu style. It's very funky, a lot of mobility, a lot of movement.
Askren stacking now. Douglas Lima throwing the hammer fist and the conventional right hand.
This is not where Douglas Lima wants to be.
Lima holding half guard. So far, according to plan for Ben Askren, this is exactly where he wanted to get this fight in the early stages, not even 2 minutes in.
Very hard to get hip mobility against Ben Askren. He's so tight, he keeps his hips very heavy. And when he wants to move, he moves. That's the one thing about his style. He's very mobile as well. He transitions very well.
Askren securing the right foot of Douglas Lima with an outside toe hold, trying to throw the reverse hammer fist with the right hand. Just like that. So much movement from Askren on the top.
Watch the back of the head, Douglas.
Warning to Lima by referee Josh Rosenthal for a punch to the back of the head.
Oh, Lima going for the sweep, and he got it. He's on top.
Beautiful step over by Lima, then trying to lock on the Kimura.
This might not have been a good idea, going for the submission. He ends up on the bottom.
Submission escaped in the right hand for good measure by the champion Ben Askren.
Don't want to scramble with Ben Askren. He'll come out on top almost every time in those positions. better strategies. If you get, get in that sweep position, stand up.
Some fighters will tell us, Jimmy, I'll put myself in a bad position to get into a good position. Askren will put himself in any position to get to any other position.
Yeah, he scrambles and moves really well.
Close guard again by Lima. Lima trying to throw from the bottom just like that, misses with the right hand. Askren misses with the right of his own.
Going for the armbar.
Askren from trying to stack Lima, and Lima going for the armbar indeed. Askren now staying sticky, staying tight.
He's opening his knees up now.
Askren pulls his way out cool as you like. Short, flipping right hand by Lima from the bottom. Right hand by Askren and another. Lima fishing for triangle position.
And he got his left leg stuck.
Askren just stepping over, now stepping to the back. Nice roll by Lima, but then right hands by Askren. Final minute of round number 1. Askren looking to go knee on the belly, another right hand and another. Short and sharp and another.
He depends on his balance and his ability to avoid sweeps in this position. See, most guys in this position, you can sweep pretty easily, but man, Ben Askren, just great balance. Ben Askren's ground and pound, far from devastating. He doesn't land big bombs, but he keeps throwing.
Half guard held by Lima. Final seconds of round number 1. The champion in the top position just let go with an elbow and another. Ben Askren seeing things his way through the opening 5 minutes.
You see here from that first round, Ben Askren throws the kick. When Lima kicks back, puts him against the fence. Beautiful throw. Later on, Lima able to get the sweeps here. Grabs both feet. This is Jiu-Jitsu 101. But you see, he stepped over and went for the arm rather than standing up. And Ben Askren is able to scramble out of that position, wound up on top.
Jimmy, in the relatively short history of our sport, MMA, there have been far more accomplished wrestlers than Ben Askren. This sport has been filled with Olympic medalists and Olympic gold medalists. I'm not sure that any MMA fighter in the history of this sport has been as committed to their wrestling as Ben Askren.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's guys, Kenny Monday fought once in MMA. Kevin Jackson was a world champion.
Outside trip, then to the mount, and Lima lost it just as he got it.
Ben Askren doesn't care about anything but wrestling when he fights.
Rulon Gardner in MMA for one bout against Yoshida, and he really didn't wrestle. Tried to be a striker. Askren is about his ground game, his wrestling, and to a lesser extent his jiu-jitsu. Lima again holding half guard. How did you see round 1, Jimmy?
10-9, Ben Askren, no other way to see that round.
Lima looking for the sweep. Askren having none of
Going for the toe hold.
Askren trying to step out. That toe hold, though, is locked by Lima.
Now he's putting a lot of weight on his foot. He gets out.
Askren did not even flinch.
No, you don't understand. He was countering it by sitting his weight back on his foot. Didn't look like a lot, but it doesn't take a lot. He's sitting his weight back. It's a very efficient way to get out of toe hold.
Dive in right by the champion, Ben Askren. Close guard again by Lima.
One of the problems with the guys who fight Ben Askren is they generally don't have a sense of urgency. His ground and pound isn't devastating. It doesn't, he hasn't really rocked guys with his ground and pound. He doesn't go for a ton of submissions, so you don't realize you're in trouble until the round is over and you lost.
And Jimmy, to your point, Ben Askren has gone the distance in his last 5 fights. That's 3 3-rounders and 2 5-5 rounders. Yeah, 2 5-5 rounders.
Leave the math to me, Sean. I don't handle that kind of stuff. He goes to a lot of decisions, let's put it that way. And the one finish he did have, against Ryan Thomas, was due to an error by the referee. So he hasn't shown he can finish at this level, but you know, a win's a win as far as Ben Askren is concerned.
I really should have tried harder in math when I was in school. That was shocking.
We all have our strengths and weaknesses, Sean. I don't know anything about soccer, so come on.
Askren again in top position. You see Lima trying to roll to better position. Rolled into close guard. Askren posturing up on his knees. Now to his feet.
But you see, you see what I mean about Lima. I mean, he's kind of rolling around and he's going for things, but there's no sense of I need to do any one thing because, you know, it's not like he's getting hurt. It's not like he's in submission trouble, but it's easy to lose rounds this way.
Askren, knee on the belly, stacking Douglas Lima. And more right hands.
And Askren's very busy. He doesn't let up with his pressure.
More elbow strikes by Askren. Right hands, then the elbow. Then a forearm for good measure. Askren letting go with the right.
Let me tell you, Sean, 50 punches hurt. I don't care how hard they are, they hurt. They will take their toll, and that's it, man. That's what happens with Ben Askren. It's death of 1,000 cuts every time.
Lima looking to explode up, looking for the up kick. He just can't find it. Look at the pressure. Look at the stacking ability from Ben Askren on Douglas Lima.
And that's all balance. Normally, a guy in that position, you sweep, no problem. And yet, Ben Askren is confident, standing right over his man.
Lima again closes guard. Brings his man close, chest to chest, and Askren lets go with left hands to the body.
You know,
right to the body.
Askren, when we talked to him, questioned the stamina, the endurance of Douglas Lima. You see his strategy here. Draw him into the deep water, one punch, one takedown at a time.
All right, let's advance the position, guys.
Call for action from referee Josh Rosenthal. Askren again standing up out of closed guard. Lima trying to load up the up kick. Askren trying to dive in with the right hand, couldn't do it. Lima trying to kick out the back leg now of Askren. Askren just relentless with his top game pressure. Boos from this crowd here at Caesars in Windsor, Ontario. And guess what? Ben Askren does not care. Heading into round number 3 of this Bellator welterweight world title fight. Douglas Lima versus the undefeated champion, the 2008 U.S. Olympian Ben Askren. Jimmy, how do you see it thus far?
2 rounds to none for Ben Askren, both 10-9s.
Lima wants to keep this fight standing. He wants to land effective strikes, especially the right hand. And Askren wants to get the fight to the ground just like that. Sprawl from Lima, Askren to the single leg. Now switching to the double leg and gets the takedown once more.
You know, Ben Askren is one of those guys, you look at him, you don't think he's that strong, and he isn't traditionally strong. The dude is grappler strong. Once he gets inside, he pulls that leg right to his chest and gets the takedown every time.
Next week, Bellator season number 6 continues. We'll be in AC for the Bantamweight World title. The champion, Zach Makovsky, looks to make his first title defense versus the Brazilian prodigy, Eduardo Dantas. And in 2 Friday nights from this evening, we will be in Cleveland, Ohio. It is the rematch, Eddie Alvarez versus Shinya Aoki.
Lima now in triangle position. He has to pull Askren's head down and then angle. Askren doing what he does, stepping over.
Askren just sitting down on Lima. He is so unconventional and so effective with that unconventionality.
The problem is Lima isn't exploding when he needs to. These little opportunities, these transitions, he's not exploding back to his feet.
Askren letting go with the right hand again. Short hammer fist for good measure.
In the face. Watch his fingers in the face.
See Askren just standing up out of Lima's closed guard. Big right hands now from the champion, Ben Askren. That's the accumulation of punches.
And also, it's so fatiguing being where Douglas Lima is, having Ben Askren on top of you, putting all that weight on you, throwing these strikes. It's very fatiguing. It takes a lot of energy out of you.
Lima tried to find the sweep, couldn't do it. Askren's balance is absolutely superior.
Going for that sweep again. Not able to get it.
And Askren stacking Douglas Lima. Just quiet in the crowd, but Jimmy, this is clinical by Ben Askren.
He's doing what he's supposed to do.
More right hands from Ben Askren.
You will not see my shocked face when Ben Askren does this. I mean, this is how he wins fights. Puts pressure on you and dares his opponent to get out of it. Like he says, when somebody can stop me, I'll stop doing it. So far, no one's been able to stop it. Now looking like he's going for the Darce choke. Has to get high on the bicep. Oh, he's got it.
Askren locking up the Darce choke, looking for the submission finish, then trying to step over. Lima closes half guard, playing all submission defense, but you see the left arm on the bicep. Lima pops his head free, then catches a right hand to the face for good measure. More right hands from Askren.
You know, like I said, Askren has had trouble finishing at this level, but the thing is that one of the reasons he doesn't is he doesn't commit very much to any submissions. If he doesn't feel he's gonna get it, he just doesn't waste energy on it.
Askren had the hand on the bicep, locking up the Darce, but never really went full power for the Darce. And he didn't seem to care.
He's too smart to burn his arms out going for a submission.
The stand up from referee Josh Rosenthal. Minute 15 of this fight, scheduled for 25 minutes, scheduled for 5 rounds. This for the Bellator Welterweight World Championship. It's been essentially one-way traffic for the champion Ben Askren thus far. Askren is playing his game. Lima is not playing his game, which was to stand, strike, and land that big right hand.
Gotta work, gentlemen.
Knee to the thigh by Douglas Lima. Closing seconds of round number 3. Lima trying to come forward. Bounce into the step of Ben Askren. Heading into deep water and heading into the championship rounds. This will be the first time in his 26th pro MMA fight for Douglas Lima that he will enter round number 4. Ben Askren has gone 5 rounds twice previously in his 9 career MMA bouts. October of 2010 when he won this title versus then champion Lyman Good in Philadelphia by way of unanimous decision. In October of last year in Kansas City, Kansas, when he defended this title for the first time, winning a split decision versus Hieron.
Nice leg kick. But Ben Askren is tenacious with this takedown. You see here, good sprawl by Douglas Lima. Hips all the way on the floor. That's how you're supposed to do it. And Ben Askren gets back to his feet and keeps attacking for the takedown. He doesn't give up, he doesn't pull guard, he keeps driving until he gets it.
Short knee in that sequence and a short right hand, another knee by Lima, all to no avail. Askren somersaulting his way out now looking for the up kick.
He was looking for what's called a head and arm throw, but he slipped, wasn't able to finish it.
Lima allows Askren to stand.
A little surprised he didn't try some ground and pound.
Low kick, Lima trying to get off of his shots. Askren caught a knee from Lima as he was coming in, and there again is the takedown. Askren walking through the shots, walking through the knee of Lima.
He just doesn't care. He takes one, he keeps coming in.
Close guard again from Douglas Lima, a low close guard from Lima.
See Lima trying to work his guard, but just dominated so far on the ground by Ben Askren.
Again, Askren knows how to play it out to the finish line, entering a perfect 9-0 in his pro MMA career, and he's gone the distance in his last 5 fights. That includes 2 5-rounders. Askren seems to have the style that he could go 20 rounds.
Well, if you make him grapple, he's never going to get tired. You know, he's been doing it since he was a little kid. His gas tank is unlimited when it comes to the grappling, and that's where he's able to keep the fights, in his comfort zone.
Askren said to me last year, guys such as myself, Rick Hahn, guys who have been to the Olympics, we have been competing at a serious level since we were children. It is not a big deal for us. Even if we lack MMA pro experience, our competitive experience gets us above.
He's got the heart of a competitor, the heart of a winner. He knows how to be successful at the highest levels. Now Lima's got that high guard, looking for the sweep, not able to get it.
Askren taking a chance, stacking Lima, and Lima just cannot find the sweep.
Gentlemen.
It is the superior balance and positioning of Ben Askren, time and time again. The right hand from the champion, Ben Askren. Lima still looking for an up kick. Askren again just dropping down with all of that pressure. Askren puts his knee on the belly as well as any non-Brazilian that I have ever seen in this sport.
And one thing is, you could put any of Ben Askren's victims in this position. I mean, looks like Lyman Good, Dan Hornbuckle, any of his fighters, and they all had, you know, different backgrounds, different strengths and weaknesses. They all look the same in there against Ben Askren. They can't stop his takedown. They can't get off their backs.
Diving in with a forearm smash is Ben Askren. Continually just standing up out of the closed guard of Douglas Lima. Askren just said something to referee Josh Rosenthal. I did not pick up what it was. Final minute of round 4.
Oh, now going for the armbar.
Lima trying to lock on the armbar. Askren forced to play defense for a rare moment. And no worries at all for Ben Askren.
So slick, great submission defense.
His submission escapes are not effortless. They're highly technical, but they look effortless.
I mean, they're weird. They're funky. I mean, to say they're technical is what I'm saying. Is they're technical, but they're also funky. They're really weird. They're not how most people get out of a submission.
I guess if they could be technical and unorthodox at the same time.
Yeah, it is very true.
All right, clean break.
Technical in the sense that this is someone who grappled in the Olympics as a freestyle wrestler.
Every jiu-jitsu guy I talk to says, hey, why don't they do this against Ben Askren? Why don't they do that? It all looks so easy because he makes what is to a jiu-jitsu guy a lot of mistakes, but he's able to overcome them with his wrestling ability, his balance, and his ability to scramble.
20 minutes up, 20 minutes down, the end of round 4. In his last 2 fights, Douglas Lima looked absolutely spectacular.
Gentlemen, last round.
Knocking out Chris Lozano in the 2nd round of his Season 5 tournament semifinal round fight. Then in the final of that tournament last fall, knocking out Ben Saunders in the 2nd round. But Askren will not play that game. He is not going to stand and trade with Douglas Lima. He's going to do that. Shoot in and look for the takedown. Sprawl from Lima.
Watch the back of the head, Douglas.
Warning by referee Josh Rosenthal to Lima for a strike to the back of Askren's head. Knee from Lima. On the outside trip by Askren.
You know, in positions where most guys would never be able to get a takedown, Ben Askren gets one anyway. You think you're out of danger and he takes you down.
As much as Ben Askren has been working on his striking, and that's essentially been his major focus, he still has not fallen in love with the fact that he's now a striker, knows how to strike. He goes back to what he does best.
You know, so many wrestlers, they learn a jab cross hook and think they're Sugar Ray Robinson. You know, Ben Askren doesn't do that. He knows what he's good at. He sticks to it. So I'm going to do it until somebody can stop me. And right now, Douglas Lima ain't stopping him.
into the 5th and final round of this Bellator welterweight world title fight. Douglas Lima versus the champion Ben Askren, and one-way traffic for Askren to this point. Askren looking to make his 2nd successful title defense. He is well on his way right now. Jimmy, how do you have this fight scored?
Are you really asking me that? I mean, I know you have to, kind of. I mean, that's like your job, but 4 rounds to none, 10-9, Ben Askren. Unless you are blind, that's how you score this fight.
Just because of positional dominance, are you tempted to throw in a 10-8?
No, he just hasn't hurt him. I mean, for me, a 10-8 round is somebody's rocked. The fight's in danger of being stopped. A guy's really damaged, and that just hasn't happened. But easy, 4 10-9 rounds for Ben Askren.
You should have said 10-8 Lima just to see if our audience was really paying attention to your scorecard.
I hope they do anyway. I would love to do that. I just scored completely for the other guy and just see if anyone's paying any attention to me. I get enough crap over my scorecard, Sean, without doing stupid stuff on air.
You won't in this fight, Jimmy.
I will not.
Almost impossible to think that our 3 province of Ontario judges sitting cage side would see it any differently.
But the pacing of Ben Askren, I mean, he's fighting at the same pace he fought in the 1st round. And not only does he have great cardio, it's the fact that once he's in his element, the dude doesn't slow down at all. He keeps that even pace, keeps pressure on you. Guys just wilt under the pressure. Douglas Lima, perfect example.
Lima again looking for the up kick, being stacked by Ben Askren. Right hand from the bottom by Lima. Right hand from the top by Askren.
And Douglas Lima has just been dominated from start to finish. You said it, he's looked so impressive up until now, and you know, Ben Askren has just made him look pedestrian.
Askren just effortlessly stacking Douglas Lima. Lima is a vicious fighter. He is a buzzsaw, and yet Askren has seen this fight entirely his way, executing his game plan.
Look at his track record. Dan Hornbuckle, a huge prospect coming into Bellator, looked devastating, looked great. Ben Askren, made him look powerless. Lyman Good, a gigantic welterweight, the Bellator champ, and then, Ben Askren just manhandles him. That's what he does. He takes fighters that, have looked so good, he draws them into his kind of fight where he is the king.
Askren again showing that superior balance, standing up out of Lima's guard. And again, Lima stacked by the champion Ben Askren. Closing seconds of this 5th and final round, closing seconds of this welterweight world title fight. Askren looking to cruise to the finish line. Shots from the bottom by Lima to absolutely no avail. The bell and the end of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your official decision, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, David Tevien, Dr. Gregory Jackson, Jason Rogers, all score the fight the same, 50-45, all for the winner by unanimous decision, and still the Bellator welterweight world champion, Funky Ben Askren.
Tonight's tale of the tape for this world title fight.
You see Ben Askren 10-0 undefeated, only 4 finishes. Be ready for a long, grueling, difficult fight. That's what Amoussou has in front of him.
This Bellator welterweight world championship fight is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Let's fight!
The bell in round number 1.
Amoussou known for his explosiveness, his power. Oh, good right hand. Ben Askren needs to get this to the ground now.
Amoussou in the white trunks, the champion Askren in the black trunks.
He's a how Amoussou wants to fight on the outside, but he's on his back already.
Close guard from Amosov.
Amoussou leading up to this fight, very confident in his ground game. He said, I'll submit him, I'll sweep him once he's on top. That is easier said than done.
Amosov looking to be very active off of his back from close guard. Elbow from Askren.
Going for the straight arm. Inverted arm bar.
Right to the rib cage.
Askren knows that Askren is most dangerous in this opening round. I don't expect him to do that much in the beginning. He's going to land his ground and pound. He's going to try and stay safe.
Next shot from Askren. Amoussou opens his guard, repositions his ankles, and closes. For the Welterweight World Championship, Amoussou earning this world title shot by virtue of becoming a Bellator tournament champion versus the Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Askren.
This is what so many fighters have trouble with, the pressure of Askren. He doesn't have devastating ground and pound, he just doesn't quit. Just keeps it on you the whole time. Never stops, great hit pressure, very hard to submit. It's hard to get him off his game when he's on top.
Amoussou throwing a lot from his back. Askren missing with that right hand. Back to the right hand. That landed. Elbow from Amoussou and another. Amoussou very active with his strikes from his back.
You have to use that to set something up. Strikes from the bottom are never going to be as effective as strikes from the top. You can't trade strikes when you're on the bottom.
Look at the wrist control from Askren. Amoussou now bringing his man in close.
This is what Askren said he was going to do. He said, yeah, he's explosive, he's dynamic. Wait until I wear him down. Now he's cut over the left eye is Amoussou.
Cut in the brow.
Now what we see from a lot of fighters, they have a game plan, they think I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then Askren just stays on him the whole round, and it's very disheartening. He's going hard for the armbar now.
Big shot, looking for the armbar, back to close guard. Amoussou continuing to throw from his back. Askren with his heavily favored top game. 1 minute remaining in round one of this Bellator World Title fight.
As I was saying, a lot of guys get disheartened because they have a game plan and Askren won't let them implement it at all. You know, I like what I'm seeing from Askren in terms of his ground and pound. He's doing a lot more damage than he's done in previous fights from this position.
Closing stages of this opening round. Is this what you expected, Jimmy?
Yeah, it pretty much is. Look at those elbows, though. He's doing a good job of slicing up Amoussou.
Amoussou cut. You see the blood on his forehead, in his left brow. Askren back to the elbows. Amoussou sticking to the close guard, and Askren holding his top position.
This is the shot that opened up the cut above the eye of Amoussou. A short elbow right there. And then you see him targeting it later. Same thing, right elbow over the top. Look for him to work that the entire fight.
Round number 2, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. This fight for the Bellator welterweight world title. Jimmy, how did you score round 1 as Amoussou misses that head kick?
10-9 Ben Askren.
Right hand by Askren. Intent to stand here in the opening stages of round 2.
No, he's not. He's coming in for the takedown.
I think you may have heard me on cue.
Ben Askren on the bottom. We don't see a lot of this.
Close guard from Askren. Big wide base from Amoussou.
Going hard for the heel hook. He's rolling for it.
That's how he finished Brian Baker.
If he doesn't tap, keep rolling. That is inverted. Big trouble here. Nope. Back to the regular heel hook.
Amoussou locked it on and was talking to referee Jason Herzog.
You cannot do that. The opponent's not tapping. Referee's not going to stop it. I don't care what popping you hear.
Askren didn't seem troubled at all.
A big mistake by Carl Amoussou.
Almost surreal as Amoussou was talking to Herzog.
Break it. Don't worry about what the referee's going to do.
Another elbow from Askren.
Frank Mir once said it. He goes, I go to break it. You tap, good for you. But that's what I'm going for. He took his focus off the leg lock. Now he's in big trouble. Don't get a lot of opportunities with Ben Askren on his back.
The cut in Amoussou's left brow that opened in round 1 is really flowing blood here in round 2. Straight right hand from the champion, Ben Askren.
This is the demoralizing I'm talking about. Look at the back of his head is on the canvas. Just eating shots. You can be explosive, you can be physical, but a guy in good position, all of that goes away.
Big elbow from Askren. More elbows from the top than we've seen before from Ben Askren.
Yeah, much improved ground and pound from the champ. Now that he has a target over the eye, look for him to target that elbow over and over. You know, it seems like guys, you know, you look at him every time we've seen Ben Askren fight, and they look shocked that they're on their butt the whole time. Even though it happens to everybody else, it's not going to happen to you, but it does. You know, it's that same look of frustration on every opponent's face that faces Ben Askren.
Blood can be very demoralizing to some fighters. Other fighters don't care at all. The reality is, if the blood gets in your eye, it is very difficult to see.
These are the positions that Carl Amoussou has to explode from. And he just can't do that.
Look at that heavy top game of Ben Askren.
And don't expect Ben Askren to get tired in these positions. He's been grappling his whole life.
Nearly has full mount. More right hands from Askren.
And Ben predicted a second round TKO. If he pours on, he might get it now. Because Amoussou looks totally spent. These are some good shots. Some of the most powerful we've seen from Ben Askren.
Look at referee Jason Herzog, top of your screen, moving ever closer.
Man, his face is just a mask of blood. And Askren said he wanted to finish in this fight. He might get it.
One-way traffic at the moment for Ben Askren. Another big right hand. Amoussou can't find the exit. Elbow.
Because positionally, Ben Askren has not given him one. Very tight with the hips, just nowhere to go.
Askren turning up the punching volume, looking for the TKO.
This might be it. Amoussou can't show the referee something. This is going to be over.
Amoussou holding half guard, eating a lot of shots from the top. More shots from Askren.
Amoussou trying to answer back, show the referee something, but man, he's getting teed off on him.
Final seconds of round 2. Can Askren finish? Amoussou trying to hold on. We'll go to round 3.
Time.
This is the 23rd pro MMA fight for Karl Amoussou, and this is just the 5th time in his career that he has gone to the 3rd round, never past 3.
I've never given him a 3rd round in a fight. Cardio has been an issue in the past.
Right now it's okay. If it starts going down, we're going to stop it.
You gotta guard these cuts, okay? Be careful of these cuts, okay? They're looking at him.
We are going to continue.
Let's get back.
Ben Askren, meanwhile, this is his 11th pro MMA fight. He has gone the full 25 minutes, all 5 rounds, in 3 of his last 4 fights.
This is what Askren lives for. Deep water, dragging guys down.
Jimmy, 10-9 or 10-8 for Askren round 2?
I gave it 10-9 just because Karl Amoussou did have his moments with that heel hook, but you can easily call that a 10-8 round.
So 2018 for the champion Ben Askren on your unofficial scorecard.
Very true. And here we are again.
Amoussou trying to hold guillotine. Did not find it, not even close. Askren pops his head free, back to the right hand, back to the heavy smothering top game.
That was the one knock on Ben Askren. He was great positionally, but didn't do a lot of damage with his ground and pound in previous fights. I think that's a gap he has worked very hard to fill. I'm impressed with his ground and pound this time around.
Amoussou holding half guard.
This is the kind of thing that wears you out. Carrying another guy on top of you, and it is killer. Ben Askren, so much heavy top pressure, just squeezes the life right out of you.
On your ears, fighter.
Man, big right hand by Ben Askren. Karl Amoussou just doesn't seem to have much left.
All defense for the Frenchman Karl Amoussou, all offense for the American, the Olympian, the Bellator welterweight world champion Ben Askren.
This is as good as I've ever seen Ben Askren look.
I agree.
He's just putting it on, Karl.
All ears. Ears, please.
The beginning of the fight, during Amoussou's walk-in, Jimmy, I used the words for Amoussou: explosive, dynamic, at times devastating. He's really been none of the 3 in this fight. He's been stuck on his back.
No one's that explosive from your back with a guy like this on top of you.
Amoussou cut in the left brow in round 1. Blood's been flowing freely ever since.
Yeah, I don't see the doctor letting this continue. If they check out this cut, I think they stop this fight, because there's blood everywhere.
The chief second, the trainer of Karl Amoussou, is his older brother, Pride veteran Bertrand Amoussou. Does he let this fight continue?
I don't know if I would, to be honest with you. I mean, he hasn't shown me anything. You know, you got to show me something. Show me you have an answer to this game, and right now he hasn't. I wouldn't let him go out there and take more.
Do you think like a chief second or like an older brother?
If you're going to be a chief second, think like a chief second. I don't care if the guy in there is your son or your brother, you're a chief second before anything else right now.
Does that a dynamic, though, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Look at that. Amoussou absolutely stuck on his back.
Right now, look, just not offering anything back. Trying to hang on, trying to hold on, but if he doesn't show something, they got to stop this fight. And the thing is that Askren hasn't landed that big punch that has rocked him, that's really hurt him. You know? He's cut him up, he's sliced him up well, but it hasn't really had him rocked enough where Jason Herzog could stop this fight. Amoussou, to his credit, he's moving, he's slipping, he's intelligently defending himself.
1:15 remaining in round 3.
Yeah, but if this goes another minute 13, I don't see the doctor letting this keep going. I just don't see him allowing this fight to continue. Trying to push him off. Look like there might be a heel hook there, but I don't see him getting that.
Just an overwhelming accumulation of blows from this top position of Ben Askren. Amoussou still holding half guard.
See here, about to pass. He sneaks that lead through side control.
And Askren sitting through on his hip. Now stepping over into full mount. Can he find the finish in the closing seconds of round 3?
I think this is going to be it.
Jason Herzog telling Amoussou, you've got to move.
20 seconds left.
Can Askren finish? Amoussou still throwing back. Final seconds of round 3. Will we have a round 4? And we will.
No, please. No, we can't. I can't. It's the time. Yeah.
Pearl Amoussou's left eye is a disaster.
I'm right here.
Fully closed.
I mean, that left eye.
So I don't see how they can let this fight continue. I honestly don't see. He can clearly not see out of his left eye. Multiple cuts over the eye.
So I'm going to stop it.
He's getting creamed.
Stop it. Yeah, I'm going to blame him. Is that okay? Carl, we've got to stop the fight.
That's it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Totally agree with that stoppage. His face was a bloody mess. No point in going out there for the next round.
Survived round 3, but due to a physician stoppage, unable to answer the bell for round 4. So that will go down as a 3rd round TKO, 5 minutes for Ben Askren as he retains his Bellator welterweight world title in absolutely dominant fashion.
Unbelievable job. Brutal grounded pound. That is a scary champ right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, upon the completion of 3 rounds of action, the cage side physician makes the call. Referee Jason Herzog, upon his advice, waves a halt to this contest. Therefore, the winner by TKO and still the Bellator welterweight world champion, Funky Ben Askren.
Let's do the numbers. Our tale of the tape for this world title fight.
You see the 3-inch reach advantage of Andrei Koreshkov. Can he make it work for him? Can he get to the chin of Ben Askren? That's the question of the fight.
Tonight's 2 Bellator world title fights are governed by the unified rules of MMA and are scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Ben Askren said the takedown will come quickly, seconds after the opening bell. We shall see.
Fight, are you ready? Fight!
The bell in round number 1.
Should not touch gloves with Ben Askren. That gets you too close to him.
Well, there's the shot, the sprawl, and well defended by Andrei Koreshkov. Going hard for the takedown, and he gets it on the 2nd attempt, and now locking up the guillotine.
That's not a guillotine. That's a wrestling move. It's called a head chancellery. Locking up both arms. He could break his shoulder with this, Sean. It's a Greco-Roman move, but now has a hook in. Man.
Koreshkov rolling to his back, and in doing so gives up full mount, now sitting up. Now that's a guillotine attempt, Jimmy.
Still got to lock the hands. It's a cradle now. You're 0 for 2, Sean, but that's okay. Going for the cradle.
I need to go to wrestling practice with you.
Hey, it's been a long time for me. I just remember the names. So here, tying up the arms. That's a funky Ben Askren. You don't see positions like this that often in MMA, even in wrestling. Now, near side cradle, I mean, who uses that? In a guillotine position now. He might finish this.
That is tight by Askren, looking for the very quick 1st round submission finish. You see the arm in.
Pat Curran got against Shamalayev from this same position.
There's the close guard now from the champion Ben Askren. Thumbs up from Koreshkov. It's on the jawline. Askren still committing. And now lets it go.
That's one thing he has not been able to really show in Bellator, his submission skills. Great control, but no real submission victories.
Askren grapevining the leg. So sticky on Andrei Koreshkov. This is absolutely the fight Koreshkov did not want.
He got a submission against Ryan Thomas in his Bellator debut, but that was a bad stoppage. Thomas was still okay.
Askren looking for the inside trip. Askren finds angles and positions that literally no one else in MMA finds.
But even other wrestlers don't find. I mean, when he was wrestling in Missouri, I remember watching him and going, you know, his opponents looked confused, like they had just never seen anything like this before. And those guys have been wrestling their entire lives.
Kind of like me when I thought he was locking up those guillotines.
Exactly, it's confusing. I understand why. I don't blame you, Sean. Like I said, he was using a near side cradle. I mean, who uses that in wrestling? I mean, in MMA.
Punches now from Askren from the top.
Once again, because of the training methods Koreshkov used, this is the first time he's ever felt this before.
Referee Jason Herzog keeping a watchful eye.
Now going for the rear naked.
A real commitment by Askren. Never got it below the chin.
Part of Askren's style is he doesn't end up in the kind of positions that usually a good submission really comes from. It's usually in a funky place where it's hard for him to submit a guy, but easy to keep pressure on him.
Outstanding elbows by Ben Askren. Askren again looking for the first round finish. Right now at home, 82% of you think that Ben Askren's winning this fight. Who are the other 18%?
I don't know. But Askren is all over Koreshkov right now. But you saw with that rear naked, he went for it, didn't get it, switches to something else. That's more of his style. It's more chain grappling. That's what he's better at.
Askren both hooks in. Koreshkov not only wanted to keep this standing, he wanted distance in his striking.
He's
Good
got
luck against Ben Askren. Askren just won't play that game.
He won't. It was a big mistake touching gloves with Ben Askren, letting him get that close to you. Should have been on his bike throwing jabs from the beginning. And I love sportsmanship and everything, but I would not let Ben Askren that close to me.
Koreshkov finding himself defending submission attempts, trying to mitigate the damage on the bottom from Ben Askren and desperately trying to get to his feet.
Here's where he's in danger. Wrestlers usually have great front chokes.
Look at the ankle pick from behind. Who does that in this sport?
Yeah, that's pure wrestling right there.
Look at the top pressure from Ben Askren. A frustrating round number one for Andrei Koreshkov. This is the first of our two world title fights, Bellator Live on Spike. This is for the Welterweight World Championship. Next up, it is the Bellator Lightweight World Championship. And it's the champion at 170 pounds of Bellator, Ben Askren, on cruise control.
This is what I was talking about. Look, in the opening round, he comes in. Right now, Koreshkov should be angling on his bike, and he's touching gloves with Ben Askren, and Ben Askren took advantage of that.
Round number two just underway. Andrei Koreshkov holding top position.
So hard to keep against Ben Askren.
The undefeated Russian Andrei Koreshkov in the white trunks, the undefeated American Bellator reigning welterweight world champion Ben Askren in the black trunks.
You cannot mix it up with Ben Askren on the ground. Even if you're on top, that is an opportunity to stand up. You start rolling around with this guy, you're in trouble. That's what he was so good at when he was wrestling NCAA. It looks like he's about to get pinned, and he ends up coming out on top.
How simple did that look by Askren against an undefeated fighter? Side control to mount, now the back mount, both hooks in.
A lot of people ask me, is Koreshkov the most dangerous guy Ben has fought? They're all dangerous. None of them are dangerous on their butt, and that's where they end up against Ben. All the dangerous strikers he's fought, when it's, you know, who's more dangerous? Well, none of them are dangerous when they're on their back. I don't know if you missed that. He just sat up and chanted USA to the crowd.
Both hooks in again for Askren. If you've ever wondered why his nickname is Funky, and that came from wrestling, not from MMA, you're getting a very good example. Again, it poses the question, who does this in MMA, in wrestling?
He's just so confident right now. He doesn't feel that there's anything Koreshkov can do to him. And from here, he's right.
Askren again, you see, spreading out the legs, and now taking the back of Andrei Koreshkov. who has blood coming from under his right eye and is in danger of giving up on the rear naked choke, or at least giving away the rear naked choke. Not in danger of giving up, at least not yet. A lot of fighting Koreshkov, but this is one-way traffic.
You know, it's funny, as a jiu-jitsu guy, when you see Ben Askren's style, it's almost like he wants you to keep rolling around. He wants you to keep moving. He doesn't keep his opponents from moving like a jiu-jitsu guy would, you know, really put the hips in and stop his opponents. He doesn't do that. He likes this transitional kind of game.
Look at Askren sucking in the left wrist of Andrei Koreshkov, trapping the arm. Jimmy, I like to think that you and I have pretty deep knowledge of the sport of MMA, and I'm just bereft of ideas. Who has ever fought like this on the ground in MMA?
In a submission way, the closest I can think of is Sakuraba, who would do funky stuff where you didn't know where he was coming from or what he was doing, that kind of style. It's the only thing I can think of.
I'm a huge fan of Kazushi Sakuraba, but I don't even think he would roll to these odd angles.
Ruben Asado, but all those guys were submission guys. You know, they would attack from funky positions. Ben holds funky positions. He moves in a strange way. So it's even the funky submission guys like Imanari, they don't move like this.
Askren stepping over, looking for north-south. Ben Askren really just mauling with his top game, Andrei Koreshkov.
Well, now he's got a crucifix.
See the arm trap now, stepping over with the knee position. And Koreshkov, again, in all sorts of trouble, but when has he not been in this fight?
The thing is, also remember, this is his conditioning level. You know, Ben Askren can grapple forever. He can do this for hours at a time. He's been doing it his whole life, so he can keep the pace on when you're out of gas.
When I first met Bellator's Ben Askren, the start of season number 2 in 2010, he said, I'm not weightlifter strong. He said, but from wrestling, I can grip on and I can hold you all day.
Yeah, grappler strong. If you haven't felt it, it's like nothing you've ever felt in your life. When they get a hold of you, man, you're not going anywhere.
From the crucifix, you see the punches of Ben Askren.
It's almost like a heavy-handedness in boxing. You know, it's one of those things that's really hard to teach. I mean, he's been doing it for years, but that natural grip strength, he's got it.
You saw the pass from half guard. Koreshkov trying to bridge out of the side control of Ben Askren and finding no joy. Andrei Koreshkov has found absolutely no joy in this fight thus far versus the champion, Ben Askren. And in the least suspenseful moment of the night, how do you think scored?
10-9, both rounds. All you could argue is, are they 10-8? I just haven't seen that kind of damage. He hasn't been close to stopping the fight. That's what I look for in a 10-8 round.
Look at the somersault position from the back for the world champion of Bellator's 170-pound division, Ben Askren. Again, we talked about it at the top of the fight. Andrei Koreshkov, a native of Russia, one of the greatest wrestling countries in the world, electing not to bring in a single wrestler into his training camp for this fight. Jimmy, you questioned that pre-fight and see why.
Questioned it pre-fight. You see that shell-shocked look on his face, like what is going on here?
Ben Askren simply will not play a striker's game.
No, he won't. Why should he?
He's very honest that his striking is not at a top level, but he thinks that his wrestling is as good as anybody's or better than anybody's in the sport of MMA.
Don't ice skate uphill, man. If you have a method that can beat your opponent, you take it. And that's what Ben Askren has. That's what he's confident in.
At no time has referee Jason Herzog been close to stopping this fight. This is dominance and it's attrition. There haven't been those big blows from Ben Askren.
No, that's a criticism of Ben Askren's style. He's very busy. I mean, a lot of people claim he's boring, but he's busy. He's always active. He's just not a big puncher. He's not very heavy-handed. So, you know, a lot of, just like this.
Has the mount.
Pat punches, but 1,000 of them hurt.
Again, sucking in the wrist. Would you rather be punched really hard 10 times or punched like that about 1,000 times in a fight?
Hey, at least 10 times you get knocked out and it's over with. I know Ben Askren guys have to go 25 minutes of taking pepper shots to the face.
We saw it in the Amoussou title defense. We saw it in the Lima title defense, and we're seeing it now versus Andre Koreshkov.
With Amoussou, he really turned over his elbows and really put a hurt on Amoussou and got the stoppage. This is vintage Ben Askren. I will tap you in the head for 25 minutes until I win the fight.
Still to come, our second Bellator world title fight of the night. This for the lightweight world title of Bellator.
You see
David Rickles versus the champion Michael Chandler.
You see here going for the neck crank, but you see when he goes for the submission, when he goes for the finish, those little technical deficiencies come out. He hasn't been doing jiu-jitsu that long. He's a brown belt, but he told me he's only been doing jiu-jitsu 2 years. You see those little tiny deficiencies when it comes to a submission attack. Great position, you know, great hips. He's been wrestling his whole life, but those gaps are why he doesn't finish. We haven't seen his submission finish in Bellator, a legit one.
Blood pouring from under the right eye of Andre Koreshkov, mounted again by the champion Ben Askren, who's turning up the volume now.
And Koreshkov has just offered nothing this entire fight.
In Ben Askren's last title defense versus Karl Amoussou, it was actually a physician stoppage between rounds 3 and 4. It wasn't stopped during the fight, but it was the attrition of those blows that Amoussou took over 15 minutes.
And remember, Ben Askren goes the distance in almost every fight. Karl Amoussou, his first stoppage in Bellator. Andre Koreshkov has only gone the distance twice, and those were both 15-minute fights.
And never past 3 rounds. Ben Askren, by contrast, has gone at least 15 minutes in his last 7 fights.
You think he's going to get tired? Think again.
Ears, don't hit him in the back of the head.
Warning to Askren by referee Jason Herzog, punches to the back of the head. Total and utter dominance by Ben Askren.
People in the crowd, stop booing, because Ben Askren does not care. It will not change anything.
Koreshkov desperately trying to get to his feet. And again, Koreshkov, Jimmy, of course, he's not an inside striker, he's an outside striker.
He's not a guy who's going to clip you with a short left hook on the inside from a clinch. He's not that Mike Tyson type of striker.
It's not the dirty boxing, it's not the Thai plum, it's the range.
It's the range.
And again, Ben Askren won't play that game. He may be clipped, but he's not going to let you stay on the outside and pepper him with shots.
Yeah, he's a Tommy Hearns kind of striker. At the end of your punch, he's deadly, but once you're inside, that's his weakness.
Askren now looking for the armbar. Closing seconds of round number 3. Ben Askren looking every bit the undefeated world champion of Bellator's welterweight division. Now looking up to the crowd, there's the bell. Jimmy, so the only suspense, do you have a 10-8 round for round 3 or 10-9?
I have a 10-8 for round 3. You don't sit up and look at the crowd and wave at them. It's not a 10-8 round, I'm sorry. That's dominance. And the accumulation of damage is starting to get to Koreshkov. So we're getting in fight stopping time.
Into the championship rounds. There's the shot from Ben Askren, the sprawl from Andre Koreshkov, and Askren walks right through the sprawl and into side control.
No guard there at all.
And right back to full mount. Now passing over full mount, looking for the head and arm choke that finishes Ben Askren. That was slick.
He might have it now. Koreshkov just not putting up much of a fight here.
Koreshkov cut under his right eye and cut in his left leg. Askren giving up on the choke attempt, couldn't pass into the cage, and easily, and I mean easily, back to full mount.
Koreshkov is done. Done. He's in there, he's got heart. He's still
got to move under here.
Doing something, but
referee Jason Herzog just told Koreshkov, you have to move, you have to do something.
This fight is finished. This is what Ben Askren does. He mentally breaks guys. Right now, Koreshkov clearly to me has nothing left.
Jimmy, do you think the training camp of Koreshkov was naive?
Yeah. I mean, they're great wrestlers in Russia. It's an outstanding country in the Olympics and freestyle wrestling, and to not bring in one of those guys, I mean, I don't really understand it. The way he talked about it was, hey, it's an MMA fight, I trained MMA, that's great, but Ben Askren doesn't fight that way. He doesn't make it an MMA fight. He makes it a wrestling match, and can't beat him at that.
So the other side of that is, and probably to Koreshkov and his trainer Alexander Shlemenko's point, how much wrestling really is Koreshkov going to learn in 8 or 10 or 12 weeks of a training camp?
It's not about learning it, it's about experiencing it, is all I can say. You know what I mean? If you've experienced what it's like to be in there with a guy on Ben Askren's level, at least it's not surprised when you're in the cage. At least you can say, hey, I've been here before, it's a mental boost. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody who fights Ben Askren talks about, I thought he wouldn't take me down, then he took me down and I was shocked. If you've been in there with high-level wrestlers, you get tossed and you go, oh, okay, well, it's Tuesday. I'm used to it. You know what I mean? It's just mentally so much better. It improves your wrestling, but it's more about experiencing that level. You don't do it for the first time in the cage.
Jimmy, I completely agree with you. You have to at least simulate these positions. Look at the positioning of referee Jason Herzog. The closer he gets, the more likely he is to stopping this fight.
He just wants an excuse right now to stop this fight.
Askren was talking to Herzog, telling him he's done, stop this fight.
He is done.
There's the back mount. I think the end is really, really close now.
If Ben Askren loaded up on a couple shots, this would be over.
Let's go, fighter.
Koreshkov just turtling down, taking the punches. There's the double punch to the head, the right hand, the left hand. That is it! Title defense number 4 for Ben Askren, and he made it look easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Jason Herzog steps in, waves off the contest due to unanswered strikes. Official time, 2 minutes, 58 seconds into round number 4. The winner by TKO and still the Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Funky Ben Askren.
Look at the weight, both of them made 170. Let's not kid ourselves. Douglas Lima, a giant at 170. Rick Hahn fought comfortably at 155 pounds.
Back.
All right, gentlemen. This is 5 rounds for the Bellator welterweight title. We've been over the rules. I expect you to follow my instructions. Protect yourself at all times. Douglas, any questions? Rick, any questions? All right, touch gloves, back up, we'll get it going.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are presented by Victory Motorcycles. Ride one and you'll own one.
Douglas Lima, keep off the fence where Hahn can work his judo and use the leg kicks early to slow him down. Rick Hahn needs to get in that judo clinch and beware of that right hand of Douglas Lima. It is lethal.
Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds for Bellator's welterweight world title.
You ready? You ready? Rise up, let's go.
The bell and round number 1. Our fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's the official beer of Bellator, and it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Lima in the black trunks, Hahn in the white trunks. Lima feels in striking, he has the clear-cut power advantage. Hahn feels he has the clear-cut speed advantage.
Hahn does well as he throws in combination. It's usually just not one punch. He's good at throwing 2 and 3 at a time.
I'm already slowly trying to walk down Rick Hahn. See Hahn on his bike. Methodically moving forward, trying to cut the angles.
Rick Hahn angling so much more than he normally does in fights. He respects that power advantage of Douglas Lima.
Trying to counter after being caught with the kick. Jimmy, Lima standing very tall, very straight up moving forward.
He has his chin tucked, but it's Hahn who has to use his angling. He's the one that's looking for his opportunities. Douglas Lima very confident moving forward. That's what I meant about that leg kick. If Han's playing the angling game, he's staying outside, Lima can punish him with those leg kicks. Nice jab. That's how we stop Mihail Zarev. Kick that leg right out from under him.
Trying to double up his jab.
Ben Saunders, a very tall welterweight. Douglas Lima head kicked him unconscious. So far, Rick Hahn hasn't given Douglas Lima a reason to back off.
Again, the low kick from Lima. Right hand on the inside by Hahn. Jimmy, he told us that either in or out, I can't stay in middle range. He knows that the power and the reach of Lima would just be too much in that middle range.
Right now he's playing an outside game. Hasn't been able to get inside and use his judo yet, partly because Douglas Lima has taken the center of the cage. I know he wants him up against the fence. Calf is already bright red from those kicks. Remember, it's a 5-round fight. A lot of time to chop a guy down. Just like that hurt him.
That's a crushing leg kick.
Remember the Zarev fight, same thing. Hurt him, made him get up, chopped him down again. And beautiful timing on that. Caught him coming in, caught that leg extended.
Rob Hines telling Hahn to stand as Lima backed off. Good refereeing by Hines, keeping this fight moving. 55 seconds remaining, round number 1. For Bellator's welterweight world title. Trying to explode in with those punches, nothing landing.
The thing about Rick Hahn, he generally throws punches, does a lot of boxing. Doesn't necessarily check a lot of kicks. Man, that's brutal. He's in trouble.
Lima looking to finish. Still a lot of time remaining in round 1. 20 seconds remaining in the opening round. Moving back in.
Yes, 10 seconds to finish now.
Big strikes. Rob Hines taking a really close look.
He is cut.
The end of round 1.
Have someone kick your leg out from under you, it only gets worse.
You see that Hahn is cut just above his left eye.
Firas Zahabi in between rounds told him, I want you taking the center of the cage and wrestling.
Jimmy, your scorecard round 1, need I ask?
Easy 10-9 Douglas Lima. Didn't have the dominance of a 10-8, but definitely 10-9. And one thing he said is, you have to check those kicks at all costs, but it doesn't look like it's his instinct to check kicks. Hasn't been doing it in the first round, and look, 24-4 in strikes landed in round 1, a wipeout for Douglas Lima.
Trying to drive in. You see Lima's not going to dive in.
Checking a kick is one of those things you really have to drill in practice. It's not usually your instinct to turn your shin towards someone kicking you.
Look at Hahn standing, limping.
He's in trouble. He's in
visibly winced. It's starting to flow freely again from that cut that was opened by Lima in round 1.
Remember, his defensive weapon has been movement. That is not easy now. Oh, man.
Just crushing, punishing kicks from Douglas Lima.
Lima's right now fighting smart. Chop him down, let him get up until he doesn't want any more. That's the smart fight right now.
See Hines keeping this moving. As soon as Lima backs off, Rob Hines tells Rick Hahn to stand.
Look at the power that he blocks it and it knocks him into the fence.
One-way traffic at the moment for Douglas Lima.
One thing Rick Hahn hasn't had at 170 is that one-punch knockout power he had at 55. It's going to be hard for him to turn this tide with one punch like he could at 55.
Han just keeps getting dropped now by those leg kicks of Douglas Lima. Just thunderous leg kicks. Again, Lima backs off. Lima has zero interest in following Han down. And why would he right now with the fight going this way?
You don't change a winning game. Right now, the outside game is winning in this fight. One thing you have to know as a fighter, knee, that's your whole career. That's your career right there. So you have to wonder how many times Rick Han's going to want to get up and keep taking more of these.
Trying to explode forward with those punches, just nothing there.
Remember, all these low kicks, they set up that high kick just like that.
Well blocked by Han, but a big message being sent with that kick from Lima nonetheless.
That was not a kick. We had a lot of weight on that front leg. He's moving forward, caught him on the side of the leg. I don't know how much longer he can fight like this.
Want to stop throwing the towel.
That's a corner stoppage. A corner stoppage, and just like that, Douglas Lima is Bellator's welterweight world champion.
I gotta say, I understand. I agree with Faraz Zahabi. That knee goes out. That's the end of your career. He's still limping. He cannot stand up. That's a good call.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the action comes to a halt due to a corner stoppage. Official time 3 minutes, 19 seconds into round number 2. He is now the Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
Look at it here, the weight. They both made 170. Throw that right out the window like we talked about. Douglas Lima, the much heavier fighter tonight.
Fighters to the center, please. All right, gentlemen, this is 5 rounds under the unified rules of mixed martial arts for the welterweight title. I want a good, clean fight. Any questions from the challenger? Any questions from the champion? If you want touch gloves, come out swinging.
Jimmy, your keys.
For the challenger, Koreshkov. Stay off the ground. Also, use that jab. We talked about the lead hand. He's very effective with it. Keep Lima at a distance. For the champ, Douglas the Phenom Lima. Leg kick early. Get it started in the first round. Also, mix in the takedown. He has great jiu-jitsu.
It is all about the welterweight world title. The wait is over.
Ready to fight? Let's go.
Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. You got that right. Koreshkov throws that spinning back kick a lot.
Yeah, he does. Great at establishing range with it, great at pushing opponents back. Make no mistake, both these guys have that Cobra Kai attitude. We do not train to be merciful here. Mercy is for the weak. If they see an opening, they're going to take their opponent out. Both guys are great at it.
You couldn't go the whole night without dropping that in.
I could not.
Well, Douglas Lima doesn't sweep the leg. He kicks the leg, and he kicks it hard.
Until you cannot walk.
Watch the back of his head, keep it high.
Normally we'd say watch the leg kicks of Lima. Tonight, listen for the leg kicks of Lima. It makes an unbelievable sound.
Koreshkov going in for a takedown. Really surprised by this. I don't think we've ever seen him do this before. And he's going to get it.
This is a shocking start.
Now, I have trained with Koreshkov. I have rolled with him. He's about purple belt level. He's got good, solid fundamentals, but doesn't have the experience on the ground of Douglas Lima.
These two have been dominant over the last 3 years, with one exception. Each suffered a similar loss to Ben Askren on the ground. On paper, the thinking is that Lima's ground game is better.
Right, but if he can, keep Lima grounded, keep him on the bottom, land some ground and pound, stay safe. What he doesn't want is Douglas Lima on top of him.
It also, Jimmy, this saves him from those leg kicks piling up in the early rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it close, make it a clinch fight early. Also remember, he's had 15 months off. Could be trying to flip the script and take advantage of a little bit of ring rust. He's doing well with the takedown.
Koreshkov's 10th fight in the Bellator cage. You can count on one hand the number of takedowns he's compiled in those 9 fights.
Already got 2. Trying to pass guard to the right side. Lima doing a good job of keeping guard, but not getting the space to pop back to his feet. There it is. Lima has been taken by surprise so far.
No question.
Might be seeing a little of that ring rust with the time off, with the knee surgeries. Looks like he's having a little trouble finding his timing, finding his offense.
Where would ring rust manifest itself?
Early in the fight, first round, second round, kind of remembering how to do it, because training's great. There's nothing like actual competition.
Both are 2-time Bellator tournament winners. There's the big kick.
Power behind that leg kick. Took Koreshkov right off his feet. Good right hand. Talked about timing and offense. He's starting to find it, I think. That's something Lima does not want to do at the end of exchanges, is drop his hands. Koreshkov has deceptive range, especially with that lead hand.
Lima's settled in now.
And that leg kick really worked. Woke Koreshkov up. Kind of put him on the defensive, not coming forward like he was early in the round. That's the difference in their kicking styles. Koreshkov tends to throw kicks like that. They come from funky angles and long range. Lima throws head kicks and leg kicks, and that's about it.
Lima's a high percentage, and they pile up.
Yep.
Another takedown, single leg this time.
Going for the high crotch, but Lima ending up on his butt.
Koreshkov flipping the script on everybody.
Problem he hasn't done a whole lot once he's been on top. Hasn't really been able to pass guard, hasn't landed real effective ground and pound.
10 seconds.
A surprising start for Andrei Koreshkov here, challenging for the welterweight world title. And if Douglas Lima had ring rust, had cage rust, the longer this goes, you think the better for the champion.
All right, guys, let's go.
What'd you think of round 1?
Very hard to score. Do you credit the grappling of Koreshkov or the striking of Lima? I'm going with the striking of Lima, just because Koreshkov got the takedowns but didn't do a whole lot with them. 10-9 Douglas Lima.
Koreshkov changed the narrative of what we thought the first round would be, but Lima was more effective.
Yeah, I think so. But it's something Lima now has to keep in mind. He thought this was going to be a striking battle, and Koreshkov has clearly been working on his takedown. He has to respect it. Good shot by Koreshkov, gets Lima coming in.
Was that opening strategy a chess move to set up the rest of the fight?
That could have been. Certainly could have been. Make Lima think about the takedown, maybe overreact to the takedown, and land his strikes.
It's almost unfathomable that both of these guys got on the scale at 170 yesterday when you look at Lima.
They're both massive. Lima, of course, exceptionally massive. He's the bigger fighter tonight.
CompuStrike numbers backing up the way you saw round 1.
That's that lead hand I was talking about. So good at keeping range. Lima's got to find a way around that to set up his power shots. Koreshkov always keeps that right hand glued to his chin.
It's so rare to see a fighter with 12 knockouts and 11 submissions. Nice throw.
For the takedown, now in the guillotine position. Not committing his hips yet. Nice step over into half guard, almost into full mount.
Why make that choice?
Because he knew he wasn't going to get the guillotine, wasn't in proper hip position. Better to take the position than lose it going for a submission. That's the difference between low-level and high-level jiu-jitsu. You know when it's done.
It's easy to forget Lima is a black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Not able to keep Koreshkov down, though. I'm surprised how much Lima is moving straight backward. He's kept his back to the fence a lot in this fight. Not really circling, not really cutting angles. Under attack, he's moved straight back. That's never good. Just like this.
You can almost see the mind of Koreshkov looking for an opening. It just isn't there.
Right. Also, both guys have so much respect for the finishing power of the other. Neither guy wants to make a mistake.
Will the difference be all those leg shots, those strikes that Lima has landed?
Cut through the guard.
Strong right, and another. Now you start to see the red on the forehead of Koreshkov for the first time. Lima is picking his spot in that spinning back kick. He's waiting. Koreshkov hasn't come close to hitting that yet. Whose advantage on the fence?
Right now, I would say it's Koreshkov because he's the one pressing forward. To the judges, he's the one going for the takedown. He's the one being the aggressor.
Look at the strength.
Man. But look at the balance of Douglas Lima. Trying to cut around and take the back, can't do it. And it's Koreshkov on top.
To the closed guard.
Of all the things that Douglas Lima expected tonight from Andrei Koreshkov, I do not think this was one of them. Lima not working that hard for submissions right now. He's content to let this round run out.
Not the fight we expected. That we can say for sure through the first two rounds. Round 3 of the welterweight world title fight begins. Not what we expected. How do you see it through 2?
I have it all even. I gave Koreshkov the last round, 10-9. Lima really yet to find his offensive rhythm.
Is he being too patient?
I don't know if it's patience or if it's ring rust. He's just waiting to get his timing back, waiting for it to feel natural. It's Koreshkov, you see, starting to warm up, starting to get confident.
There's going to be a lot of discussion when this one is over about the strategy of Koreshkov in that first round. Go for takedown after takedown. That's the last thing anyone thought was coming. Lima a little more effective at range here in round 3.
He's staying behind the jab. Koreshkov is coming forward. He's trying to hit him with the jab. Nice right hand by Koreshkov.
If you're wondering, Lima's been knocked out once, but that was back in 2007. He hasn't been stopped since 2008. He's won 14 of his last 15, including the welterweight world title win 15 months ago against Rick Hahn.
I'm amazed how easy these takedowns have been. Koreshkov not known for his wrestling, but the defense just hasn't been there for Douglas Lima.
How much time in Douglas Lima's camp do you think was spent worrying about takedown defense?
Probably none, or very little. Probably what he would do in his normal training. Someone is cut. I see some blood. Can't see exactly where it's coming from.
That's Koreshkov. It's his nose.
We were going to see a takedown in this fight. I would have bet it would have been Douglas Lima.
Hello, guys.
Nice sweep. Beautiful job by Douglas Lima. Koreshkov, though, goes right back to that takedown. Tenacious.
A surprising strategic approach that's been surprisingly effective.
Koreshkov keeping a lot of pressure, not giving Lima space to go for the guillotine. Could be Koreshkov's strategy too to drag this into the later rounds. Keep it close, control the pacing, stay away from the power of Lima, and work in rounds 4 and 5. Right now he is frustrating Lima with this attack.
Referee Kevin McDonald separating. Both men have gone into the deep water once, both in their title fights with Ben Askren.
I'm really surprised at the activity level of Douglas Lima. He's doing a lot of waiting, not a lot of punching.
Judges watching that too. As we move into the later stages of round 3 of what clearly is a very close championship fight.
Another high crotch takedown. Wrist control. Controlling the arm. In position to step over for the triangle, but Koreshkov put too much pressure on him. There's the triangle, but Koreshkov not having it.
Koreshkov has been one step ahead in the chess match. You said when he walked into the cage, it looked like he was getting ready to go play chess. That's how this is playing out.
Got to be one move ahead. If you're not, you're one move behind. The other sport Russians are great at.
Let's go, guys.
You know, you can make a case, and Bellator fans at home thought the first round went to Koreshkov. You can make a case that he is down. Douglas Lima down 3 rounds to none. He might be in the territory where he needs a finish.
Ford and Paul Daly all have knockout wins tonight to claim their place in line. And it was Paul Semtex Daly who told him, he told us the other day, everyone's sleeping on Koreshkov here. He picked him to win this fight. Through 3, how have you got it?
I have it 2 rounds to 1 for Andrei Koreshkov. Remember the first round, very, very close. I could have gone to Koreshkov as well. The last 2 rounds, solidly for Andrei Koreshkov. You just feel the confidence of Andrei Koreshkov now.
Now he's back in his more comfortable striking stance. And Lima wasn't able to land all those body blow leg kicks that add up.
Right, and you need them in rounds 1 and 2. That's not a strategy you want to start late in the fight. Body blows and leg kicks, you want to put money in the bank early. He did not do that. Lima, in the last couple rounds, has only thrown the jab, no power punches. The right hand has been cocked, but he hasn't been throwing it. He's had problems with the right hand in the past. Could be bothering him now because he is not using it at all. That's his major weapon on the feet. Brutal kick. Crowd reacting to that one. We could all hear it, we could all feel it.
And yet another takedown.
Easy one.
They're getting easier as the fight goes on.
Yep. It's a reaching takedown. He's literally just reaching down and grabbing a quick high crotch. Not even changing his level, not committing his hips.
Koreshkov tried the pass guard on the right, then on the left, he couldn't do it on either side.
Koreshkov not staying super busy on top, not trying to land huge ground and pound. He's staying close, he's staying safe. Taking minutes away from the championship of Douglas Lima. Taking a page out of Ben Askren's book. Take away the physical advantages, take away the power advantage, the size advantage by putting him on his back and keeping him there.
Andrei Koreshkov's fight against Ben Askren, after which he said, I'm not afraid to lose anymore once you lose. It made me stronger. It may have made him smarter.
Beautiful sweep, though, by Douglas Lima. He's on top, but can he stay there? I don't think he can. Another easy single leg by Koreshkov. More than just the takedowns is the fact that Koreshkov isn't having to expend a whole lot of energy to get them. He's getting them easily.
Well, the frustration has to be mounting for the champion now.
Douglas Lima looking discouraged, to the point where he might need a miracle comeback to win this fight. He has the power to do it, but we haven't seen the position to do it so far in this fight. Hasn't been on his feet long enough, and hasn't been able to keep top position. Every time he gets a sweep, it's back to this single leg.
We're a minute away from the champion being down 3-1 and needing a knockout.
Look at that, wow. Easy takedown. Douglas Lima flailing away with both hands. That's not going to do anything in this position.
Stop! Let's go, up, come on, up, up, up. Up.
That would be the best thing that could happen for Lima, but we're so late in the round.
Turn around, 10 seconds.
Koreshkov can just let the round run out. Might do just that.
Koreshkov has changed the narrative. He has changed the way everyone thought this fight would be fought, and he may very well be 5 minutes away from the welterweight world title.
Guys, let's do it.
The road less traveled has been taken by Andrei Koreshkov here tonight. But that road could have him 5 minutes away from the world title.
If you're Douglas Lima, you're in exactly the position you don't want to be. Your opponent can take the round off, can play it safe. Lima's the one who has to push forward. Lima's the one who has to look for the finish. So far, hasn't even come close.
We've seen a few of the spinning back kicks. We just saw the spinning back fist from Koreshkov. Those are usually a heavy part of his arsenal, but not tonight.
Lima finally throwing the right hand in this 5th round. leg kick that was so effective in his last fight has been virtually a non-factor. The right hand that has spelled the doom of so many fighters has been a virtual non-factor. Needs to get it going now, because right now Koreshkov is walking away with it.
Confidence gaining every minute for Koreshkov. Keep in mind the number I told you, Jimmy. He had 4 takedowns in 9 Bellator fights entering this one.
And he's 7 of 11 in this fight. Unbelievable. Now, when I talked about the beginning of this fight, it's Koreshkov that is lethal with the lead hand. Douglas Lima generally relies on his power shot, but it's been jab after jab by the champion. That just hasn't been his money punch in previous fights.
If Lima's feeling urgency, he's not showing.
No, he is not.
That welterweight title that he worked so hard to get is beginning to slip away as Koreshkov gaining confidence here along the fence.
You know, we talked about the size, we talked about the weight cut. Could that be catching up to him tonight? There's a disadvantage to being the bigger guy in the cage. We might be seeing those effects.
It's the second time in 32 fights Lima has gone to the championship rounds, and the only other time he did, he lost.
Scoop.
And in these clinches, when it's even, both guys have an underhook, for example, we should see the power advantage of Lima, the strength advantage, and we're not seeing it.
Lima is still moving as he did in round 1.
More and more of a target, throwing the occasional jab that will not turn this fight around.
Instead, it is Koreshkov who lands with that left.
Oh, nice right over the top. That's Lima's the one hanging on. This we did not expect. Trying to tie up the arms. Koreshkov happy to go back to the clinch. He's got a minute and a half left. He's the champ.
The long and storied history of Russian MMA. Andrei Koreshkov takes that on his own shoulders, and he is 73 seconds away from the world title.
Now look at the distance between his head and his hands in this single leg. Normally, you would never get a takedown with something like that, but he's been able to get it against Lima this entire fight.
Lima looking for one shot.
The problem is he's fighting a guy who knows that Lima is looking for the one shot, and he's prepared.
Strong left by Koreshkov. Lima caught him diving in for yet another takedown. This is where this fight was not supposed to take place. Koreshkov took it there, and he's trying to survive now the final few seconds after fighting a brilliant fight.
And he will.
It's in the hands of the judges now, but Andrei Koreshkov fought a brilliant fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your 3 cage-side judges. Your first judge, Brian Miner, scores the fight 48-47. Your second and third judges, David Torelli and Eric Colon, both see the fight the same at 50-45. All 3 for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator welterweight world champion, Andrei Spartan Koreshkov.
The tail of the tape in the main event.
6'1", the height advantage for Andrei Koreshkov. They weighed in both at 170. Throw that right out the window. Koreshkov much bigger tonight.
For the world championship. I want you to fight clean, fight hard, fight fair. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Best of luck to both of you.
It is the 4th time John McCarthy has refereed a Benson Henderson fight, including the only time he's been knocked out in 28 professional fights by Rafael dos Anjos. Since February 1st, since the announcement, we have waited for this moment.
All right, here we go. You ready? You ready? Let's get it on.
Difference maker here may be in the wrestling. We saw the offensive wrestling of Koreshkov against Lima, but the defensive wrestling, can he stop the takedown of Benson Henderson?
You remember, that was an element of surprise. That was the last thing Douglas Lima expected. Koreshkov had more takedowns in that fight than he's had in his entire career combined.
Also, Lima, not a wrestling background. Good jiu-jitsu, but not a wrestler.
Which Benson Henderson was going to college. Well, you can just feel the eyeballs, you can feel the electricity. You wonder about the nerves. We talk about how cold and stoic Koreshkov is, but he's still a human being in there, and he's still just 25. And a huge kick.
You see the range differences. Yes, kick and get out. That was a big punch and nowhere close. The energy you have to expend, the timing you need to overcome a range deficit, it's very challenging.
As experienced as Benson Henderson is, he is not experienced fighting a fighter this long, this big.
He has fought at 170. He hasn't fought contenders, certainly hasn't fought a champion. We saw Koreshkov knock down Mario Saromskis with a jab. That's how much power this guy has. The straight right is lethal. I'm honestly surprised he's standing this long.
10 of his last 11 fights, Benson Henderson have been 5-rounders.
And when he does finish, it's usually on the ground. 23 wins, 10 by submission, only 2 knockouts.
And you saw him scramble away there as he got back to his feet. That's the only time he's been knocked out by Dos Anjos. In a scramble, he was against the fence, so he didn't have room to back away like that.
Against a guy with, in my opinion, welterweight power.
Oh, strong kick to the ribs. Koreshkov, so much power, so much range. You're seeing it now. It's exactly what you're talking about.
It's not the kind of thing you easily adjust to on the fly either. Guys with a more basic kind of style, I mean, you can read them and react, but Koreshkov, rangy, powerful. And if he hasn't been spawned with guys like that, man, it's tough. And not many guys have that style. And looks at that leg kick in a southpaw stance.
Very strong opening 3 minutes for the defending champions.
If Ben Henderson is shook by the power, don't expect him to show it. Oh, man. Also, another good punch. Not a lot of guys use in MMA. Straight right to the liver against the southpaw. It's a great punch.
Koreshkov trying to dive in. Shot nice by Koreshkov. A great opening round for the champion. Ben Henderson needs to go to plan B here.
And a reaching takedown should not be plan B. You see those leaping punches, nowhere close.
What did you say, Jimmy? The first time you get hit by Andrei Koreshkov, you know you've been hit by something different.
And it's not just the power. I mean, a lot of guys in the gym have power. It's not that scary. It's speed. It's where did that punch come from? I didn't even see it. That's the scary part. Nice kick. And You see how he resets every time. He doesn't get overexcited. He doesn't go crazy for the finish. Ice cold. He goes right back to the plan.
And his heart is racing because of the magnitude of the situation. He's not showing it. Twice, Andrei Koreshkov won the old-school Bellator tournaments to get the world title shot. The first one he fell short against Ben Askren, and he learned from that. And did not fail in his second attempt here last July against Douglas Lima.
Nice right hand by Koreshkov.
Short right.
And it's straight. It's right down the pipe. It's not loopy. It's not overhand.
A big shot! That got Ben Henderson. And he is lucky he is deep in the round. Ben Henderson in some trouble trying to dive down to stay out of the way of those clubbing right hands by Koreshkov. And the world champion puts on a near dominant opening round. And that sound you hear around the world are eyeballs opening. An eye opener that was nearly an eye closer.
You wanted Andrei Koreshkov at 170. You got Andrei Koreshkov at 170. Knees, punches, kicks. Look at this. It's a credit to Henderson's chin that he is still in this fight. This would have laid out 9 out of 10 opponents.
He went from the very bottom of this sport to the very top, but he is in a different kind of water tonight, and that is a shark whose name might be very well known very soon. Obviously, Jimmy, the first round of Koreshkov, were you close to making that 10-8?
So close, you don't even know. I didn't know what to write down. I went 10-9, but that could easily be a 10-8 round. Easily. Dominance, and it had that fight-stopping moment. The only reason I didn't call it 10-8 was I didn't think Henderson was in that kind of trouble. But he was definitely hurt.
He's swinging wildly. That reach advantage is...
It's been the story of the fight.
It has been. Arms and legs.
Those funky attacks. He likes punching the leg, a lot of weird stuff. And what he doesn't want to do is get funky and open himself up, because he now has a healthy respect for the power of Andrei Koreshkov. Look at that. Clipped his head with that kick.
So Henderson just missed that knee. He's dancing through raindrops right now.
He's also getting hit by a lot of raindrops. And when they trade punches, when they trade kicks, there's no comparison. Koreshkov just hits way harder.
99% of the conversation was about Benson Henderson and his decision to come to Bellator. Very, very little was about his decision to fight at 170, and that has been the story here for the first round plus.
It's not only disheartening not getting a takedown like that, it also costs you a lot of energy. A takedown is a full body commitment. It's not like throwing a jab, it's not like throwing a right hand. You're throwing your whole body into there, and so far, he's got nothing out of it.
Last July, Andrei Koreshkov before his title fight says, I feel nothing, I make weight, I get my belt, I go home. And it's exactly what he did.
And if he dies, he dies. That's their attitude. Ice cold.
Couldn't help but think of Drago and Larkin when the two got together to touch gloves in the beginning, because it's just jarring. Yeah. The size difference.
I mean, I didn't even really think of it that much, because, you know, Ben is a big lightweight, but when they weighed in, when they faced off, I thought the same thing everybody else did. Is, you know, when we interviewed him, the first thing we said was, man, he looks big. I think strength conditioning was a big part of his camp. Make your opponent feel that strength difference.
Think of the names on the mantle of Benson Henderson. Probably all of them are watching right now, and they're watching Ben Henderson get clubbed around here through the first round and a half. Koreshkov so quick in and out.
Also, you don't need, I mean, he's a fast guy, but you don't need that much speed when your opponent's that far away. He can see these loopy shots so far. And Henderson's not throwing them in combination either. He's kind of winging one. He can see that.
So the experience of Ben Henderson just to survive here. Be careful of the grounded opponent, so Koreshkov holds back.
That was the first time Koreshkov kind of got a little too aggressive trying to throw that uppercut. Almost gave Henderson a takedown. You see his confidence building. Starting to really feel it, but doesn't want to get complacent.
Left got in, so very enthusiastic applause now in the corner of Ben Henderson.
But you see the difference. His left lands. Koreshkov's head didn't go anywhere.
Koreshkov, who made such an emphasis to keep that fight to the ground against Douglas Lima, has done everything he can to keep the fight from the ground here.
Nice body shot.
A better second round for Ben Henderson, but I'm not sure he's done enough to win it.
No, I don't think so at all. A couple of decent shots, but definitely a Ben Henderson round. I'm sorry, a Koreshkov round.
Said there could be judges who saw round 1 10-8 for Koreshkov.
Easily.
Oh man, another big body shot. Ben Henderson might have thought that fence was closer than it really was.
And what I like is Koreshkov is putting money in the bank early. Leg kicks, body shots. He's not waiting until round 3. He's throwing him in round 1 and 2. Taking the air, taking the energy out of his opponent. Body shots and leg kicks. Oh my God.
That right was another big one. But Ben Henderson is taking some monster shots here through 2 rounds.
And you notice he takes those risks, the flying knees, at the end of the round. If Ben gets a takedown off of it, it's not going to swing the rounds. Fighting a very smart fight.
The only thing going for Ben Henderson right now through 2 rounds is he's still on his feet. If you're new to Bellator, you're probably shocked by what you're seeing. If you're not new to Bellator, you knew this was very much within the realm of possibility.
What I mean by stay tricky. He has a lot of punches that not a lot of guys use. Those leaping body shots. Needs to dig into that well, because when it comes to the straight kickboxing, he's getting beat here.
The chant of "Let's go Benson" coming up from a sold-out crowd. Another spinning back kick lands for Koreshkov. I don't know if this is as much anti-Koreshkov as fans getting behind the team that's losing to try to get a more competitive fight.
When he came in, there were chants of USA. There's a lot of country support, a lot of nationalism here. Koreshkov, the Russian fighter, he's not going to get a lot of love out here, but you got to respect him. He's fighting a masterful fight so far.
Chin, the experience, the guile of Benson Henderson is why he is still standing. And a lot of guys wouldn't be here a minute into round 3.
Nice left hook. Every time he hurts Henderson, Henderson comes back and goes for a takedown. And he hasn't gotten the takedown, but it's prevented Koreshkov from landing combination punches.
Every takedown has been defensive in nature.
Yeah, it's been, I'm hurt, I gotta grab something. Reminiscent of, Hasagawa against Brennan Ward. He got hurt and would go for a takedown. That's what we're seeing.
If Andrei Koreshkov is successful, then what is next? Brennan Ward suffering his first setback at 170 earlier tonight. Chris Honeycutt got back in the win column. Paul Daly and Josh Koscheck set to go in London, as is Michael Venom Page, who got his 10th straight win without a loss earlier. Here, Ben Henderson killing time, but there's nothing offensive.
Yeah. Koreshkov so far showing great balance, showing great defense, but
Benson Henderson is a world-class athlete. But boy, not only is he taking a lot of shots, this is a lot of energy he's giving up.
A ton. Nice up though. Koreshkov smiling at him.
That's the only time you ever see Koreshkov smile.
Come on, working through. There we go. Down.
Koreshkov had him lined up.
Look at the flexibility of Koreshkov.
To stay out of trouble.
Knees
set up that
beautiful
knee.
Job.
Tough to tell if it got through.
I think it hit him in the ribs. Trying to decide what to hit.
He's got to be careful with the grounded opponent here, and that's why Koreshkov pulling back a little bit, trying to set him up. He's got him up. Another knee to the ribs. Full marks for Benson Henderson, because this has been a rout through 3 rounds. And he is showing the heart of a champion, still standing in front of Koreshkov.
And what I like about Koreshkov in these instances is you never see that, man, why can't I put this guy away? You never see him spend a lot of energy. He goes back to the drawing board in a sense. Keeps his hands high, goes back to what he's doing. Beautiful liver shot. And that's the difference in range right there. Koreshkov's liver shot, straight, right to the ribs. Ben Henderson tries to answer back, he's too far away.
He couldn't get to him in the first round, let alone after taking 3 rounds of punishment. The noise, it is reverberating through your living room, on your tablet, wherever you're with us right now. You can hear those shots from Koreshkov.
What that does is take all the power out of the takedown eventually. Leg starts killing you. You got no spring in your step, rounds 4 and 5. When he usually has a great gas tank and can maybe pull away, the body shots, the leg kicks, take it out of you. And make no mistake, Koreshkov's not going to rush for a knockout. He's not going to rush for a finish. He's content, I think, to put away rounds. Don't expect him to kind of break character and suddenly go crazy for a knockout. Oh my God, right on the temple. That was with the foot.
We're going to the championship round, but Koreshkov already has 3 in the bank.
Look at this left hook right on the chin. Another takedown attempt by Benson Henderson, and against the fence. The knees, he stood up, look at that, right to the gut. Working the body, working the legs, working the head to the toes, and look at this. Spinning back kick. Back of the heel, right behind the ear.
That's a gas tank. That's an athlete right there.
Yeah.
Ready. Get up.
Ben Henderson is still alive. But he's got to be way behind, certainly is on our scorecards out here.
Yeah, 30-27 easy. You can even say 10-8 in round number 1.
Judges have been more liberal after a lot of discussion about that 10-8 round. And round 4 begins the same way the first 3 did.
The only thing I will say is, saw a bad decision tonight, one I did not agree with. Ben Henderson from the United States taking on a Russian fighter. You can't feel super comfortable about your chances when it goes to the scorecards.
There is no Mr. Magoo eyesight bad enough to see those first 3 rounds the other way.
You have not been in this sport long enough, my friend, because I've seen some horrible ones.
That's not
Hopefully you are right.
That's not eyesight. That's something else. Oh, Ben Henderson and Koreshkov had that scouted.
He liked that. Touch gloves a little bit. You know, I can't stress it enough, the funky angles, the attacks that a lot of guys don't use and other fighters can't see, they're coming from Koreshkov's point of view, from a mile away. He can just see them coming. Even when it's an unorthodox technique, his range advantage negates the surprise in his attacks.
Best chance, really, for Ben Henderson, maybe in this fight. Koreshkov turned quickly. What I was getting at earlier is, if Benson Henderson ever been in a situation where he needed a knockout late in one of those fights? In the Pettis fights that he lost, he had lost 2 fights that went to decision. He had a couple of fights late in his UFC career. Against Cowboy Cerrone, I thought he probably won that fight. The Josh Thompson fight, which he did win, that one could have gone the other way.
Gilbert Melendez, a very gut check kind of fight, but never, man, I'm in a deep hole and I need to come back. And that's a different kind of mentality. Benson Henderson came into this fight having to, I think, outland 2 or 3 to 1 to match the size difference. That hasn't even been close.
Tito Ortiz, among the many millions impressed with Andre Koreshkov.
Like this, you know, a kick to the calf. Yeah, that's annoying, but you know, it's not going to turn the tide of the fight. Foot stomps, and that's great, but he's in a hole, and he's got to land some big shots to really get Koreshkov moving back.
If you were of the mind to do it, another good left by Koreshkov, backing Henderson up. You could subtract from the Koreshkov title win in July and say Douglas Lima was really injured. And so you can talk yourself out of Koreshkov that way. But maybe he wasn't as legit as we thought because Douglas Lima was hurt and the way that fight went down.
But the attitude going in, Ben Henderson, a very hard worker, you know, a guy who goes 110% in the gym. But when we talked about Koreshkov, his attitude was a little, He didn't seem to go, man, I'm facing a really tough fighter. I'm facing a guy who can knock me out with either hand. He didn't seem to have that little edge of fear of the power of Koreshkov that wasn't there. And that's, I think, is showing a little bit tonight. He's bringing some power that I don't think he expected.
Henderson, like anyone at the top level, overcoming different kinds of adversity. When he entered the sport, he had vision problems. He had to have vision, and his vision just got wobbled and blurred on that shot from Koreshkov.
What a shot! I have a new respect for the, I always respected the chin of Ben Henderson, but this is another level.
Jimmy, we didn't know about the chin of Benson Henderson because he's never taken a beating like this.
Oh, he cannot go for the guillotine from here.
He's thinking about it.
He is. He's cranking on it hard. Trying to submit the submission specialist. This would be incredible.
How much energy does he want to devote to that?
The head movement of Ben Henderson.
You want to talk about a world-class fighter, Ben Henderson, on the wrong side of a 4-round rout so far, and he is still on his feet.
He's gotta have an addiction.
He's lucky he has all his teeth in his mouth right now. Great respect.
Back up, back up, back up. You ready? Get on.
And look at the defense, the right hand glued to his chin. It's been that way since the first minute of the first round. I'm curious to see how the strategy changes now. He's got to be ahead 4 rounds to none. The only question is, are any 10-8s in there? Will he still fight the way he's been fighting? My guess would be yes. Now it's Henderson that really needs to turn it on and go for broke here.
Having a Hall of Fame caliber career, knockout power is not what you think of with Ben Henderson. It takes him a little bit longer. He's got to get the fight to the ground. He's got to work those submissions. One of his best shots of the fight night.
Yeah, Koreshkov got his hand up there. It was partially blocked. Once again, that was off the arm.
How is Ben Henderson still throwing shots like that?
Because he has great gas. I mean, that's what he is. He's a cardio dynamo. But it hasn't been the gas. It's been the power differential. It hasn't been able to land, and when he has, it just hasn't been as significant as the shots Koreshkov has been landing. Case in point.
Ben Henderson still trying to solve the puzzle with that clock ticking louder. That kick got through a little, and Ben Henderson stays on his feet. Koreshkov still taking chances.
And that's a time when other fighters in a scramble, a lightweight, would have ended up on the bottom. Koreshkov just powers his way back to his feet. Tried to sit out. Koreshkov not having it.
Desperate search for offense for Ben Henderson. Man, the knee got through.
Brutal.
Ben Henderson, who has fought so many years at the highest level, has only been stopped 3 times in 28 fights, and you can see why. wrong side, or the most lopsided fight of his professional career. And he's still moving around halfway through round 5.
You just don't see a path, and that's a leaping takedown from nowhere.
Ben Henderson, he's daring him. He's got to take chances now.
But Koreshkov, though, I wouldn't go to the ground. I wouldn't even end up in guard if I could avoid it.
The good news is this has been Ben Henderson's best round of the fight. I'm still not sure it's enough to win.
I still have Koreshkov ahead, but...
Just avoiding shots. Ben Henderson, he knows the score right now.
Yeah. Leg kicks are not going to turn the tide. Maybe a big punch like that, but once again, it's from long distance. Oh, look at that right hand.
Koreshkov landed his biggest, best shots in the opening round of this fight. And it has looked pretty much like this as we enter minute 25. For 2.5 months, every ounce of the conversation has been about Ben Henderson. Tomorrow morning, the conversation will be about Andrei Koreshkov.
Oh, man, rather right.
Ben Henderson knows he has to get him to the ground. One desperate move, trying to get Koreshkov, trying to lure him down there, and Koreshkov's not going to bite.
And the reason I have Koreshkov ahead in this round, even though I think it's Ben Henderson's best round, is, you need 3-1 with that size advantage. Every time he hits him, he hurts him. Koreshkov, when he gets hit by Henderson's strikes, be they kicks or punches, goes right through him. Beautiful knee.
The final 10 seconds. His performance here last July for Andrei Koreshkov made him a world champion. His performance tonight has made him a made man in MMA.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 complete rounds of action, the title fight goes to your judges' scorecards. At cage side, Troy Winkapaw, David Torelli, and Sue Sanidad all see the fight exactly the same at 50-45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator welterweight world champion Andrei Spartan Koreshkov.
And one of the big differences, Douglas Lima walks at about 210. He has a serious cut to get to 170.
Okay, gentlemen, we've been through the rules in the locker room. I want you to obey my commands at all time. I want you to protect yourselves at all time. If you want to touch gloves for luck, do it now. Best of luck to both of you.
A defining moment for these two begins now. The story of the first fight was a simple one. Everyone expected Koreshkov to stay on his feet. He immediately took Douglas Lima to the ground over and over again and out-wrestled him to win the world title.
One weapon that was conspicuously absent for Douglas Lima was the leg kick. He has devastating leg kicks. He didn't trust his knee and hardly threw it.
Douglas Lima won the world title with a series of devastating leg kicks that just chopped Rick Hong down. He earned this title shot by beating Paul Daly in London in July and scored a big early shot in that fight to turn the tide.
When you look at Koreshkov's win over Benson Henderson, what really stood out to me is that against a quick 55er, he didn't look slow. He looked fast against a fast guy, against a natural 55er.
Now can his power match a much bigger guy in Douglas Lima.
That's the question in a nutshell. Speed and accuracy combinations versus raw power, because that's what Lima has.
When you see these spinning kicks and these spinning back fists of Koreshkov, remember who his coach is, Alexander Shlemenko, who has mastered them. Alexander Shlemenko, we said, was still under suspension in April when Koreshkov fought Ben Henderson. He was not allowed at the cage. They were trying to communicate between his translator, Alexei, with Shlemenko, who is in the crowd. Instead of throw him off, he said he would have knocked Ben Henderson out if everything had been the way he was supposed to. Douglas Lima goes in, and Koreshkov ducks the shot and gets him to the ground.
Can't keep him there. No. Nice sweep back to his feet. He didn't do that in the first fight.
He was not physically able to do that in the first fight.
Now, a big question in this fight is, we talk about the cut for Lima, we talk about the size, we talk about the power. With his size, can he go a hard 5 rounds? Is he just not built for a long fight? And also he relies a lot on that power hand. He's not a guy who uses the jab, uses the left very much. He's a right-handed fighter.
The first message sent by Douglas Lima to Koreshkov that I'm not the same guy I was in July of 2015.
But one thing is, Koreshkov isn't fighting like he's the same guy. He set it up with strikes. He had an opportunity for the takedown. He wasn't going for it like he did in the first fight.
Not supporting the Dan Bergliata restart. Boy, he delivers that quick.
So fast.
Because of sort of the worldwide, you want to call it disrespect, you can. The idea that Andrei Koreshkov still doesn't appear in some people's top 5 or their top 10, which is absurd.
Absurd.
But it's something that Andrei Koreshkov can use. Like, what else does he have to do? 19-1, he's dominated everybody. Ask him who he would love to fight more than anybody else in the world. It's Ben Askren, because he wants that loss back. He was just 22 when he fought that fight. He wasn't prepared to fight a world-class wrestler at that time. He would love more than anything to fight Ben Askren again, which I'm sure is now sending Ben Askren to social media.
Would expect nothing less. You see that leg kick, it was effective. It hurt the lead leg of Andrei Koreshkov. Andrei Koreshkov a lot of times has kind of a boxing style. He relies on being able to put pressure on that lead leg. He's very good with the lead hand. In order to use that, a lot of times you need the lead leg to plant effectively. He knocked down Mario Saromkis with a jab. Incredible power in that snapping lead jab. And Lima, you can see, pushes behind the jab because he's setting up the right hand. He hardly ever flicks it out. It's like that Larry Holmes stiff kind of jab. That's what he loves.
Easton assassin.
You can explain who Larry Holmes is to all the kids out there.
They have Google. They have Wikipedia.
One of the greatest heavyweights of all time. Thank you.
He had the misfortune of being heavyweight champion after Muhammad Ali.
But known for his jab, maybe the best in heavyweight history. But it had that pushing kind of jab, and he snapped your head back. Lima pushes off the jab. He doesn't snap it. It's really just a setup.
Koreshkov got the early takedown. Lima got it back to the feet. This would be 11 rounds now for Koreshkov against Douglas Lima and Ben Henderson, 2 of the best in the world, and he has not lost one of those rounds.
See the changes, you see the differences. Douglas Lima willing to throw that leg kick, was able to get up from the takedown, things he couldn't do in the first fight, but Koreshkov still accurate, still rangy, still throwing combinations.
Douglas Lima in there right now is probably, what, 20 pounds bigger than Ben Henderson was, at least?
Easy, easy. That guy's a giant. Look at the knee of Koreshkov. That left knee is red. Keeps going. That hurt him. That hurt him.
Saw by the way he reacted and stepped back.
What this does is it puts money in the bank. Maybe round 1 and 2 you can walk on it. 3, 4, 5 you can't put any pressure on it.
It takes away some of that power.
especially the lead hand.
Lima walking Koreshkov down a little bit.
Basic rule of thumb, the lead hand is the power for the left hook, it's the power for the jab. The right hand, the power is behind the right foot. You take away that lead leg, you take away the lead hand as well.
How devastating can that be? We saw Patricio Pitbull walk away from a fight with Ben Henderson when a kick of his got checked. Big shots from Lima. Koreshkov stays safe. Keep an eye on that front leg. Again, Lima continues to chop at.
One thing to keep in mind, in close rounds, a lot of judges aren't educated about the leg kick. It's a devastating weapon, but not a lot of them score them as effective strikes. They should.
A shot from Koreshkov. And again, this is not an injured Douglas Lima that Koreshkov just took down for the second time. Remember that number I gave you earlier. Koreshkov, his entire Bellator career, had one takedown. One before the first fight with Lima. He scored 4 in that fight, and this is 2 here.
Good place to get back to his feet. Up against the fence, to try to get his hips underneath and pop back to his feet. The problem in this position is Koreshkov spends a lot of time keeping Lima down, doesn't get his own ground and pound going. Good job getting his hips close.
Koreshkov so determined.
Angling for the triangle, couldn't get it.
So determined to show he has this part of the game too. But you wonder how much of this down here was by necessity because of that leg, all those leg kicks.
There's a little more desperation on that takedown than we saw in the first fight.
And yet he's been the aggressor here.
Certainly has. This allows him to earn points in close rounds too.
Could be looking at a situation where Douglas Lima hurt Koreshkov, but he could be down 2-0 anyway. Again, the moment of this round, Jimmy, was the leg kick that clearly hurt Koreshkov, but Koreshkov's going to win the round.
Certainly will. Facing that ground and pound yet again.
He's not done. Koreshkov taking advantage of the final seconds of round 2, and that elbow got in over the top. Six straight wins after the Ben Askren fight. And the title win over Douglas Lima. And the shutout of Ben Henderson in April. And a real interesting debate when this fight is over, regardless of how it ends, is who is next for the welterweight world champion, whether it's Koreshkov or Lima. Rory McDonald is waiting in the wings. See, Jimmy, both of us have Koreshkov up 2-0. Despite those leg kicks he took early in round 2, and now Koreshkov's starting to open up a little bit.
First round was very close. The reason I gave it to Koreshkov was his activity. Just threw a little bit more than Lima. Could be tied up. all the physical attributes and technical attributes a fighter can have, the two that don't go very well together are power and volume. Guys that hit really hard don't tend to throw that much. That's what we're seeing here from Lima. He's a power puncher. He's just not as busy as Andrei Koreshkov.
You have to look quickly and carefully, but you can tell Koreshkov is hurting, as any human being would be. And now big shots
good
get
shots.
in.
Good left hand.
Koreshkov is down. He's in trouble, and it's over. It happened. Douglas Lima, after a 16-month wait, through rehab, through hell to get back to this spot, takes Andrei Koreshkov's best shots, and in one moment has regained the welterweight world title.
What were we just talking about? Power versus speed. The difference with power, you only need one. Here it is. Looked like Koreshkov was doing great. Bang! Left hook over the top. Caught Andrei Koreshkov being a little too aggressive, and look at that. No comparison in the power of Douglas Lima. Koreshkov is out cold. The champ yet again. Here it is. Beautiful. Just when Koreshkov looked like he might have Lima on his heels, rips the belt away from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes suddenly. 1 minute, 21 seconds into round number 3 by knockout. He is the new and now two-time Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas Lima. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight from Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, live on pay-per-view, welcome to Bellator NYC, presented by Miller Lite. The action begins with 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Welterweight World Championship, sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission and brought to you tonight by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. And now, introducing first the blue corner, at 5'11", weighing in 169.8 pounds, the highly ranked contender tonight in his Bellator debut enters with 18 professional victories, 5 defeats. From Riverside, California, presenting the challenger, Lorenz the Monsoon Larkin. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 6'1", weighing in 170 pounds even. The two-time champion tonight makes his first defense after regaining the title, bringing 28 professional victories, 6 defeats. Originally from Goiânia, Goiás, Brazil, he fights out of Atlanta, Georgia, the defending Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima. And the referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Gentlemen, got over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard but fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
The best in the game, Big John McCarthy, the third man inside the Bellator MMA cage, scheduled for 5 rounds for the Bellator Welterweight Championship. Douglas Lima, the Bellator Welterweight champion, in the midst of his second reign. The bell and round 1. The fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time. And it is the champion, Lima in the red gloves, the challenger Larkin in the blue gloves, and Jimmy, both of these warriors capable of stealing the other's soul with their striking prowess.
And they both know it. There's a tremendous amount of respect between these two fighters.
Early feeling out process as Lima fires the first salvo, low outside leg kick to the lead leg of Lorenz Larkin, known as Monsoon, and boy, blew into strike force, opened up a lot of eyes, and then of course went on to the UFC, where he leaves with a 2-fight winning streak, winner of his 4 of his last 5 fights. Lots of momentum coming into this high-pressure Bellator debut.
Douglas Lima, if there's a weakness to his style, he tends to overemphasize the power punches. A lot of right hands, a lot of left hooks. Doesn't jab that often. Both guys starting with the leg kicks.
Larkin told us going 5 rounds is not a concern. He feels that it's more of a mind game. He just has to make sure his mind knows that he's ready to go all 5 as Lima with a body kick.
One thing is Lima has gone 5 rounds. He's never won a 5-round decision. When he lost to Askren, he lost to Koreshkov. He was out-wrestled in both of those fights and lost a 5-round decision. So he hasn't exactly done well over 25 minutes either. Keep that in mind.
Unlike our main event, or one of our 2 main events tonight between Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva, there is mutual respect between these 2 gladiators, and we're seeing it early on, Jimmy.
A ton. Sean Merriman, he's checking us out. It's a tough question to ask anybody who has broken this fight down. It's hard to pick a winner between Lima and Larkin.
Right hand down the middle by Lima. Social media buzzing for Bellator NYC live on pay-per-view. And there's a Bellator veteran also using his fingers to tweet tonight.
He's backing his fellow champ. No surprise there. There's always that extra edge when you're a, quote, Bellator fighter and free agents come in. You want to defend your territory, defend your promotion, defend your belt. Nice check of that leg kick.
Well, we saw at the end of Bellator 180 live on Spike, Ryan Bader defeating Phil Davis for the 2nd time via split decision, but this time he becomes the new Bellator light heavyweight champion. Lorenz Larkin would like to continue that trend tonight. Under 2 minutes remaining here in the opening round. A lot of feints, a lot of stutter steps, and not a lot of contact yet, Jimmy.
They're both so wary of the other's power. They both know it's going to be finished with 1 punch. They don't want to walk into it.
Again, Lima attacking the lead leg of Lorenz Larkin. Coming up on the final 90 seconds of the first frame, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Welterweight Championship. Nice 1-2 combination by Larkin.
That was quick.
Lead right hand by the champion Lima.
It's going to be hard to land. He needs to set up a jab, hook, leg kicks.
Oh, Larkin switches to a southpaw stance. Switches back to orthodox, trying to befuddle the champion Douglas Lima. Final 60 seconds of a getting to know you round 1.
Right now, just give the slight edge to Lima. His leg kicks have been a little bit more effective.
And he has Larkin up against the fence momentarily. Lima misses with that roundhouse kick. Now Larkin coming in with a lead right hand, followed up with a left. Again, high-level welterweights for the Bellator 170-pound championship. Are you surprised at all by the start, Jimmy?
No, I'm not. I expect this to be a slow burn fight where they feel each other out, maybe get going rounds 2 and 3. Nice body kick.
Oh, right uppercut, which allowed Lima to close the distance, land the left hand, has Larkin pinned against the fence in the final seconds of the opening round.
Look at the leg kicks. To me, those were the most effective strikes of the first round. And you see Lima has checked a few, and he came back with his own, and they turned Lorenz Larkin a little bit. He said, I want to take your help with dead cold eyes. That's the only thing you can think of.
Second round underway here between Bellator welterweight champion Douglas Lima and the challenger Bellator MMA newcomer Lorenz Larkin. And now Lima looking to try to establish the jab. Goes underneath the armpit with that right kick and then attacks the lead leg down low. How did you score the opening 5 minutes, Jimmy?
Once again, by the barest of margins, 10-9 Lima based on those leg kicks.
Nice combination put together by Lorenz Larkin.
And that's key. When Larkin puts combinations together, you see the hand speed. He is very, very quick.
Just out of range of that attack by Douglas Lima was Larkin. Larkin pawing at Lima with the jab, trying to mesmerize him so he can follow up with something a little more vicious.
One is not going to do it. Both these guys need to throw in combination. And as we've seen, I mean, Douglas Lima tends to over-rely on the straight right hand.
Now Larkin comes in, but the kick was blocked, but an aggressive push by Larkin, who attacks the lead leg of Lima down low. 90 seconds gone in the second round.
Larkin now starting to open up, starting to throw combinations, driving Lima back. Not much landing, but showing that aggressiveness. Another great leg kick.
Yeah,
with the nose.
Lima picked off Larkin there, but yeah, Larkin punishing Lima's nose, and it's beginning to leak plasma. Now they swing extend, and Larkin connected with that right hand that caught the champion's attention. Larkin trying to impose his will and skill on Lima now. Lima catches Larkin with the left. Down goes Larkin, ground and pound from Lima.
Shades of Koreshkov caught him coming in.
Lima was slashing elbows as well as the champion dropped Larkin with that nice left hook.
Larkin's trying to keep him close. If you're Douglas Lima, you want to stand up and get back to striking because he is hurt.
And Larkin doing his best to control Lima's posture inside the closed guard. Lima very well balanced when it comes to his successful offense. He does have 11 submission wins to go along with 13 KO victories.
That cannot be what's on his mind. You have a guy hurt, finish him with strikes. I expect him to stand up out of this. No, he's staying on with the ground and pound. Interesting choice.
Under 2 minutes left, he passes the guard into side control as Larkin trying to scramble back to his feet. And he's able to do so. But a good sequence for the Bellator welterweight champion, Douglas Lima.
That was almost finished right there, Morrow. Make no mistake.
And again, the lead left hook by Lima.
Lima looks tired, though. I think he spent a lot of energy trying to get the finish there. He's giving Lorenz Larkin time to clear his head. Nice kick.
Larkin has tasted defeat on 5 occasions, including being stopped once in his career via strikes, but Lima unable to finish him here in round 2, the final minute now of the second round. Lima walking down Larkin, Larkin keeping him at bay with that pawing jab as, again, Lima goes to that lead left hook.
And he's realizing he can't just throw the straight right.
Punches were blocked by Larkin, who delivers a right cross of his own. Final 30 seconds of the second round. Larkin just missed with that right uppercut and almost got clipped with that right cross from Lima. Again, Lima changing up his attack, attacking that lead leg, attacking the base.
And both guys have shown that they have speed and finishing ability in this round.
A good round for the champion, Lima.
Look at it here. Lima was coming. Lima had eaten some good shots, but look at it here. I think it's the left hook, just like Koreshkov. Bang! Right on the chin. That dropped Larkin, but he wasn't able to finish. Larkin was able to clear his head and get back in this fight. Be careful when you have Douglas Lima cornered. He is like a cornered animal. He will fight back.
But Larkin has proven to be resilient in his past MMA career and comes into his first MMA fight for Bellator with plenty of momentum. Round 3 underway.
One thing you have to keep in mind is that Douglas Lima tends to fight in spurts. He tends to be active and take breaks like he's worried about his gas tank.
Body kick by Lima. Larkin told us that he feels he's more of a fluid striker, where Lima's more of a powerhouse. Larkin feels that he doesn't throw a lot of crazy strikes, speaking about the champion, but he's a powerhouse, so any of his strikes can knock you out. He doesn't use a lot of setups.
Yeah, very, very basic. Comes in 1, 2, 3. A lot of faith in that right hand. Leg kicks, right hand. That's the meat and potatoes of his offense. You see what I'm talking about? He tends to back off, take little breaks, then he'll lunge forward.
And that's where Larkin has to take advantage of those opportunities.
He's got to be active when Lima is inactive.
Another body kick by Lima. Larkin back in a southpaw stance. How did you score round 2, Mr. Smith?
Much easier. 10-9 for Lima. Really had Larkin hurt. Veteran move by Larkin to keep Lima close on the ground, get his breath back, get back into the fight.
Again, just a lead right hand attacking the shoulder there was Lyman. Again, that body kick, but Larkin from the southpaw stance circling to his right where he has been clipped with that left hook.
Yes. Think about the psychological aspect, too. He was moving forward, he was landing in combination, then bang, Lima hits it. It might stifle Larkin's offense just a little bit. So everything was looking good right when he got dropped.
Larkin content in staying in the southpaw stance, busy trying to establish that right jab inside low kick by the champion Lima. Grew up watching movies like Kickboxer, inspiring him to fight and using his kicks deftly tonight.
Nice right hand.
What does Larkin have to do a better job of as this fight progresses in terms of trying to close the distance on the champion, Jimmy?
Angle, then attack. Right now, he's angling on the outside defensively. It's hard for Lima to get a read on him. What he has to do is cut the angle and then come in when Lima's unprepared.
And Lima just planted another stiff jab on the mug of Lorenz Larkin. Coming up next, many call him the next big thing in mixed martial arts. It's the much ballyhooed debut of 20-year-old Aaron Pico, whose playpen, well, might as well have been a wrestling mat, right?
Yeah, very true. Started very young and basically skipped his high school and college careers and went straight to try to make the Olympic team. Came within a point of it.
Literally bred to be a mixed martial artist. Started boxing at a young age and will make his pro debut tonight as Larkin landed that left body kick to the champion Lima.
So far, Lima's landed a little bit cleaner. I thought that right hand pushed him back.
And of course, we can't discount the altar boy. Zach Freeman would love to spoil Aaron Pico's professional debut coming up.
8-2, the guy has real experience.
Under a minute and a half left here in round 3. Body kick by Lima.
Larkin's having trouble right now getting through the defense of Douglas Lima.
Yeah, and just
another good right.
Got caught with another right hand from the champion Douglas Lima.
And I think Lima, to his part, has been less active but more effective. I think when he has thrown, it's driven Larkin back.
And
is that a punch to the gut?
Some sportsmanship there by Lima, and touches gloves with Larkin. That may have been just below the equator. There's a jab by Larkin, but Larkin's scouting report seems to be proving to be accurate thus far, Jimmy, in terms of Lima just loading up on all his shots.
But he's been able to catch Larkin intermittently with those strikes.
And there, again,
so once again, he kind of waits for Larkin to open up a little bit, and he throws something at him. Not a lot of combinations. Larkin, for his part, throwing combinations that hasn't been landing effectively.
Exactly. Final 10 seconds of the third round. Here at Madison Square Garden, the mecca of combat sports, and Lima trying to unload on Larkin to punctuate his performance in the round.
All right, you ready? Let's get up.
It's the penultimate round in this 5-round championship affair. And Jimmy, I know we just started working together, but I think I can read your mind. Do you have the champion pitching a shutout thus far?
Thus far, yes. Round 1 could easily go either way. I thought round 2, of course, he hurt him. Round 3, he just landed the more effective strikes. Larkin was busier, however.
Douglas Lima, the champion in the red gloves. The challenger, Lorenz Larkin, in his Bellator debut, sporting the blue gloves. And he needs to see an uptick in his offense. Has to try to solve the path to the champion, Douglas Lima. Has to find a way to negotiate that distance, Jimmy.
And Lima has been effective when Larkin hasn't had room to move, and his back's been toward the fence. He's been a little crowded. That's when Lima has really unloaded.
Lima continues to take pot shots at the lead leg. Talk about that strategy and how effective it can be, Jimmy.
Rounds 4 and 5, that leg just won't work. You have trouble turning on it, you have trouble moving. Really shuts down a guy who moves and cuts angles, which Lorenz Larkin loves to do.
There's a left kick underneath the right arm of Douglas Lima, but single shots, Jimmy, aren't going to get it done.
Well, the thing is that Lima, you can call his style basic, which I do. He generally throws the right hand over the top, left hooks and leg kicks, but he always keeps his hands high. He doesn't play that much. He'll drop a little bit on the outside, but when he's in close, he keeps those hands very, very high.
And that's something we haven't seen a lot of in terms of punches to the body. We've seen body kicks, but you saw Lima change his trajectory and begin to attack the midriff of Lorenz Larkin.
Wondering if in this 4th round, Lorenz Larkin turns it up. He needs these championship rounds. One of the first 3 could have easily gone his way to the judges. You never know.
Just like Mars back in the day, Jimmy, Larkin needs to pump up that volume. As the lead left hook.
Well, that's an old school reference, buddy.
Hey, I'm almost 50, you know.
50 years young, my friend.
We are just past the midpoint of round number 4. Lima continues to walk down Larkin in that southpaw stance and landing the jab. And the fans at home enjoying the action. And we have seen spurts of that back and forth action, but I don't think we've seen the fistic fireworks that we anticipated, and there are a few reasons why, Jim.
Yeah, a lot of respect. Both guys are tricky opponents, especially Larkin. He angles a lot. It's hard to get a read on him.
Oh, there's a left hook and a left kick that lands for Larkin.
Yeah, Larkin getting a little busier in this 4th round.
That may very well have been his best sustained offense of the fight.
Now, Lorenz Larkin doesn't move at Douglas Lima's pace. He just doesn't. But what Douglas Lima has done is he's made him punch at Lima's pace. He hasn't been that busy with his hands.
Again, the lead right hand by Lima scores, and then he lands the jab.
It's always 1 or 2. He just backs off afterward. And he's been less effective, I think, in this 4th round. Lima hasn't thrown like he did in the first 3.
There's a front kick by Lorenz Larkin. Side kick, oblique kick there by Larkin. Coming up on the final minute of the 4th round, and Larkin beginning to loosen up a bit here in round 4.
Now he has Lima against the fence. Let's see if he presses. Surprised we haven't seen a takedown so far from Larkin. You know, try it, give it a shot, see if you can get him to the ground. Maybe ice a close round.
Sharp body kick by Lima. Larkin double pumping the jab, coming in, but it's tripped up by the champion. And now in the open guard, Douglas Lima will try to capitalize on this situation as, again, Larkin immediately controls the champion's posture.
Very good at that. Now Lima advancing to half guard. This is a close round. Let's see if he can maybe get a little offense going, turn it his way.
Larkin wall walking back to a vertical base, now turning the champion up against the fence. Final few seconds of what has been Lorenz Larkin's best round. Has it been enough to get the round on Jimmy Smith's scorecard? We'll find out.
And Lorenz Larkin turning it up a little bit more, but look at that. Once again, you get Lima cornered. He's gonna fire back, especially with that left hook. It didn't land. He was able to push Larkin back and get on top. But throughout that fourth round, Lorenz Larkin a little bit busier. Douglas Lima kind of took the round off a little bit. Didn't throw like he did in the first three.
Sportsmanship, lots of respect. So, did Lorenz Larkin finally get a round on your unofficial scorecard, Jimmy?
Yeah, I believe he did. I gave him around 10-9. Once again, extremely close.
On Jimmy's scorecard, you have it 39-37 for the champion. So, and now knowing, honestly, you are one of the best at what you do, and it's not easy. We're trying to tell the story of the fight, and you are always
tough job.
Bang on, my man.
It's a thankless job. It's a thankless job. Ask Twitter. It's a thankless job.
If that's the case, Larkin needs to really close the show here in the fifth frame. One snap kick by Lima.
The only round that was really decisive, in my opinion, was round two. When he hurt him, knocked him down, couldn't finish him. Other than that, it's been Lima, I think, a little more effective, but Lorenz Larkin a lot busier.
Larkin trying to cut off the cage, trying to walk down the champion, pawing at him with the jab, but needs to put together a combination. And after 20 minutes of action, wow, this is how close this fight is. According to CompuStrike, dead even in terms of arm strikes landed and almost in terms of punches thrown.
Yeah, that's incredible.
So we expected it to be a hotly contested, competitive affair, and the numbers bear that out. Oh, jumping,
getting creative in
back kick by Larkin. Larkin also very creative with the hairstyle, always representing his hometown of Riverside, California. Riverside bell. Would love to ring champion Douglas Lima's bell here in the fifth frame.
Millennium MMA, great team out there, been out there forever. Lima's a lot less active in this fifth round.
Douglas Lima training out of American Top Team in Atlanta. Midpoint of the fifth and final round. Lima lands the jab. Larkin back to a southpaw stance. Does this behoove him, Jimmy? Fighting as a lefty.
I think anything that changes it up and maybe opens up Lima is a good idea. He hasn't really been able to get past the defense yet. Caught him with the left hand coming in, just grazed him with it again.
Coming up on the final 2 minutes of this championship fight for the Bellator welterweight crown. Body kick again, scores for Lima. Yes, again with the left hook, which has been his money punch so far in this fight. Larkin trying to blind him with the flurry of jabs.
Under 2 minutes, this is where if you have something to take, you got to spend it. You can't take your punches home with you.
And it looks like Larkin is trying to do just that. Has to be cognizant that time is becoming potentially his worst enemy. 90 seconds left in the fight. Again, that lead left hook by Lima scores. The sense of urgency definitely in the body language is with the challenger Larkin.
Lima, though, can't feel great about the scorecard. There's been a lot of close rounds. Hasn't been very active in rounds 4 and 5. Another good body kick, nice leg kick. Yeah, man, they can both do it.
Under a minute left in the fight. We are just getting started here on pay-per-view. Bellator NYC. Mauro Ranallo, Jimmy Smith at cage side. Mike Goldberg, Brendan Schaub, Josh Thompson, Jen Brown. Also a part of our, I'll say it, all-star broadcast crew, my man.
All the best in the business in this building. It's amazing.
30 seconds left in the fight.
I will get an angry tweet from Joe Rogan, but that's okay.
Well, Joe is the man. And of course, Joe Rogan, Bosworth, Jimmy Smith. I wonder what you guys all have in common. I guess it's a prerequisite. You guys have to be bald or shave your heads to be the best at what you do.
We hate hair. We all do.
Final 15 seconds of this Bellator welterweight title tilt. Body kick again by Lima. And it looks like we are headed to the judges' scorecards to determine who will walk out of MSG Bellator welterweight champion.
The story of this fight, activity, angling, combinations from Larkin, but Douglas Lima landing the more effective single punches. Caught him, hurt him in round 2, could not put him away. But throughout the fight, it was Larkin throwing good combinations and then Lima countering with one big shot that would land. How the judges see this fight, I have no idea. Scorecards could be all over the place.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Chris Lee, scores the fight 50-45. Well, judges Dave Torelli and Doug Crosby both see the fight the same, 48-47. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
So Douglas Lima spoils the Bellator debut of Larkin, retaining the Bellator welterweight title. Let's go up to Jimmy Smith.
29 career wins for Lima, 19 career wins for McDonald.
You see, everything is very similar except for that reach. Douglas Lima is 5 inches shorter in the reach than Rory McDonald. That's a big advantage for Rory.
And Rory McDonald loves to utilize the jab.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no questions from you, Blue. No questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come on, ready to fight.
Douglas Lima, #1 all-time inside the Bellator cage with 8 knockouts.
I cannot wait for this fight.
It's about to happen. McDonald, Lima, here we go! Tonight's Fight Clock is brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Blue gloves for the challenger, red gloves for the champion.
Very impressive what you're seeing from Rory, establishing that distance right away, forcing Douglas Lima towards the fence. That's a big tell right there.
The chance of Rory. Got some Canadian fans in the house here inside the Fabulous Forum. Rory McDonald, the last man to beat Tyron Woodley. Let's see what the fans are thinking about this one. And just like you said, they are ready. Head kick.
Right now, Rory McDonald is doing exactly what he wants to do. He wants to come out, establish that distance, establish his jab, establish that he's the dominant fighter.
He said to us more than once, John, the formula is clear. I have a clear path to gaining the belt, and he felt that same way in his fight against Paul Daly.
Well, if you're watching him right now, just look at his body language. He's loose, he's relaxed, he's calm. This is what you want to be when you're in that cage. It's hard to do, but he has the experience now to make that happen.
Lima trying to circle out of danger here. Second career title fight, as we mentioned, for McDonald.
Roy did a good job of closing distance, went for a single leg, brought it up to where now he's got a 50-50 position. It's even for both fighters, even though Lima's back is against the cage.
Douglas Lima just turned 30 years old on January 5th. Tonight is 36th professional fight. Fight scheduled for 5-minute rounds.
You know, the one thing that Rory told us, Mike, was that he had a clarity about fighting now and what he was supposed to do. And that is exactly what he's demonstrating right now in this round. He's not, he's not dominating this round. That's not what's occurring. But he is controlling the fight, where it's at, and how it is going to play out.
Rory said of his longtime head coach, David Leah, we have a great relationship. He started me. He knows me better than anybody. He also said that Coach Leah is one of the most open-minded and dynamic coaches in the game.
Well, like we talked about, he has to be when he's letting his best student leave him to go somewhere else because he knows that's what's best for him.
He also gave Farasahabi a stake.
Nice takedown by Rory. What he did is he waited on that. Gave a push, got a response from Douglas and went with it. That's why he got him to the ground.
Both fighters black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Lima earned his in 2014 from Juan Canero. Jucal.
If you're Douglas Lima in this position, you notice again, Rory bringing that head right over the top of his head. If you're Douglas Lima in this position, you're either going and looking for that submission, saying, okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm going to go for a reversal, or I'm going to get out of here and get an escape, but you cannot stay here with a closed guard. That closed guard right now is totally defensive. There's no submission he can get from this position. With Rory postured the way he is, that's not going to happen. He's got to open those legs to start to become an offensive fighter.
Rory has yet to be submitted in his professional career. Couple of KOs, Lawler, Condit, 2 by decision.
Big right hand by Rory right there. That's what's going to wear your opponent down. Systematically just diminishing their abilities.
Those are the 4 losses, the setbacks, if you will, for McDonald. Close guard utilized by the champion.
Nice hammer fist coming up, but those are the things that they're never going to end the fight. It can annoy his opponent. It can get Rory to think about having to stop it. But Lima right now needs to start opening up his guard and attacking Rory and making Rory be the defensive fighter.
Douglas Lima said he worked diligently on his wrestling and jiu-jitsu because he knew those challenges would be presented in the form of Rory McDonald.
Rory brings so many elements to the game, and it's his ability to transition from one to the other that makes him so difficult to work against.
20 seconds. Fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Stop here. Stop.
Jason Herzog stands him up. Round 1 is in the books.
Second round, buddy, you ready? Buddy, you ready?
Tonight, the 8th time the Phenom has been scheduled for a 5-round fight. This is the 4th 5-round fight of Rory McDonald's career. Round 1, what'd you score?
There's no doubt that's a round for Rory McDonald. 10-9 is the score, but what we need to see is right now Lima's not fighting his fight. Rory's the one controlling this fight. Lima's landing a very good low kick. That low kick to the shin it's deadly because it deadens your leg. And he needs to continue to do that against Rory to slow him down.
Excited to be here back at the Fabulous Forum for the first time, Bellator MMA on Paramount Network. And what a year we have in store for you. Rampage and Chael, the first 2 of the great 8 to fight in the heavyweight tournament, the heavyweight Grand Prix. That's coming up after this title fight. Rory catches the leg, John. But Lima was teeing up.
Yeah, both fighters are throwing a lot of feints, and then when he threw that kick, Rory catches, but Rory took a lot of shots holding onto that leg. That's not smart fighting by him. Either drive him into the fence and go for that takedown, or let go of it and come with a counter.
We've talked about a lot of fighters, Big John, over the years that have power. Oh man, he has power. But no one seems to get the praise of Douglas Lima when they say, John, they have power. No. He's got ultra power.
He does. You could hear even when Rory was in his corner. He looked at his coach and goes, he's really strong. He is. He's a strong, big fighter, and he's good. This right here is the type of fight, why you're seeing Rory fight the way he is, clinching up. It's because he wants to slow Douglas down. He doesn't want to get hit by that power.
Lima said, I'm here to finish fights. Bad intentions.
When you hit like Douglas Lima, you can lose every round. And one shot is going to put that win in your category. People need to remember, this is a long fight, 25 minutes. You don't need to win it in the first round. You can win it all the way with the 25 minutes into the last round.
You mean like that dude named Hendo?
Yeah, he used to do that quite a bit.
Double underhooks for McDonald.
Right now, the referee is not separating because Rory McDonald has an advantage. He's got double underhooks. That's an advantageous position. He's just going to see what he's going to do with it. Doesn't do anything with it, just doing the knees, and he separates him apart.
Just past the midway point of round number 2 of our title fight. Showing the jab. again and again.
That's a
McDonald
good
in the
jab.
blue, sorry, John, and Lima in the red.
That's a good jab that Rory's throwing out there. You can see that it's stopping what Douglas is doing. So even when it's not hitting him, it's causing Douglas a problem.
TriStar is team jab.
Yeah, well, I think they got that from George St. Pierre.
Yeah, that guy.
He used that thing just a little bit.
GSP, a big fan as well as teammate of Rory McDonald. Really took him under his wing. Welcomed him into Montreal. Training with that guy every day is going to make you better. Tonight, 2 main events. Next week, we move to Temecula, where Riverside's own Lorenz Larkin and the Menifee Maniac, Fernando Gonzalez, go toe-to-toe. Plus, Kendall the Spider Grove takes on AJ Matthews. It's Bellator MMA next Friday at 9, live on Paramount Network.
Yeah, right now we got a low blow. We got a kick that ended up, because the fighter moved, it ends up hitting to the groin area. It wasn't intentional. He's coming in, and that changes the distance as Rory's bringing up a ball kick to the midsection. It's not intentional at all, but it still hits Douglas in a bad spot, and Douglas now has up to 5 minutes to recover from it.
One thing, partner, and you said it twice, you mean the ball of their foot.
Yeah.
When you say that kick.
That was a ball kick.
Yes.
Yeah. But the ball of their foot.
The other one. Just wanted to clarify that, partner. I knew what you're saying. The world might have been confused. Battle continues.
This is a technique right here that Rory uses a lot. He'll get that underhook with his right side, he'll hook the leg, and then he'll spin himself back, drawing the fighter down. He's very good with it, very technical with it. Doesn't look like he's doing a lot, but he is. He's putting a lot of pressure on Douglas and making Douglas work.
Faraz Sahabi did say David Leah bought a mistake when he welcomed young Rory McDonald into TriStar. And much like we were talking about the nail and the hammer earlier, John, Faraz said he came back the next day, and the next day, and the next day, proved to all of us he's a soldier.
Douglas started to go for Uchimata there, he missed it. Rory gets his back, Rory goes for the big punch, and you see he gets right back to that same position. But good job of changing him, putting Lima's back to the fence. He's got double underhooks again, he's got an advantage. Let's see what he does with it.
Final seconds of round 2. The Bellator Welterweight World Championship is on the line. Quentin Rampage Jackson takes on the one, the only Chael Sonnen. First fight of our heavyweight Grand Prix. Round 3.
That's the best technique that Douglas Lima has used today, is that low kick to that shin. You can even see, take a look at Rory's shin area, it's starting to swell up.
Benson Henderson, one of the fighters to utilize that. He just missed with that uppercut.
Yep, just missed. Strong hips going down, stops the takedown, but cannot get out of the clinch.
Who took round 2?
Yeah, no doubt, Rory McDonald took round 2. He's up 2 rounds to nothing right now on the champ. Douglas Lima needs to start to push his game and start to dominate what is happening in this cage. Right here, he's got the good underhook. It's only on one side, but he can start to get busy, even if it's that, hey, I'm going to start hitting, trying to elbow in tight. He cannot let Rory start to change positions on him. Rory's the one that is dictating the pace and place of this fight.
2-time Bellator Welterweight World Champion Douglas Lima in the red gloves. Rory McDonald's last title fight was back in the UFC against ruthless Robbie Lawler, one of the greatest back and forth battles in MMA history.
Well, in that fight right there, Rory showed just how tough he is.
Yeah.
But that might have been part of the problem with it, is he wanted to show Robbie, I'm never going to back down from you.
Said I wasn't ready in a lot of ways. I've become a more positive person, better mindset. Said he used to put a lot of pressure on himself. Tonight he just wants to flow and leave with the goal. They break.
Big elbow off of it, missed with it. Here's the double attempt. Again, Lima's got great hips. He's getting back, and he's going to get that takedown.
Nicely done. Good wrestling showcased by Rory McDonald. Close guard.
Lima going back to that close guard because he doesn't want Rory to pass, but he's going to have to start to open this up, because if he sits in this position in guard, he's going to end up losing this round.
And as John mentioned, he very likely is down 2 rounds to love thus far. Midway point of our championship fight. Mr. Wonderful. He's liking it, likes the action. This was the fight, John, everybody was talking about the minute that Rory McDonald signed with Bellator.
Yeah, you know, everyone looked at, you know, Rory's the guy coming from, you know, another organization. He is the young fighter still. He's not an old guy. He's young, and his best days are actually ahead of him. And they're looking saying, man, I can't wait to see Douglas Lima against Rory McDonald. Rory came in one fight against Paul Daly. He looked phenomenal. Look where he's at.
The other organization, I'm going to go Woody Hayes on you. I'm going to say that school up north.
Yeah, that school up north.
They'll stand him up again. This is good for the Phenom. So far, Lima on his back, his guard, John, has been very good. He hasn't taken a lot of punishment at all. There's that kick again.
It's landing and it's doing damage. You can take a look at that left leg of Rory McDonald. It is damaged, and it will start to make him not be able to move as fluidly.
And that left leg, ultra important when you're stepping into that lead jab.
Well, you know, just this little subtle thing you're seeing right now. Look at who's going forward. Look at who's going back. Here's that change. This is what Douglas Lima needs to do.
For that kick again from the champion. There it is.
It's fast, it's strong, it hits with power. I'm glad I'm not Rory McDonald right now getting hit in the leg like that.
You got to be careful if you're Rory McDonald of a question mark kick. Lima aiming low, and he comes over the top. Oh my.
Took his leg out. You can see there's damage. This is what happens. This is how you, doesn't matter if you win that first round, that second round. I just need to get all the elements that I need to win this fight on this opponent.
Systematically break down your opponent.
It's exactly what he's doing. You know, a lot of times you look at a fight and you go, well, you're losing this, you're losing this. And it's like they'll look at you and go, I know, there's a lot of time left in this fight.
Hard elbow for the champion.
Take a look at Rory McDonald's nose. That nose might be broken again.
That was the nose that was exploded in the fight against Lawler. You're watching Bellator MMA from Inglewood, California. Big John, much like the Koreshkov fight, vicious leg kicks from the Phenom.
And this is what he's doing to start to systematically break Rory down. Rory was hurt. Look at, I'm not saying that he can't continue to fight, but trust me, that leg is not going to help him with the rest of this fight.
Going to be tough to plant, and he immediately looks for the takedown.
And you know why. And ends up underneath. Oh, now we got Bout. Well, three-quarter guard, but Douglas Lima started to put it on him, and there's a reason why. Those leg kicks.
Championship rounds. Mike Goldberg, Big John McCarthy.
This is
full mount for the champ.
This is a bad place for Rory McDonald to be. Full mount with Douglas Lima, a black belt jiu-jitsu on top of you, and a lot of time.
Douglas Lima's last submission win was 2,626 days ago. You can see from this angle the damage on the shin, the left shin of Rory McDonald. Look at that. Oh, my.
That's what I was talking about. This is what people don't realize. Those are the things that start to make it to where you can't stand, you can't push off. You lose the power that you have. Right now, Douglas Lima, although I'm not saying he's not even trying to go for submissions, he's just going to systematically wear Rory down. But it might be a good thing because at least Rory's not getting hit on that leg.
For now. Lima last earned a submission, John, in November of 2010. 7 years plus ago, he did it with a triangle armbar.
He fell in love with the knockout, so he's gone to that. But right now, in this position, he's riding very high on Rory. Rory's got to move his hips. He's got to start. There he goes. Gets him back to half guard. Nice job of putting himself into a better position by Rory McDonald.
Rory's never been submitted. Third straight 5-round fight for Lima. 4 of his last 5 scheduled for 25 minutes. The momentum just went boom to the other direction, to the side of the Brazilian.
Didn't it though?
Yeah. And it was that one kick that all of a sudden swept Rory McDonald. You knew, Johnny, you talked about it. Damage, damage, damage. And then it was, wow, extreme damage.
Yep. And this is why we tell people, this is why we fight the fight. Yeah. You can sit there and give all the things about, well, I think this or I think that. It doesn't mean anything. Let's put them in the cage and let's find out. Rory McDonald back to a full guard now, closed guard. I don't know if Jason Herzog did him any favors here.
I was going to say the same thing. Look at this. Now, see how Rory's kind of in the southpaw stance? He tried to walk Lima down there, Big John. But when he looked for the takedown at the beginning of the round, he did walk his way into a southpaw stance.
Look at the hematoma on his left shin. Trust me, that thing is badly injured. And right here, this is where Rory wants to be right now. That's going to keep Douglas from being able to hit him with a kick, do anything that's going to affect that leg. The only place that Rory wants to be right now is exactly where he's at.
John, you expect him when they're on the feet to just do more of the same, more and more on that damaged leg.
Well, Douglas is going to see it. He's going to target it. Right. You've got to. There you go.
Nicely timed by Rory, though.
Very nicely timed, but he did take that shot on the leg. And he needs to get busy to try to get this round back.
This is a place that McDonald can be effective, even with the bad leg. Trying to posture up a bit.
He is bringing his head over the top. That's good. That's really good, smart ground and pound fighting by Rory McDonald. Douglas Lima needs to stop allowing him to get wrist control, start to open his guard, feet on the hips. That's going to start to push Rory back. That's going to start keeping Douglas safer from the attack that Rory's trying to bring.
36th pro fight for Lima. He has only been stopped twice in his professional career. Never been stopped inside the Bellator cage. Decision against Askren years ago and in the first Koreshkov fight.
Douglas is doing a really good job of tying up Rory's arms, keeping him close, using his legs to off-balance him at times, so he has to adjust with his body pressure.
Final seconds of the first of our 2 championship rounds. The welterweight belt remains on the line. That is nasty. Not quite Mark Hominick nasty, but pretty darn close.
That is a huge hematoma on that shin. You can see him putting ice on it to try to cool it down. It's not going to work. It's not going to change anything for Rory now. He's just got to gut it through in this last round.
Mutual respect. They touch gloves. 5 minutes remain. Old Faraz Sahabi and David Leah said, do not let him go first.
I look at it right now. I've got this fight even. I think Douglas Lima's got 2 rounds and Rory McDonald's got 2 rounds. Whoever wins this round is going to walk out with that title.
Nicely done.
It is, and it's so subtle in what Rory does to get a guy down, but it's so effective. Douglas Lima right now does not want to start getting into this closed guard position. He's got to get himself off of the ground and start to attack where he's injured Rory so he can make Rory have to defend and have problems.
I agree with Wyatt Beck 924. He is an absolute warrior. Years ago in Vancouver, Carlos Condit. Rory McDonald was winning that fight, big time. Carlos turned it on with just in the final seconds of the 3rd and final round. The battles with Robbie Lawler, Stephen Thompson. Like his coaches said, John, this dude is something special. Firas Zahabi said he's got a work ethic unlike anything he's ever seen before.
Well, and this is the whole point. A lot of people came out and said, I think Rory McDonald is done. He's a changed fighter because of what happened with Robbie Lawler and then Stephen Thompson. No, not at all. You can see Rory McDonald is still a dynamic fighter, a warrior, and a much smarter fighter now today than he was back in those fights.
He was done. He was done fighting that way. Now he's fighting this way.
There you go. This is good for Rory. Rory needs to keep his hips exactly where they're at, keep his head high, right up with Douglas Lima's, start to posture as much as he can and land big shots, which is going to make the referee keep him on the ground.
Rory has gone the 5-round distance once. That was in the loss to Stephen Thompson. Of course, the Lawler fight, the second Lawler fight, went into the 5th round, went 1 minute deep.
Big elbow. That was a beautiful right elbow by Corey. Look at Rory. Those elbows are opening up. Doug cannot stay in this position. He's trying to get feet on the hips, try to push him back, and it's not working for him.
Midway point of the 5th and final round. The champion has gone 25 minutes 3 times. Most recently in his title defense against Lorenz Larkin.
Rory's doing a good job utilizing wrist control, then to roll that elbow over to try to hit Doug with. Just basic elemental fighting, but he's doing it so well, and he's so strong in his positioning. It's hard to stop what he wants to do.
Big John, if it is indeed 2-2, coming into the last 5 minutes, Rory McDonald may be very close to leaving with Bellator gold.
He might be. Look at this is his second chance at winning the world title, and right now, with the 1:35 left in this round, Rory McDonald is winning this round.
Rory's staying busy enough to keep this fight right here on the ground.
And what this is doing for Rory, he's got a nose that I think is broken. He's got a shin that is absolutely morphed to something it's not supposed to. And when you look at what he's doing, this is what's keeping him safe from those things being injured further, which could put him out of the fight. Right now, you're seeing Douglas Lima with a body triangle on Rory. That's the worst thing he could do. He does not want to keep Rory on him. He's got to get Rory off of him.
Final minute. And it, so far, John, has been the battle that we anticipated and we thank both fighters for.
This is what happens when you put 2 elite fighters together. It's so hard to get something over on the other guy, and they just tend to slowly, systematically just beat the snot out of each other.
Final 30 seconds. The Canadian is looking to pass a bit. The final 15 seconds, they stand momentarily. 10 seconds on the clock.
Rory giving that bit of a stand-up, coming in, jumping in with a punch. It was an outstanding round by Rory McDonald.
They go the distance. Douglas Lima and Rory McDonald.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Brian Miner, scores the fight 48-47. Judge Michael Bell scores it 49-45. And Judge Marcos Rosales sees the fight 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Rory "The Red King" McDonald.
Our tail of the tape for our second main event of the evening. Welterweight title on the line. Rory McDonald, John Fitch. John Fitch, 41 years old. Rory McDonald, just 29.
Look at that record, 20-5, 32-7-1. These are both incredibly experienced mixed martial art fighters. Great at what they do, 76-74. John Fitch needs to just close the gap. That's where he can win.
Mike Beltran, our referee.
Over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves now if you want. The sound of the bell. Come on out. Handle your business, guys. Let's go.
That is what is on the line. It was the flyweight belt a moment ago. Now it is the welterweight belt. Rory McDonald, John Fitch. Here we go.
Smart move by Rory McDonald, coming to the center of the ring fast. But this is where John Fitch has a chance. He is a tenacious grappler, and he goes after things non-stop. Rory has got to get himself in a position where his back is not on that cage.
John Fitch, as we said near the top of the show, once told me that his game plan is to pulverize his opponent into a bloody mess and enjoy every moment of it. I love that.
That's one way of looking at fighting.
It is indeed.
John Fitch gets that takedown, and like Chael said, John Fitch is actually only 5 takedowns away in this fight, if you think about it, from possibly being the Bellator welterweight champion.
That's a very great point. John Fitch trails only GSP in total strikes landed throughout his career. Earlier in the UFC, and he has continued to smash people since that point. And he always has said, hey, if I take you down and you can't get up, that's your problem, not mine.
Such a positional battle here. You saw where Rory's stretching out John's left arm and actually landing elbow strikes because John is holding on to the ankle and leg of Rory. He has to let go of those to start to protect himself. Just a lot going on, even though it's not fast-paced. There's a lot of technical aspects working here.
Javier Mendez said John wasn't the greatest athlete when he came here, but he has the greatest mind and determination. Rory's got his arm.
Rory's got a Kimura hold on it right now. Just let go of it. John sticking to that leg. Go over that takedown. Rory stepping out.
Big swing.
Stop time. Your gloves are good? Ready?
Gloves are good. Red for the champ, blue for the challenger. Fitch in the southpaw stance, which could have a lot to do with his wrestling and his lead leg. Generally an orthodox striker.
I really believe the jab of Rory McDonald, once he starts to establish that jab, that's what he needs to do to keep John Fitch off balance and from getting in close to him. Rory has an outstanding jab and used it when he beat Tyron Woodley to just perfection. And I see him trying to do the same thing with Fitch here tonight.
Good straight right. Fitch will look to time. Another shot, looking to put Rory on his back.
John is having a big time in trying to figure out that right hand. That right hand has found its marks about every time Rory has thrown it. A little bit of movement towards John's right would help him a little bit in taking some of the sting off of that right hand. Nice little teep inside to the body.
Rory mixing it up nicely early. Both men have a lot of 5-round fight experience.
And what John is doing by staying towards the fence, he's actually trying to keep him towards that fence so he can use it if he gets his hands on Rory. So Rory's got to be careful about coming too deep into him. Rory looking for a guillotine, but he doesn't have it. Let's go of it. John Fitch now on top.
Another thing that Rory's doing, John, is each time that John Fitch shoots for the takedown, if he gets it or not, he's trying to make him pay on the way in.
Well, and that's the key to every fight. Look at if someone's going to go for something, I am going to make you wish you didn't, or I'm going to make you pay. And that's his job. And John's got to just say, it's okay. I'm just going to keep working towards what is going to make me successful here.
This is Fitch's world.
Well, this is Fitch's world, but he's not in this position right now. He's landing punches, but these are arm punches. And there's not a lot of power on him, and they're not going to do a lot of damage to Rory. So it's a matter of he's going to have to figure out, I've got to start to posture. I've got to start to get some space so I can land big, heavy shots.
John Fitch said, I'm going to win this tournament. I'm going to fight for the title at 185. Then I'm done. Round 2.
It's always good to have a plan.
If it works. And there's the takedown attacked early. Nicely done, Rory McDonald. Round 1.
Round 1 I have for Rory McDonald. He landed the big shots. You had John Fitch taking him down, but John was unable to do any type of damage in that. Rory McDonald wins the round.
Couple of good sprawls early here in the first 30 seconds of round number 2 for Rory.
Rory's doing a very nice job with that front kick. It's landing to the body of John, and it starts to just take the gas out of you.
Well, if you're going to learn a little bit about offensive and maybe more importantly in this matchup, defensive wrestling, training for the past decade with a man named George St. Pierre is probably a pretty good deal.
It tends to help you.
It tends to help you just a little bit.
But this is, right, this is John Fitch in his essence. Look, just look at what he's doing. He's taking shots, he's getting hit, but he sticks with what he does. And you've got to just love the fact that he is just that guy that I know what I am, I know what I have to do, and I'm just going to keep working towards my success.
John Fitch fought for the title against George St. Pierre many years ago.
Rory McDonald can put his hand on the fence. It's just that he can't grab the cage to control his position. So if his hand goes on the fence, that's okay. It's only when he grabs it.
Don't grab the fence, Rory.
Oh,
good kick.
That was a big shot John took. He's still there.
Hanging on to the leg. Rory's definitely utilizing the teeps, the kicks, like a jab, John, to keep Fitch at distance, much like a John Jones approach.
Oh, that was a good teep kick to the abdomen. It was not low.
15-fight win streak was snapped in that first title fight years ago against George St. Pierre. Fourth world title fight for Rory McDonald.
Crazy Bob Cook, who is in John Fitch's corner, is pleading for John Fitch to move to his right, which is the right thing because it is Rory McDonald's right hand that is landing and landing with frequency. And so he wants John to be able to take some of the power off of that, start moving towards Rory's left side, so he has to reach farther. You see it, and it doesn't carry as much power.
Rory moved to Montreal to become a world champion. Fitch moved to San Jose to become a world champion. One man has achieved it in Bellator, the other achieved it in the World Series of Fighting, the PFL. But only one man will leave with that welterweight belt after this fight tonight.
Nice job by John. Fitch goes after the leg, looks at it, goes, I'm not going to get that, but ends it with a kick to the body. That's exactly what he needs to do. Just those little things that he can do to try to slow Rory down. They all are there. If he can do them and make them add up, he can be successful with that.
Fitch southpaw throughout this entire fight. Dig it in, and he gets it. From a walk-on to captain, the native of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
See Rory trying to break the hands, the grip of John Fitch, pushing down. John trying to hold that. He's got an Askren. Now he's got those hands separated. Once he has them separated, now you can see Rory taking John down.
Fitch tried to throw a kick of his own, John, and Rory was able to catch the leg.
The biggest problem was there wasn't enough separation for that kick to have anything on it. You know, good idea, just not the right distance. And this is where I think Rory McDonald is so good, is in the top position with elbows.
Stop! Set for round number 3. Do you have Rory up?
You ready to fight? You ready to fight?
Yep.
Let's go.
I do. Rory McDonald has won both of those rounds, 10-9. It's not that John Fitch is not fighting well. I think he is. It's just that just a little bit more is being done by Rory, and really the bigger shots.
Caught a kick coming in, but still going after it.
Just the tenacious attitude of John Fitch. Yeah, it's so impressive. Because look, he's taking some hard shots. And it's like, well, if I'm taking them, I might as well go and get it. And that's what he's doing.
Enforce your will. The game plan of John Fitch every time. Every time he practices, every time he conditions, and every time he fights somebody.
Right here, in my opinion, John needs to start to posture his head up just so he can bring bigger shots. He's in a position he can hit, and he is. He's punching. He's trying to be busy. But you've got to think about, I've got to bring some power onto this. If I bring power onto it, I know the referee's going to let me be, and I know I'm going to start to at least just damage Rory, start to dent that vehicle, start to make it where it doesn't run as well. That's a big part of winning a fight.
20 professional victories for Rory McDonald, 32 for John Fitch. Who will advance to face Lyman Gracie? And whoever advances will have that welterweight belt around their waist.
Rory McDonald working basically out of a butterfly guard. His feet inside, but John likes it there, and you can see him squeezing his thighs down together to keep his feet there.
The Turk. The proud Boilermaker. See the tattoo on the back.
We got a cut on McDonald. One of those elbows that John Fitch threw. Landed. Caused the cut. This is what makes John Fitch that guy when you're talking about, man, just dirty, gritty. And that's what I was saying in those keys to victory. He needs to make this a dirty, gritty, grimy fight, because that's how he can win it, and that's what he is working towards doing.
For years, John has kept detailed logbooks on all opponents, even though his game plan always seems to be the same.
You know what? You stick with what brung you. And this is when, you know, you're watching the previews and everything, and you're listening to John, and he's saying, you know, people don't like my style, and, you know, I don't care. And he does it, and it's good because, look at what he does. If you're the opponent, is horrible. It is grinding. It is just absolutely suffocating. And he's so good at it. It's just a matter of, can he continue to get out? There's an armbar attempt here by Rory. That arm is there. Now it's out.
Fitch has been submitted 3 times in his professional career. This is 42nd pro fight, as I mentioned.
John Fitch just systematically doing good ground and pound, not heavy, but it's enough to keep him there. He's working, Rory is the guy trying to just hold on with his hands. He does have a butterfly guard, but he's not utilizing it in a way to try to get that elevation and get those sweeps and try to get John off of him.
Solid punches to the midsection.
Rory trying to explode to get up. John grabbing the legs, keeping him where he's at. Good round for John Fitch.
All right, gentlemen, fourth round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Let's go.
Championship rounds. Big John, is Fitch on the board?
Fitch is definitely on the board. That third round was John Fitch's 10-9. Right now, I got it at 29-28. Big right hand by Rory, but it just hit the top of John Fitch's head.
Rory previously scheduled for 5 rounds 5 times. TKO loss in the second to Gegard Mousasi. Unanimous decision win over Douglas Lima.
John Fitch took a couple of hard shots right there. He's a little bit still damaged from it.
And that kick didn't help.
It's going down. We could have had Rory on top of him. It's not a good position for John. He needs to keep moving, keep himself centered up on Rory. Into the side here, he's in trouble.
Big shots.
Good job by getting out.
Fitch is hurt. And he's going to go right to his wrestling. Try to slow down Rory McDonald. Catch himself a breath.
John Fitch is in real trouble here. Holding on to that one leg. He's taking some big shots.
Big elbow.
You can hear that elbow.
Rory steps over. Rory went the distance.
He's got to roll on top. Good job by John.
Yep. Lost a non-title fight to Stephen Thompson. Finished in the 5th by Robbie Lawler. And won a non-title fight against Tarek Safadine. Those are his 5-round fights.
John Fitch is a zombie, Mike.
There's no question.
He just keeps marching forward, putting pressure on you, getting a hold of you, just trying to bring him down. You got to be impressed with the heart on John Fitch.
You know what zombies do?
They eat you.
No, they pulverize you into a bloody mess and enjoy every moment of it. That's what zombies do.
He is incredible because he took some big shots at the start of this round. And he is still here, still doing what he does. There is a Kimura attempt, but I don't think it's going to be effective.
Toes out of there.
Fitch, 5 rounds, 5 times. He's gone the distance 3 times. His record's 2-1 in those fights. His one setback was against GSP.
Toes out of there.
Rory McDonald holding onto that arm, going to a closed guard for a while. Now he's open, back to closed.
There's those shots, body head for Fitch. Three of Fitch's last 4 losses came in the first round, and we're many minutes past that. Championship rounds.
Get those toes out of there. Knock it off.
John Fitch putting a lot of pressure on Rory. Rory's trying to utilize that high guard to keep the posture of Fitch down. That means that John can only land arm punches, light shots to the body, not much coming up towards the head.
You guys improve your position, gentlemen. submission. Work to finish, gentlemen. Work to finish.
Fitch staying busy. That's why he's up amongst the all-time leaders in strikes landed.
30 seconds.
The question is going to be for the judges. Do you remember what happened in the beginning of this round? Do you remember the big shots that Rory McDonald landed? Do you remember the trouble that John Fitch was in? Or are you just going to remember this light ground and pound and say that it takes the round, which they should have?
Stand up! Stand up! Let's go!
So stand up with 10 seconds.
Ready? Fight!
Not the best stand-up as far as timing in the world, but we got nothing.
5 minutes left in the biggest fight of his life. John just had a big smile on his face about something.
All right, gentlemen, fifth and final round.
He's having fun. Rory and John. 5 minutes remain. Title on the line.
I think Rory really needs to think about just being smart with his footwork, utilize that jab, keep John on the end. Every time John makes a movement inside, snap that jab out, make him have to deal with the pressure. Jab by John, switches stance, throws 2 right hands.
John down 3-1 now on your scorecard?
I definitely have John down 3-1.
Okay.
He's gonna have to do something big in this round if he wants to win this fight. He's fought, in my opinion, an outstanding fight for him against Rory McDonald. The real difference is he hasn't done enough as far as being able to damage Rory and take the key moments of the fight to be ahead.
Certainly Rory McDonald has displayed his toughness over the years. The leader of that new generation of men who trained only in MMA way back when. Not a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then put it all together. He quit all other sports at age 14 to dedicate his life
triangle attempt by
to MMA, and this is Rory now looking for a submission finish.
The real question is, can he maintain an angle that he needs to make this tight? Is that arm in the right position? Because the one that he has, he's holding on to right now, that is not good, but he switched it over, making it a reverse triangle. This does have a chance, but he needs to squeeze both his legs and his arms together. So to squeeze his knees, I would use my arms to bring my hands together and squeeze on him. He's still there. That is not putting John out. John is just pressing.
The toes okay, Big John?
No, part of that is what John Fitch is doing. It's very difficult to keep your toes on the fence when the guy's driving you into it.
Kind of like goaltender interference.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have some common sense in what you're looking at. People go, oh, his toes on the fence. Like, no.
Got it.
Toes out of there.
I had to ask.
Of course.
Yeah, I've been in there a few times. All right, John Fitch got to do something big here in the final 2 minutes. He's certainly trying.
I would think that Rory needs to start putting his feet on the hips of John Fitch and looking for that moment that he can try to push off, explode, get himself back to his feet. There you go. He's starting to do it. He's going back to the butterfly guard, but he does not do anything to elevate Fitch, which is saying, you know, I'm not saying that Fitch doesn't have heavy hips. I know he does. But if it's not working for you, don't keep going back to something that hasn't been successful.
Not just the welterweight belt on the line here tonight, but the winner advances to the semifinals of the Welterweight World Grand Prix.
Look at how good John Fitch is at controlling positions, though. I mean, it is an art form. And if you don't appreciate it, you just don't appreciate the sport of MMA, because what he's doing is so difficult to do against a good fighter, and he just does it to everybody.
Makes spectacular fighters look very ordinary.
He's trying to use his knee, put the arm down, so he has an open shot.
45 seconds.
It's clear that Rory McDonald cannot get up from underneath when John Fitch is on top of him.
But can John Fitch finish this fight in the next 35 seconds?
John is not going to finish it doing the work that he's doing. I'm not saying he's not doing stuff. He's just not gaining enough space to have enough power on his shots to hurt Rory.
Go grab it. Go do it.
20 seconds. Seconds remain. This title fight is going to go the distance.
Here's that right hand going on top. This is the beginning of the fight. This is what John had to figure out. How to stop that right hand. This is the elbow. Rory landed. That hurt John. You can see. Tosses him off. John goes to the ground. Tries to get up. Look at his legs. Wobbly. But Fitch continued on. He kept coming after Rory, going after the takedowns, putting Rory on his back. And you look at it, that is the way he could win the fight. You have to admire the way he went after doing what he does so well. Landing shots, but nothing big that was going to damage Rory McDonald.
Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having completed 5 full rounds of action, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Anthony Maina, scores the fight 48-46. He scores the fight for Fitch. Judges Ron McCarthy and Michael Bell both scored the fight 47-47. The official judges' scorecard result is a majority draw. As a result of a draw, the champion has successfully defended his world title and shall therefore advance in the Bellator Welterweight World Grand Prix.
Let's go to the tail of the tape for the main event here at Madison Square Garden.
Take a look at that record. Take a look at 9-0. I'm looking at everything across the board. These guys are virtually identical.
All right, gentlemen, visit the rules in the locker room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. I want you to protect yourselves at all times. If you want to touch gloves, good luck to both of you. Thank you.
The winner will defend the Bellator welterweight title in the final of this tournament against Douglas Lima, the former 2-time welterweight champion. 50 Cent in the house.
All right, you ready? You ready? Let's go, round 1.
The bell in round 1, Rory McDonald in the red gloves, the undefeated Gracie in the blue gloves. What you look forward to early on, John?
What I look forward to with Rory is that he wants to establish that jab and show Neiman Gracie, I have a speed advantage over you. I can dictate where this fight goes.
Again, the former 2-time welterweight champion, Douglas Lima, waiting in the wings. Would love to get a rematch against Rory McDonald, but Neiman Gracie would love to spoil that plan. And how special would it be for the Gracie family to have one of their own bring the championship into the $1 million welterweight World Grand Prix final?
It would be incredibly special. And the one thing that Neiman needs to do in the beginning of this fight is show Rory, I am not worried about standing up with you. I will stand and bang with you. And when I get my opportunity to take you down, that is where you're going to go.
McDonald comes in with the lead left hook, high kick.
Beautiful job of hiding the kick behind the hands. That's what a good fighter does.
Inside low kick by Gracie, winging away with the right hand, looking for the shot, telegraphs it, stuffed immediately by McDonald.
That's exactly what Rory McDonald needs to do. When you saw Rory against John Fitch and you saw the tenacious attitude of John Fitch, you've got to be willing to go into deep places to stop someone like that. When you see the shot like you saw Rory, big difference.
And Gracie, standing in front of McDonald, has attempted one takedown, but immediately stuffed, as we mentioned, and now feints. Gracie coming forward again. Now the clinch, and immediately shucked off by McDonald.
A lot of people have forgot the fact that Rory McDonald has outstanding wrestling, and he's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. His ground game is phenomenal. He has never been submitted, and he has fought guys like Damian Maia, who are unbelievable on the ground.
Like his teammate, the legendary George St. Pierre, didn't have a high-level wrestling background, but they specialize in MMA wrestling.
Exactly. No high school wrestling, no college wrestling, but man, he could wrestle.
And again, we talk about it, you mentioned it, it's really about establishing the stiffer. McDonald slipping on that kick attempt, the clinch, and early on, McDonald with the strength advantage inside the clinch.
You saw he did slip, he went right down, popped right back up. No chance for Lyman to take advantage of that slip. That jab is what Rory needs to continue to use, both up and down, just like you're seeing. It can be the big difference in this fight.
2 minutes left in the opening round. McDonald and Gracie feeling out process in the stand-up. Of course, McDonald very under. Oh, lands that right hand and then eats a left from Gracie. And there's no specific pattern to McDonald's footwork, John.
No, there is not a specific pattern. He's moving himself in and out, back and forth, side to side, but he is landing good shots, and they're very short and quick shots.
Sticks the jab again on Gracie. Feinting. There's a kick by Gracie, but then caught by McDonald. Backs Gracie to the fence. Misses with that sweeping left hook.
For Rory, that's an elbow that he's trying to land. But the one thing when you're seeing it, look at how calm he was. Once he caught that kick, didn't rush into it, took his time, set it up the way he wanted, and then went through with the strike.
Final 60 seconds. First of 5 potential rounds in this, the final semifinal match of the Welterweight World Grand Prix. McDonald's Bellator welterweight title on the line, and Gracie coming forward, he feints. Oh, there's a kick to the outside of McDonald's lead leg and took a lot of the steam off. And Gracie catches that push kick attempt by McDonald.
That was a nice low kick by Lyman, and you can see there is some damage on the left shin of Rory McDonald already.
So a getting to know you first 5 minutes between McDonald and Gracie. And as we begin round 2, what about what Rory McDonald told his trainer Firas Zahabi?
What he told him was, how is my leg? It's already, I can feel it, it's already been hurt. And so he's feeling those low kicks that Lyman Gracie is landing.
And immediately Gracie lands one at the beginning of round 2. Now looking for the clinch on the takedown. Outside trip takedown by Gracie.
Beautiful takedown into the half guard by Gracie. McDonald elevating him up, looking for that leg. But right now he doesn't have that, and he does not want to get into a leg lock competition with Gracie. Good job of standing up by McDonald.
McDonald drops a right hand, trying to stay on his feet as Gracie's looking for that.
He's got a knee bar.
Tap the knee bar, and McDonald rolling with it.
He's got it still. Rory needs to push on the butt. Use that other leg to keep sliding his leg out.
8 of Gracie's 9 wins have been via submission, and McDonald escapes.
We'll see from his motion if that knee bar had any effect on him.
Gracie has 3 rear naked chokes, 2 neck cranks, 2 arm bars, and an arm triangle. Was looking for his first knee bar victory. Would be the biggest submission win of his career. Minute and a half gone here in round 2. McDonald fishing for a double wrist lock. delivering an elbow strike to Gracie.
Gracie searching for that single leg. Rory just taking his time, utilizing the fence as a balance point.
And again, Gracie looking to bring McDonald to the canvas. McDonald doing a good job of defending the takedown attempt by Gracie.
Gracie still in a body lock position. He's got both arms around Rory's body. Rory wants to get at least one hook inside. See if he can get an underhook.
Posting with that left hand, and now McDonald in the top position.
Beautiful step over by Rory to get that position.
And now Gracie employing the guard, and McDonald from top position where he is lethal.
He is deadly here, especially with elbows. What Lyman needs to do right now is you can stay in guard for a little bit, a closed guard like this, but he needs to think about putting his feet on Rory's hips and starting to keep him at a distance with the use of his legs.
McDonald telling us that what he's seen of Gracie is he's different than the other BJJ ace that he faced in Damian Maia, whom McDonald defeated via unanimous decision in the UFC.
You see Gracie bringing his leg up, going into a mission control position. That's going to keep the posture of Rory McDonald down, which means that he's not going to be able to leverage a lot of power on any of his shots.
Under 2 minutes left in the second round. Gracie trying to control McDonald's posture from within his closed guard. Hammer fist from the bottom by Gracie.
Rory's very good at getting himself to a position where he postures up and lands big punches and usually very big and hard elbows.
A minute and a half left in the second round. McDonald trying to improve his position, but Gracie with that Venus flytrap guard. McDonald though posturing up, can opener on Gracie.
What he's doing by trying that can opener, that's to open that guard. He'll feel the legs open up and he knows that he can try to move within that guard at that point.
Final minute of the second round. You hear the voice of Renzo Gracie giving instructions to his protege and his relative.
Nice elbow over the top by McDonald. Just taking his time in this position, not overextending, not doing something that's going to leave an opening for Gracie to grab a hold of a submission.
Gracie dreamed of becoming a champion when he was 10 years old after seeing Royce fighting in the first UFC. There's a right hand from McDonald.
Big posture coming up on his legs.
Looking to pass, guard, no, just collapses on top of Gracie.
But this is what you want to see from McDonald in the top position. I want him to try to do damage, and that's what he's trying to do.
Great, no strikes. Good job, gentlemen. Okay. Third round, let's go, guys.
Bell goes to begin the third round, scheduled for 5. Big John McCarthy's unofficial scorecard.
I've got Rory McDonald ahead both rounds, 10-9 so far.
And the reason for that?
Look at, he's landed the better strikes. There was the submission attempt by Gracie, which was good, but you didn't see any real defensive problem by Rory. He didn't struggle.
Oh, nice right hand by McDonald.
He ended up landing the better shots throughout the ground. He gets the round.
In between rounds, Gracie's corner trying to control the swelling under his left eye.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mistake by his corner in that break between the rounds. Mauro, when you look at the unified rules, allows 2 cornermen inside of that cage. Well, both of his cornermen, Renzo and his striking coach, went in, which doesn't allow the cut man to go in.
There's a left hook followed by the right hand, and McDonald double pump jab from Gracie.
Rory giving different angles, taking a look, a little bit lighter on his feet.
Gracie trains Muay Thai with Jamie Crowder. And of course, McDonald has Fierce Sahabi and Crew Ash. the striking department. 90 seconds gone here in round number 3.
See Roy stepping in with that elbow, slicing it across.
Another shoot by Gracie, another takedown. Defense being exhibited here. The stuffing now. It's McDonald looking for a submission on Gracie.
Nice takedown by McDonald.
Right into side control. McDonald, who turns 30 next month. 20 wins, 7 knockouts, and 7 submissions. Majority of which are via rear naked choke.
You saw McDonald trying to step his leg over Gracie's head, just like he just did right there. That's to set up that arm. Big heavy strikes.
So with someone like Rory McDonald on top of you like this in the close guard, John, what would you recommend Gracie do, trying to sweep or reverse? Or?
Well, first off, he's not going to be able to do anything from that closed guard. He's got to open that guard. All right, take his leg. If you want to take a grapevine the leg out and start to move your hips, great. But you've got to open that guard and start to bring it up. If you come into a mission control, you're at least opening yourself up to where now you can start to be offensive with your guard and go after submissions. Force him into where you want him to be. Gogoplov is not even available right now.
The can opener is for McDonald, going old school here again, trying to open the guard of Neiman Gracie.
Old school Tim Catalfo. And from this position, there you see Gracie trying to swing himself over the arm.
Looking for the armbar.
It does not happen. It was a beautiful swing to the armbar, then the reversal off, but that's what got it reversed. But when he allowed Roy to step over, that armbar just went away.
Good submission defense employed by Rory McDonald.
But that's what Gracie needs to do, Maul. You've got to be offensive off your back.
McDonald has never been submitted.
And that movement is showing you why. As soon as that attack was in motion, he was doing things to automatically defend it.
You speak Portuguese, John? How's your Portuguese these days?
My Portuguese is okay in what they're saying. My response is horrible.
All right, fourth round, gentlemen, let's go.
This is round number 4. Rory McDonald, the welterweight champion in the red gloves. Neiman Gracie, undefeated, 9-0 in the blue gloves. Gracie from the southpaw stance. There's a straight right hand by McDonald. There's another right hand landing for the Red King.
Neiman Gracie coming on this round with a little bit more urgency in his approach. I think he knows he's behind and he's got to start to do something to press the issue on McDonald.
Right hand by Gracie. McDonald took it off the arm. Minute gone here in the 4th. McDonald walking down, but Gracie lands the jab. Pops the jab again. Single shots from Gracie.
exactly right. Single shots, that's the difference. He's got to start throwing multiples. Multiples are going to do damage. Multiples are going to catch McDonald in a position where he doesn't see that shot coming. It lands and it can hurt him.
And there's the shot attempt, and again, Roy McDonald able to defend, and now the body lock taking the back, trying to climb, but McDonald very calm in defending.
And very slippery at this point of the fight.
Right.
Into the fourth round right now. There's a lot of sweat. It's hard to hold on to. It just takes a lot more effort to get to those positions. But
although,
look at Gracie over the top. He's getting a little bit high.
Yep.
Don't know if he's going to be able to hold that. He's got that right leg in position to try to hold the position. But what you're seeing with McDonald is going to just start to shake him off.
What? And Gracie trying to employ that body triangle, but McDonald again. He's very high.
He is very high, and what he's going to try to do is pull him over the top of him. But right now, he's not going to be able to do that with the fence there.
There it is.
He's getting himself back on him. He's got that body triangle.
And yet McDonald
does
the guard again.
What he's supposed to do.
The bigger man. We're down to the final 2 minutes of the fourth round in this semi-final matchup, and Rory McDonald and the close guard of Gracie. A calculated, methodical performance by the Red King.
It is, you know, look at, this is not exciting in a lot of fashions as far as, wow, big knockout like we saw from the Archuleta fight or anything like that, but this is a very solid performance by Rory McDonald against a very game fighter in Neiman Gracie. And he is doing everything that he can in a very smooth and efficient fashion, just getting out of the trouble that he was in with Gracie on his back. You look at that, that's a veteran fighter.
What about the fact McDonald has more than twice as many fights as Gracie, and of course with that comes many hard miles on the odometer.
And that was the one question when you're going into this fight and you're seeing Neiman Gracie with a 9-0 record. You're looking at 9 wins where he has not suffered any damage in any of those fights. He is a fresh fighter, but you go through Rory McDonald's career and see a lot of fights where he took incredible damage. And is that damage starting to slow him down as a fighter?
McDonald trying to posture up, short elbow strikes to the midsection. There's a left hand that was free, lands a shot. Another now grounded pound by McDonald. Gracie avoiding the brunt of the attack.
Gracie was trying to turn his hips to try to swing the angle on Rory. Did not work.
Well, that right hand landed for McDonald.
Good posture by McDonald. Look at him, hips in. Standing up. Notice, head goes back, hips come forward, then he comes down.
And now McDonald looking to take Gracie's back. Now Gracie is on his back, and McDonald missing with that right hand.
Final round, let's go.
The bell, the fifth and final round. How do you have it after 4 rounds on your unofficial scorecard, John?
Right now, I've got Rory McDonald up every round he has taken. So I look at Neiman Gracie having to finish Rory McDonald in this fight to get that championship.
There's that outside leg kick to the lead leg of McDonald, and just a naked shot by Gracie.
Yep. Got to start throwing multiples. You've got to give him more than one problem to deal with.
Looking for that outside trip, but McDonald's balance, his positioning, working that. Looking for the wizard, keeping it according to Zahabi.
Well, it's hard to work a wizard if your hips are far in front.
Yeah. And now the takedown. And let's see what Gracie's able to do from top position.
And in this round, knowing I've got to finish my opponent, Neiman Gracie has got to start to open up and take a big chance. Go after it. All the way to mount.
There's Here's the former two-time welterweight champion watching on with vested interest. Douglas Lima will face the winner of this fight in the $1 million final in the Welterweight World Grand Prix. The winner, of course, will become Bellator welterweight champion if it's Lima.
Notice Gracie's just crawling that hand up. You see the left arm of Rory McDonald and the crux of his arm. Notice he's using the ground to swing his arm up to get that arm to the side so he can go for an arm triangle.
He has one arm triangle submission on his ledger. And now coming up on the final 3 minutes. Plenty of time left. But Gracie has to make hay here from full mount.
Just let go of it. He knew what he wanted. McDonald knew what he wanted. He just wasn't able to make it happen.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. 2.5. He's got to go for triangle. He's going for triangle now.
Fira Sahabi letting McDonald know that he should be.
Well, what he's talking about is if he bucks to get him off, he knows that Gracie's going to go straight to a triangle.
Right.
Trying to push the hips back. Smart move by McDonald. A lot of pressure there. Great job by Neiman Gracie to hold that position. There goes Rory McDonald getting into half guard. And what we're talking about from the difference of positions is the number of submissions that are available to you. When you get him back in that half guard, the number of submissions that he has, the list goes far from what it was when he was in mount.
Less than 2 minutes left in this main event here at Bellator 222 from Madison Square Garden. Even Gracie needs a finish, according to our unofficial scorer, John McCarthy. And in position now to try something dynamic, something dramatic. 90 seconds now left in this fight. Credit Rory McDonald for his defense.
Butterfly guard by Rory McDonald. He's got underhooks on both sides. It's a hard position now for Neiman Gracie to do any kind of real damage or go after a submission. He can attack the body with some strikes, but he needs to get those hooks away from his legs, which are going to control his hips. And this is one of the things about Rory McDonald. When he has someone on top of him, he's outstanding at holding and keeping himself safe, but he also stops any offensive attacks, which makes the judge start to say you're getting dominated. All the way back to a full guard.
Final 30 seconds of this Bellator welterweight title fight. Strike from the bottom, but now on the Gracie going free.
Going for the leg. He does not have it right now with where it's at. He needs to set that up better. He's trying to control the leg.
Left.
Trying to get it behind his arm. Getting the heel hook. Nope.
And we go the 5-round distance.
Here's Rory McDonald in guard. It was when he was able to posture, he was able to land with efficient punches and elbows from this position. Here was Neiman Gracie switching over, taking and elevating him over, getting the reversal, going after that arm lock, but Rory immediately defending against it, getting himself safe by putting his leg over. He gets his arm and out, so there's no pressure on the elbow, but it was a beautiful attack attempt by Gracie. Big right hand landing here, flush against the side of the head. Had a lot of those throughout, and then beautiful takedown by Rory McDonald. Body lock position, picks him up, brings him down to the side, ending up inside control. Overall, a very efficient fight for Rory McDonald.
Here's Michael C. Williams with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go now to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, David Torelli, scores the fight 49-46, while judges Douglas Crosby and Christopher Lee both see the fight the same, 48-46. to 47. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, now advancing to the final of the Welterweight World Grand Prix, and still Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Rory the Red King McDonald.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. Rory McDonald, 30 years old. Douglas Lima, the former champion, just 1 year his elder.
Look at those records, 21-5 to 31-7. Both guys have a ton of experience and a ton of victories.
Both been giving you instructions. Touch gloves now if you like. Let's fight.
The wait is finally over. They are set to meet again. Douglas Lima, Rory McDonald. 2 belts to the winner. The Welterweight World Championship belt and the Welterweight World Grand Prix Championship belt. And here we go! Rory McDonald in the red gloves, Douglas Lima in the blue gloves. 9th Bellator World title fight for Lima. 6th world title fight for Rory McDonald.
You watch just what you're seeing off the start, all this footwork by Rory McDonald. That is a way of compensating and keeping that leg kick down to a minimum.
Who will strike first?
Just answered that question.
Yes, he
did. Didn't quite go to the location that we would think he'd want to. Took it to the thigh. One thing we know, Douglas Lima is one of the heaviest kickers you will ever find in the sport of MMA. His leg kicks are gruesome.
He said, and I quote to us earlier in the week, he is not taking me down tonight.
I talked to Brian Stan long ago when he used to work out with Douglas Lima. He used to talk about how difficult it was for him as a middleweight or light heavyweight to take Douglas Lima down. He goes, he's one of the most frustrating individuals you've ever worked out with, because when he doesn't want you to take him down, he is just horrible in what he does to you and his ability to keep you from putting him on the ground.
I said at the very top of the show, Rory McDonald was the nail for many, many weeks, many, many months at the tender age of 14, 15, and 16. But he kept coming to the gym, and David Lee believed in him. And here he is today, at 30 years old, a world champion trying to defend his belt for the 4th time.
One thing we know, coming from TriStar, Rory with Firas Zahabi. Firas is one of the best game planners there is in the sport of MMA. When he breaks down a fighter and figures out a way to attack that fighter, he's done it with so many guys in the past, especially with Rory, being his fighter. The way he went about making a game plan for Rory when he fought Tyron Woodley, it was just absolutely perfect. And here comes that possible takedown. Nice job of fighting it off by Douglas, getting his back to that cage. That allows him to use it as a balance point. He was almost leaning over, almost going down. Stop that. Now he's in a position basically being neutral, even though his back is against the cage. And all of this, when you look at what caused Rory McDonald problems in the first fight, all of this is smart, because as this time goes by, none of those kicks, and you can still see the damage on that left leg from 2 years ago to Rory. All of this in-tight fighting keeps Douglas from being able to use a weapon that he has that can hurt Rory.
3rd title defense for Rory. Won the belt January 20th, 2018. First defense was against Fitch, second against Gracie, He looks to the third in the rematch. Right here, right now.
Nice double unders by Rory McDonald. You see him with his hands clasped, but he needs to get those hands from the middle of the back, either up high or down low into the lower part of the back. That's going to help him get that takedown.
Can he get it? Not yet.
Again, there comes that fence, man. That was a point where he was going down. The fence allowed him to stay up. Back to the double unders. He's got a good chance of getting this if he swings around and wasn't able to do it.
30 seconds. Round number one. Douglas Lima taking a look at the clock.
Douglas Lima also taking a look at the ref like, oh, well, he's not doing a whole lot. We're just gonna stand here. But because Rory's got the double unders, Keith Peterson's not gonna separate him, and that's the right thing to do.
But Lima's sending an early message.
There's that kick to the body by Lima, but a nice left, right. And then here's the defense. You can see Lima starting to lean, gets his balance point, lands punches inside.
Of these two men of this tournament in a Bellator MMA. Round two.
I like the fact that Douglas Lima is coming out and he's taking control of the center of the cage. I talked about where he had problems in his first fight was when his back went against that fence. Rory was able to dictate where the fight was going to take place, and he didn't have a lot of movement. In the center of the cage is where he started to come on in the third and fourth rounds.
Rory switching his stance continuously, trying to make sure that that leg is not a target again here tonight in the rematch. Low kick.
Rory's never really been a southpaw fighter, and if he opens himself up into the southpaw stance, it will take that leg away, but it will open him up for body attacks with those kicks by Lima.
Lima said in the first fight that he showed Rory McDonald too much respect. Much like Rory's teammate years ago, George St. Pierre, said about his first fight against Matt Hughes. Tonight, not the case in the mind of Douglas Lima. He is confident that his banner will hang amongst the champions again after tonight's battle.
Well, the big difference in that one was back then George St. Pierre wasn't the champion, Matt Hughes was. And when these guys faced out the first time, Douglas Lima was the champion. But we talk about confidence for a fighter. Confidence is key. And although he was the champion, he was in that cage looking across at a guy that he had watched fight against, like the BJ Penns, the Nate Diaz's, and the Robbie Lawlers. He saw those fights and had that in the back of his mind of, man, that's that guy I've been watching. And it's all about confidence. You gotta have confidence that, you know what, I am gonna go out there, and as we talked yesterday, Ray Longo, I am gonna go out and punch a hole in the middle of your chest.
He was extremely complimentary in talking about how impressed he was with Rory's mental fortitude and how he left everything in the Bellator ring and how he was able to come through on one leg, John, in that fifth and final round.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible display of heart, determination, because we thought he was done. I'll be honest, I watched him like, and he's just lost these last two rounds. That leg is a mess. He is in trouble, and he came out, he got that takedown. He stayed on top of Douglas Lima. He landed big elbows and showed exactly what kind of warrior he was. Or is, excuse me.
Second takedown attempt, stuffed again. They battle against the cage.
This is similar to what we saw in Douglas Lima against Koreshkov in their first matchup. Koreshkov kept taking Douglas Lima down. From that point, in the second, third match they had, Douglas Lima did not let Koreshkov take him down, and he has blocked everything that Rory McDonald has done in trying to get this fight to the ground. Right now, I would just like to see Douglas Lima start to open up just a little bit more, start to go after more combinations. We're throwing just the ones that we're seeing, because the ones can be, you know, dealt with. It's when you're getting those combinations, those ones, twos, threes, it's that second, third, fourth shot that's going to land and do the damage.
1 minute remaining in round 2 of our championship fight. The Welterweight World Grand Prix finale. Rory trying to utilize the jab. Nice right hand combination.
That was a good right hand by Douglas Lima. That thing, although Rory did get his arm up to block, it's still, you saw it shake his head, and that was a beautiful left jab. Snapped his head back.
Ten seconds.
Douglas loaded up on that. Douglas Lima coming, left hook. Now you see it, the hand blocks it, but it still gets through, and that right hand gets through. The side's partially blocked, but it is still touching him. Nice right hand there by Douglas Lima. And the jab. Watch the head bounce back.
Unofficial scorecard partner.
Unofficially right now, I have this fight as even. I give the second round to Douglas Lima. He landed the better strikes. There really was no grappling in it. He's the one that's starting to control where this fight is at. You see him in the center of the cage like I talked about. That's a big element in him winning this fight.
Lima has been nothing short of dynamic and devastating throughout this run to the rematch with Rory.
Nice heavy hits by Douglas Lima. He just stonewalled him on that takedown. All of these are going to give Douglas Lima confidence.
Yes. Rory is 0 for 3, or Douglas is 3 for 3. Douglas Lima said it will not take more than just a couple of kicks to work my way back to the owner of the belt.
This is the round that I thought was going to start to make the difference in the fight. I felt that the first 2 rounds were going to kind of be a feeling out process, and we talked about it. I didn't think a lot was going to happen, but I said by the 3rd round, they're going to start going after each other. Rory getting in deep on that leg, but he's taking big shots. Again, Douglas Lima, great balance, utilizes that fence as a balance point, getting his back to it. Now just controls, keeps Rory from getting him to the ground. Beautiful takedown defense by Douglas Lima. See now with the hands up high here by the double underhooks with Rory, he needs to start to utilize his hips and start to turn Douglas Lima off of the cage and then spin him out. Trap a leg, you can go outside or inside trip with it. But none of those are going to work unless you turn him off of that fence, because the fence is going to be his balance point.
Douglas Lima said, "I'm better than I have ever been before."
Nice job of just pushing off by Douglas Lima.
Rory McDonald, each time scheduled for 5 rounds.
Douglas Lima needs to start, like I said before, he's utilizing that left jab beautifully. It's snapping Rory's head back like it's a Pez dispenser, but he's got to start following it up, because when your head's getting snapped back by that first left, you don't even see the right coming, and that's the one that puts you out of the fight.
And the jab has always been utilized so effectively by the members of TriStar.
Again, Douglas Lima stonewalling. Rory trying to get into that clinch position to take him down. Nothing doing.
Not a lot of kicks thrown by Lima. Of course, kicks do make you vulnerable to a takedown. So the Phenom is waiting, John, for what he feels are perfect opportunities to do damage.
Douglas Lima just keeps improving as a fighter. You're seeing his hands are getting better. It's always been that, you know, I would have told you coming in here, Rory's got the better actual boxing, better hands. Douglas definitely has the better kicks. And right now, Douglas Lima is starting to win with his hands. That left jab has been effective in this fight. It's been snapping Rory's head back. It's been doing damage. And it's keeping Rory from wanting to come in on Douglas, even though he does want that takedown. He's worried about that left hand.
We asked Lima if in the back of his mind he always knew that this was going to be the ending fight of our welterweight world Grand Prix, and he said yes. And here they go again. And for Rory McDonald, it was a tough road, John, but he is here and he has a chance to defend, win the Grand Prix, and that big check. Seconds, and still no takedown.
There's that calf kick. Nice little left hand inside.
Late in this round, let's see if Lima opens up.
Rory opened up a little bit more with the kicks. Comes Douglas Lima with that calf kick into the outside. Like he'll tell you, it only takes a few. You can see he's starting to take Rory off balance. And it's really been his takedown defense. Look at him stuff this takedown. Rory gets in on that single leg, gets the leg up. He's eating shots.
Douglas Lima went 5 rounds against Ben Askren. He said back then, I didn't have wrestling. I learned my lesson. So far, he has stuffed every takedown attempt as we have entered the championship rounds, round 4. The first big one.
Rory's moving well on that leg, but you can see, look at that leg, it's got marks on it. Even before the fight, we saw it still had a look to it where it still looks swollen. Still had a bump. That's because of that fascia being split, coming off the bone due to the amount of blood that was put into his leg to try to heal that wound.
Rory has been circling away from the power of that right leg, thus the left hook thrown by Douglas Lima.
Rory's doing the right thing, circling to his right.
Yep.
Takes that kick away, takes the power of his right hand away. But Douglas has been landing that jab, and he needs to utilize it more, in my opinion. It's been effective. Every time Rory moves towards that left side, he should pop it out. Nice lead right. Beautiful. And did a beautiful job of making him pay. Striking him with that shot as he came out.
He said he will not take me down. We've almost reached the midway point of round 4. And Douglas Lima has not been taken down by Rory McDonald.
As good as both of these guys are, we're looking at, and even before the fight, I thought this is going to go the 5 rounds. They're just too good. All it takes is one mistake. One mistake by either guy. It's going to change this. Nice. And this is where Douglas needs to punish it. Beautiful job.
And it all started with another failed takedown attempt.
And the leg kick.
Yes.
Those low leg kicks by Douglas Lima are death.
Eighth time scheduled for 5 rounds for Rory. 11th time scheduled for 5 rounds for Lima. There's 1:45 on the clock here in round 4.
And normally in this position, Rory McDonald is very dangerous with his elbows. He's great at inside fighting, but he's thinking so much of getting Douglas Lima to the ground, he's not even thinking of throwing the elbow. He doesn't want to take the chance of disengaging and then being out there again and accepting another kick.
You see some swelling on the leg of Rory McDonald.
It's been a good round so far for Douglas Lima. Rory's going to have to do some good work to get this round back in his favor.
Who'd you give round 3 to?
Round 3 I have with Douglas Lima. Right now I have in my head.
Spin and a miss by Rory. So far, the game plan of Lima has played out to perfection.
Yeah, he's done a very good job of holding the center of the cage. He has not had his back against the cage that much. You know, Rory's trying to force him there. He's used it as a balance point when he's needed to, but nothing like we saw in the first matchup, and that's been a big difference.
Rory trying to set up a strike with that change of levels a moment ago. Superman punch is way short.
There's, when Rory tried that takedown, Douglas just stonewalls it with a sprawl and then starts to light him up with those kicks. That one landed flush. That did not feel good. Brought it up high, stuffs that takedown attempt again, brings the knee inside.
5th and final round. Lima has been to the 5th round 5 times, including 3 of his last 4 fights. Same for Rory McDonald, Big John's scorecard.
Right now, I've got Douglas Lima up 3 rounds to 1. I do not see Rory McDonald being able to win this on the cards. He needs to do something special. Try to get into Douglas Lima, open up. You got to do something. Take away the advantages that he has created.
In the fight against Koreshkov, Lima finished that former champion in the 5th round. Big jab.
That left hand has been a big weapon for Douglas Lima here tonight. Rory pressing to the cage, that's smart. Nice job by Douglas Lima coming out on top. Rory went for that takedown. Lima did not just accept it, go to his back, brought the legs up, got the reversal on it. Douglas Lima's a different animal here tonight.
Some blood coming out of the nose of Douglas Lima. He's in top position. Rory closing his guard. But he's behind on John's scorecard and needs to make something happen.
trying to force his knee inside. He's looking to try to bring up, or get a little bit of opening so he can bring his legs up, look for a triangle. Right now, there's nothing there for him. Douglas Lima hit him with a good elbow on the bottom. Rory's going for the arm.
Lima has not been stopped in over 11 years.
Nice attempt by Rory McDonald, just didn't have the position quite set. Twining the leg, but now he's in trouble from his position, giving his back.
Douglas Lima, the former champion, trying to leave no doubt in anyone's mind that this fight belongs to him. Here in the 5th and final round. See the swelling from some of those jabs. And a short hammer fist.
Rory keeps on moving back and forth. Those are big, heavy shots. He needs to think about, cannot stay in that position. If it's that I have to end up pulling back and going into guard, then do it. Instead of taking those big shots from Douglas.
$145 remains in this championship fight. In a big round 5 for Douglas Lima.
Big shot by Doug. Lima looking good here.
He's only been stopped twice in his entire career. This, his 39th professional fight.
Movement by Rory, was trying to set up Plata for a second. Looking for that reversal, looking to get Douglas Lima's back right here. Nice reversal by Rory McDonald. See Douglas going for the leg. Two guys that both know the ground very well.
Both black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Huge sense of urgency here for the champion. 30 seconds remain.
You can see Rory's trying, just nothing's able to land. Unable to get anything off on the defensive work of Doug Lima. One of those out there's a good shot. Missed.
Once again, they go the distance.
This fight started out not a whole lot. These guys were feeling each other out. Big high kick. You saw Rory trying to take Douglas Lima down, and Douglas Lima just stuffing those takedown attempts, then landing some big shots, but that left jab was a big difference maker in changing the course of this fight. Douglas Lima kept stopping every takedown attempt from Rory and started landing big shots. The leg kicks started to occur. See how he knocks to the ground, brings the kick up high. Douglas Lima just utilizing beautiful striking to keep Rory at a distance where he was comfortable. Then when he gets taken down, finally looking to reverse the position, get on top of Rory.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, will go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Sal D'Amato, scores the fight 49-46, while judges Eric Colon and Ben Cartledge both see it the same, 50-45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision The $1 million winner of the Welterweight World Grand Prix is the new and now three-time Bellator Welterweight World Champion, Douglas Lima.
It's very simple. Look at that, 32-8 for Douglas Lima. 25-0. That is what makes Yaroslav Amosov special. When you get a championship fight with an undefeated challenger, it doesn't get much better than that.
All right, gentlemen. Been to the rules in the locker room. Want to obey my commands at all time. Want to protect yourselves at all time. You have any questions? Any questions? Touch gloves. Good luck to both of you.
Veteran referee Dan Mergliano will oversee the Bellator 260 main event for the welterweight championship. Douglas Lima looking to successfully defend the title, while Yaroslav Amosov hopes to become an undefeated Bellator MMA champion, the first major MMA champion from the Ukraine. They touch gloves, the champion Lima in the red gloves, the challenger Amosov in the blue gloves. And with Lima, everything he does, John, is explosive. He can knock anyone out with a single punch or kick. He really is a true don't blink kind of fighter.
He is. He's so explosive with his power. Big power in his right hand, left hand, and his kicks are devastating.
He has 14 first-round finishes. Amosov has 13 first-round finishes, and immediately Amosov attacking the lead leg with an inside calf kick.
Amosov has very good stand-up technique. He's very solid. He's very compact in what he does. He just doesn't possess the same power. So his way of approaching this is to put a lot of volume on Douglas Lima.
Limited attendance, looking to make it a championship fight atmosphere here at the Mohegan Sun Arena.
Amosov dealing Douglas Lima a little bit of his own medicine. That was a very nicely placed low cap kick.
Lima with the jab to the sternum area of Amosov. Both looking to collect data, test the waters, trying to determine rhythm. Build their timing. There's a nasty body kick. Master kicks a lot, Douglas Lima.
You can just see the power that he possesses in that kick, how fast it gets up on target.
Fluid jab from the champion. Two minutes have elapsed here in the opening round. Amosov circling to his left. Looks for the takedown and secures it against Lima, but Lima has worked on his takedown defense and has done well in that department.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that Amosov would get Lima down. The question is, can he hold him down? That's what he needs to do. If he can keep Douglas Lima's back on that canvas, that is a key to him winning.
And smart by Amosov to move him from the fence to the center of the cage.
Absolutely. Now he cannot use that as a leverage point in the balance to get himself back up. One of the things that we've seen from Douglas Lima in a lot of his fights is when someone takes him down from the middle of the cage, because he's comfortable there with his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background, he will stay in that position. That is not a smart thing for him to do with Amosov.
Lima, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt with 10 submissions. Amosov began training combat sambo at 15, won the world championships 4 times. Under 2 minutes left here in the first.
Amosov did a very nice job of actually lacing Douglas Lima's arm behind his back. Had the ability to try to open up. Douglas Lima was able to get it free.
Lima trying to control Amosov's posture.
Controla o bíceps. Aí. Vamos abrir. Bíceps. Controla natural.
Watch the back.
Right Right hand to the body, followed by a right hand upstairs. Referee warning Amosov for punching back to the head. Coming up on the final minute of the first round, the main event for the Bellator welterweight crown.
See, in my opinion right now, Douglas Lima, look at, he's almost going into a body triangle. That's a horrible thing to do. You're holding that man on top of you. Put the feet on the hips, get to a butterfly guard, make it to where he has to actually hold on to the position. You don't want it to where you're holding him there.
Crowd in attendance cheering on the Bellator welterweight champion, Douglas Lima.
Nice little slicing elbow inside by Lima, but not enough, man. He's got to figure you're losing this round. So you're giving him that first round because you just locked him into your guard and held him in place.
Amosov using his takedown techniques to take round one.
Here's the takedown attempt by Amosov. Goes to the single leg, switches it into that double, drives him over. Look at where his head placement is. And then it was when Douglas Lima tried to get back. It was the intelligence of Amosov to pick him up off of that cage, turn him towards the center of the cage, and drop him back down. Very smart move by Yaroslav Amosov.
Amosov supporters in attendance, exhorting the Ukraine challenger as we begin round number 2. We talked about Amosov needing to manage the pace. Well, he was able to definitely dictate the pace on the ground there in the latter stages of the opening round, controlling the champion.
One of the things that he was very successful in was limiting the ability for Douglas Lima to land that low calf kick.
Amosov active, moving, utilizing footwork. And you know, coming off losses, and Lima outpointed by Gegard Mousasi in his attempt to become a simultaneous 2-division champion. He's always stormed back during his Bellator tenure with a vengeance. And here, in the opening plus minute of round 2, a still methodical, tentative champion Douglas Lima. As you mentioned, John, yet to see much in terms of the leg kicks, but Yaroslav Amosov.
There's a little bit of a step alteration with Amosov.
Yes.
He rolled that left ankle at one point. He hasn't really made a whole lot of motion about it, but in rolling that ankle, I'm wondering if he did a little damage to it.
Yet he's still very much more active in footwork other than the champion, and lands there with the combination.
One of the things that happens when you're the guy with a lot of power, a lot of knockouts, you tend to sometimes then just look for that one big shot.
And meanwhile, Amosov looking for a different kind of shot, looking to secure the takedown.
He's got it. Nice body lock takedown by Amosov. And again, this is where Douglas Lima cannot just allow this position to stay. He needs to work himself back to his feet, work towards either a reversal, work towards a submission. Do not settle.
Reached the midpoint of the second round, and Amosov in the half guard of the champion Douglas Lima.
Amosov pitching down on that right leg of Douglas Lima. He's holding him in that half guard. He can sit here all day long. And this one we're talking about, you know, is he going to get tired going into later rounds? Not doing what he's doing.
Right.
This is a comfortable thing. He can do this all day long.
One way to manage the pace, right, John?
Absolutely.
Under 2 minutes left here in the second round. And Douglas Lima, the dynamic Bellator welterweight champion, unable to get on track. Thanks to the proficient takedowns of Yaroslav Amosov.
You're going to see Douglas Lima needs to take that right leg and get his right leg free from Amosov sliding it up. He needs to post an arm and slide that leg in, get to his knee to help him get back to his feet.
Slashing elbow strike by Amosov with Lima's seated against the fence.
Saw that little movement that Douglas Lima made. That allowed his leg to get flat to the ground. Now he has the ability to get back to his feet. He's got to work hard to get there. Amosov's got both legs, brings him right back down.
Final minute of the second round. And the Bellator welterweight champion Douglas Lima has been thus far neutralized by the challenger.
Nice job of figure four in the legs by Amosov. He's keeping those legs up in the air. With those legs up in the air, Douglas Lima is going nowhere.
Final 30 seconds, Lima back up on his feet. Amosov with his back delivers a knee strike to the back of Lima's left leg.
Lima working the hands, trying to break that grip. Nice job by Amosov to suck his hips down low, get into him. Little tiny differences in the technique. Amosov being very successful. They're holding on to Douglas Lima. Here's the work by Amosov. Goes to that single leg again, runs that pipe, goes back to the double, gets the body lock, drives him up, picks him up, brings him down in the center of the cage. Very nice work by Amosov.
Ready? Ready? Third round, let's go.
Bell, round number 3. Douglas Lima became a 3-time welterweight champion, winning the Bellator MMA Welterweight World Grand Prix, recapturing the title from Roy McDonald in their rematch. Again, that was back in October of 2019, making the first defense of his 3rd title reign here tonight against Yaroslav Amosov. And Douglas Lima, I would venture to guess, is behind on your unofficial scorecard.
Oh, he's absolutely behind. He's down 2 rounds to nothing. He has to get some sense of urgency, not a ton. But look, if you're going to go to the judges' scorecards on this, you got to win all the rounds coming up. You've only got 3 left, and you got to start putting shots on him that are going to break him down. The one shot is not going to get rid of someone as good as Amosov.
Amosov outlanding the champion 2-1 in strikes. And there's that high kick by the champion Lima that sends Amosov moving to his right. Lima unable to pull the trigger as often as we've seen him, John.
Well, he keeps on looking for that big shot. You know, instead of just going after him and touching him, he's looking for that clean shot. There's that low calf kick. That can pay dividends in these rounds as they start to pile up.
90 seconds gone here in the 3rd. Of course, regardless of who wins, the big winner tonight, American top team. The ship starts by, of course, Dan Lambert as Amosov looks for the takedown. As we have Yaroslav Amosov representing the head gym in Coconut Creek. Of course, Lima, American top team, Team Lima in Atlanta.
You're going to see Amosov try to step across to pick him up. There you go.
Lima tried to post and ends up on his back.
You're right, American top team, be it either in Coconut Creek or in Atlanta. But this is a big moment right now.
And Lima's doing the same thing, John, that you didn't like in that opening round.
I hate that body triangle, keeping someone in your guard. Body triangles are meant when you have their back. Do not hold someone in that position. You're not going to win the round. You're not going to do any submissions out of that position. Open up your guard and create problems for your opponent.
We've seen Vadim Nemkov emerge from Eastern Europe to become the Bellator MMA light heavyweight champion, defending the title in the semifinals of the light heavyweight World Grand Prix. But here tonight, Ukraine's Yaroslav Amosov, doing what he set out to do, continues to take down the Bellator welterweight champion and keep Lima on his back.
Using all of that skill set that he's acquired over the years, that beautiful wrestling technique that he has, his stand-up, everything, just to... And you look at that right there. If you go back and you look, he's starting to throw. Douglas Lima's the one that turned his head. So it's not that Yaroslav Amosov was trying to foul.
Right? Watch the back of the head. You all right? All right, ready? Let's go. Fight.
Yaroslav Amosov, he has no idea where Douglas Lima is turning his head. His head is looking down in the middle of Douglas Lima's chest. Referee should warn him in that situation to take him out of the position, penalizing him for something that he has no idea he did.
Final minute of the third round, and Douglas Lima needs to ratchet up the offense. And there's that calf kick to the lead leg of Amosov on cue.
45 segundos. 45.
Nice check right there by Douglas Lima.
And there's the right hand from the champion. 30 seconds left before we head to the championship rounds in tonight's Bellator 260 main event. And Douglas Lima's championship medal will be tested here. Flashes the jab, but no follow-up, no combinations. There's a body kick by the champion. All single shots, all pot shotting. We are headed to the championship rounds, and Yaroslav Amosov has to be liking the view from where he is at this juncture. The championship rounds are upon us here at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut. The Bellator Welterweight Championship up for grabs. The champion, Douglas Lima, in the first title defense of his record third reign. The challenger, the 25-0, Yaroslav Amosov. And as we head into the championship rounds, our unofficial score, Big John McCarthy has the champion behind.
I have him way behind. And look, he came on at the end of that third round, but it wasn't enough to take the round. He had lost most of it by keeping himself locked in a guard position on the ground. He's got to do more. He's got to start just bringing that pace, that output. It's got to start to intensify.
That time, Lima able to thwart the takedown attempt past the underhook, says Amosov again looking to swallow up the champion along the fence, trying to bring him down again. This time, Lima defending.
He's defending well with that wizard. See Amosov trying to pick him up. He's got him up and over. Nice job by Douglas Lima getting the hand down to the ground, got himself back to his feet. You should use that wizard to put a lot of pressure down on Amosov's shoulder.
Combat Sambo champion looking to take Lima down, laces the leg momentarily. They jockey for position, and the takedown secured into the close guard of the champion.
For a guy that never wrestled competitively, Amosov is amazing as far as the way he chains his techniques together in his takedowns. Just beautiful technique.
Vamos lá. Tem Gracie aí também. Tem 3 e 15.
Short hammer fist from Amosov, trying to stay busy while in the close guard of the champion, Douglas Lima.
And we've seen this so many times more with Douglas Lima, and the fact that, you know, think about his first title loss to Rory McDonald, where he had Rory in the last couple of rounds. He was eating Rory up. In the 5th round, Rory desperately gets a takedown, and Douglas stayed on his back for most of that round, lost that round, and lost the fight because of it, and it's happening to him again in this match.
And thus far, Douglas Lima losing in every facet of this fight. And I know the numbers don't tell the whole story, but Yaroslav Amosov, complete control on the ground. Dominant in the takedown department and continues to outstrike one of the most noted strikers in MMA.
And again, you're looking at what Amosov is doing. It's work.
Yeah, he's taking away the champion's strength like you're supposed to.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Under 2 minutes left in the penultimate round.
Carnero in the corner of Douglas Lima. He needs to light a fire under his fighter. He needs to tell him, man, I need you to go out with everything you have. I need you to get rid of this guy, because if he does not, I see him losing his title tonight.
90 seconds left in the fourth.
Nice slicing elbow by Amosov.
Amosov told us that he moves very well. He can take anyone down to the canvas. And, well, he is proving that here tonight in a big way. A total of 8 takedowns.
I can tell you, I used to talk with Brian Stan, just an outstanding person, outstanding MMA fighter. He used to train with Douglas Lima all the time, and he hated wrestling with Douglas Lima because he said he was so hard to take down. Well, Yaroslav Amosov has found the way to do that.
Let me correct myself. He's attempted 8 takedowns. He's completed half, still 4 takedowns. And that has been the story of this championship fight.
It has. And again, Douglas Lima allowing himself to stay in this position with no... You've got to give the judges something. You've got to go after submissions. You've got to go after, reversals. He's not doing anything that's going to tell the judge, I'm trying to win this fight. This is all defense.
The challenger, Yaroslav Amosov, continues to keep the champion Douglas Lima on his back. 5th and final round straight ahead.
Final round, gentlemen, final round.
The 5th and final round, they touch gloves. Douglas Lima has to do a better job of using his gloves to touch the challenger, Yaroslav Amosov, who has utilized his wrestling to take the champion out of his game. And there's just no sense of urgency, no ability to put together combinations, and no sustained attack in that department, the low leg kicking department, where the champion has proven to be king on more than one occasion.
Yeah, he has. He's going after it, but Amosov is returning fire on him, and he's actually doing the better work. Douglas Lima's got to get his back off of that cage.
1 minute has gone by here in the 5th round.
Just amazing that just no output from the champion. He's waiting, just waiting, throwing ones. Ones are not going to do it.
3.5 minutes left in the fight. The jab split the guard, but that was all the champion offered up. And for Yaroslav Amosov, content to utilize lateral movement, stay away from Douglas Lima, who refuses to pull the trigger, John.
Well, we know how good Douglas is, but he's afraid of exactly that. He's been taken down so many times by Amosov. He cannot stop the takedowns of Yaroslav Amosov.
Make it 5 takedowns for the challenger. who appears to be 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from becoming the new Bellator welterweight champion and making history. And throughout his tenure as Bellator welterweight champion on 3 different occasions, Douglas Lima's only managed to defend the title successfully on 1 occasion. It speaks to the level of competition at 170.
It absolutely does, but when you're looking at a guy like Amosov, no one has figured this puzzle out yet. No one's been able to stop this guy. He's going to go to 26-0. He will be an undefeated world champion. That says a whole lot about his skill set.
And Amosov staying busy enough to allow the fight to remain on the ground. 1.5 minutes remaining in the fight. Is that how much time is left in the 3rd reign as Bellator welterweight champion for Douglas Lima?
Douglas Lima with that close guard. There he goes, swinging in, looking for an armbar.
He has 10 submission wins, including an armbar. Looking to snatch victory. Under 1 minute left. Will we see high drama here at the Mohegan Sun Arena?
Amosov needs to keep the pressure down. He needs to put pressure down into Douglas Lima. Do not let him extend your hits. You see him with the knee inside, trying to create that little pressure on Douglas Lima. Douglas he was starting to extend the hits. You saw him then sink back down. Out of danger.
15 seconds left. And we are on the verge of making MMA history. Yaroslav Amosov on his way to becoming the first Ukrainian champion of a major MMA promotion. Yaroslav Amosov
wasn't able to do that, and Amosov was able to continue with the takedowns just like we're watching right now. Look at that beautiful takedown, brings him to the center of the cage. A ton of body lock takedowns, always getting his arms in position. Nice turn of the hips over. He picked Douglas Lima up numerous times, bringing him down right into the center of the cage. He put on a clinic as far as taking a guy down. Take a look at that. 33 strikes landed to 74, 18 punches to 63. But look at the takedowns. 5 takedowns.
Look at the ground control.
Was the difference in the fight. Those 5 takedowns gave him that ground control. He deserves the title.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in the world title fight, we go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Dave Torelli, scores the fight 50-45, while judges Dave Hagan and Brian Miner both see it the same, 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator welterweight world champion, Yaroslav Amosov.
As simple as it gets, how can you get past the records? 26-0, that is the very best record in MMA right now. Active record, 14-1, and that one loss came against the man on the other side of that sign. So these guys, unbelievable records, unbelievable fighters.
Gentlemen, 5 rounds under the unified rules to unify the belts. We went over those rules in the back. Want a good fight? If you'd like, touch gloves, and best of luck.
After a year of defending his home, Yaroslav Amosov has found his way back to his other home.
Let's go.
27 months after their first meeting, the rematch for the title.
I think in this matchup, you're going to see Logan Storley much more at home, staying on his feet, trying to use his hands against Amosov. He's not going to go right to the wrestling like he did in the first match.
In which Amosov stuffed his first couple of takedown attempts, which was jarring, because what do you do when everything you've worked for that has worked for you your whole life suddenly stops working?
Well, you run into that one guy who all of a sudden gives you problems in your strong suit, which is wrestling for Logan. Everyone knows how good Amosov is with his wrestling. Johnny Evelyn, who comes from a wrestling background, University of Missouri, will tell you, man, I'm telling you, he is so hard to take down. He is so good with his wrestling. So he's just that guy. You know, GSP was one of them, never wrestled, but boy, he could wrestle in an MMA cage.
How good is Logan Storley's wrestling? Ask Kamaru Usman.
Yeah, exactly. This is why when Logan Storley is sitting there saying, I believe that we're the two best, welterweights in the world. Logan trains with one of the best welterweights in the world. He is hurt right now.
Good counter right by Amosov. And that jarred Logan Storley.
Amosov is after him.
Chad is Ukraine. You heard Amanda earlier talk about how many Ukrainians have relocated because of the war all over Europe, but particularly here in Ireland.
Nice left hand by Amosov. He's now cut Storley.
Right near the eye.
I mean, just look at the fluidity of his movement, Sean. He is at home. He's comfortable, and this is after a basic 2-year layoff. It's amazing that he's just walking right back in here.
And we had to see it because everybody who was training with him was telling us this, but you just didn't know, given the circumstances, if they were speaking with their heart or their minds and eyes.
And the real truth is, you just don't know until it's actual fight speed. There is a difference. And he's showing right now, no, there's no such thing as cage corrosion for Amosov.
You see, even from that angle, you saw Storley's head pop back. He has taken damage every time he's tried to get inside. And yeah, you said he was going to try to stay on his feet, and he has, but at some point, he's getting lit up here.
Yeah, right now he's getting the worst end of these exchanges. And it's a matter of sometimes how many punches are being thrown. Again, we talk about throwing in combinations. Look at what you're seeing out of Amosov. He's not just throwing ones. He's throwing ones, twos, threes. And those last ones are catching Logan.
And in close again. Caught him on the back of the head. Not a lot, but you never know with equilibrium, and this has been a big first round for Amosov. He looks every bit the fighter he was when we last saw him.
Logan might be changing his game plan coming up here because
he better.
The wrestling is something that he knows he can go to, but you better go to it in time, but you still have the ability to get in on it.
Those numbers almost don't even tell the story. Some of these have been big shots.
Not only is Amosov winning the volume, he's winning the damage. He has damaged Storley multiple times. Storley has connected some, but no damage.
Can you be too stubborn with a game plan?
Yes, you can. There is no doubt about it. There's times, when you go in and you've got your plan, and it's evident that plan was not well conceived, and it's time to go to plan B.
Logan Storley's worst nightmare as he prepared for a fighter who hasn't been in the cage for this long. What if Amosov is better coming back?
Well, we talked to Amosov, and he talked about the freedom of being in here because this is nothing now. Now he knows this is nothing compared to what he's been through. And he's showing it.
Dominant round one.
Boy, Amosov looked good here. Nice left hand, kind of stung. And it goes right after again. Notice multiples work, and that's what you're seeing from Amosov. Nice left hand again. The left hand was the difference maker in this round. That right hand is what hurt Logan Storley. Again, the right hand lands, but look at the volume. Look at how many. Look at all of those shots coming at him, and that's what makes it difficult. You could block the first one, maybe 2, 3, and you can't block them all. And that's what we saw.
Man, you can feel the people in Ukraine that are able to watch this right now, John. You can feel it. Imagine the celebrations. And if the notion here, if the idea was to feel good and to be an inspiration, man, those first 5 minutes certainly served as that.
Absolutely, and you're taking a look at, that was a nice limp leg out by Logan Storley. But the fact that Amosov was the one that actually initiated a possible takedown attempt, he's trying to just tell Logan Storley, I'll go to this. Nice attempt by Logan and a beautiful counter by Amosov. That's what you need to do. Someone attempts that takedown, make them pay.
The dominant welterweight world champion looks like he has not missed a beat.
Beautiful feint right there by Amosov. He's getting Logan to lean. Logan doesn't want to lean. You got to bring your feet with you. Nice. That was very nice and clean by both.
Storley has shot maybe once in the first 7.5 minutes here. Remember in the first fight, Amosov stuck the 2 early takedowns.
Again, look at the volume.
Yep.
Not ones, twos. He's going with 5s and 6s. Beautiful combination.
Left got through.
He's really got Storley confused right now.
Question for the Logan Storley campers, would they see the same guy that they saw 27 months ago? And so far the answer is no. They're seeing one who's a lot better.
Exactly, and it's amazing to see, but it was more of a wrestling heavy attack by both guys in the first fight. It has been mostly stand up, and it has been an absolute onslaught by Amosov.
Even the shot Storley is landing, he's taken 2 or 3 just to land one. And easy stuff. Easy stuff. And
just well done. Just well done by Amosov. I mean, it's just so smooth in how he transitions to the defense of his wrestling, stopping a guy that we know, man, he's so good with his takedowns.
Amosov is painting a masterpiece through 8 minutes.
Nice uppercut by Storley. And Storley needs to do that. He needs to get into that range where he can use some dirty boxing.
You heard the sound of that kick.
And look at the damage it's doing to that calf. You can see it. And Logan is doing nothing to check that at all. He's just eating it.
Logan Storley's only blemish was the split decision loss to Amosov. And right now, they look like completely different levels. And now you can see the damage. Storley doesn't even look comfortable on the 2 feet now.
Oh, no, and you see him switching stances, which is not good for Logan. By switching stances, Logan now has his normal foot that he shoots with. Is it not in position? He wants to be an orthodox stance, but that leg is taking some severe damage in this round.
I mean, Storley has taken a lot of punishment here.
He has. There's no doubt about that. He is in a position where he's absorbing, and you can, again, there comes that point where it just becomes too much. Your body starts to shut down. Your mind can be tough.
First was a 3-round fight, remember. This scheduled for 5, and emphasis on scheduled.
And these guys, this is a high pace. These guys are going. Nice move with Marstory to get himself out of range.
Combinations.
And that's the difference right now, Sean. These combinations, we talk about it all the time about don't throw ones, just don't throw 1-2. And Amosov is picture perfect in what he's doing as far as throwing combinations. Oh, nice attempt by Logan Storley there.
You've heard the stories. Well, Amosov looks unbelievable in camp. It's amazing. You wouldn't believe it. And I think a lot of people didn't. We should have.
Look what's happening here. That low calf kick right there. You can see the redness starting here. And back to it. Boom again. And that makes Logan Storley switch his stance to southpaw. That is not good for him. So he brings it right to the open body. Everything that Yaroslav Amosov is doing right now is just picture perfect. He is putting on a beautiful performance, and Logan Storley is trying to figure out what he can do to stop this.
Just again, talking about how he has looked out of Coconut Creek, and man, I think they were underselling it.
Well, I'll tell you, he didn't tell us enough, did he?
No. It was so odd talking to him this week, and he just, with so much on his mind, he seems so happy to be here.
Beautiful right hand landed by Amosov there. Logan finally get in on that leg. He's got it. He's trying to turn around, turn the corner, step over that. Amosov knowing exactly where he's trying to go. You see that's why that hand goes inside. Lip knee right out.
Watching, tweeting, talking to Amanda. Johnny Eblin been heaping the praise on his teammate, and deservedly so.
Boy, Logan Storley really showing a chin here because he has gotten hit by some big shots, body shots, and he's still hanging tough.
There's Johnny Eblin.
Another left hand, right hand.
See the damage. That is no lie. Another big shot gets through from Amosov. He's thrown in combinations. Hitting multiple shots at the same time.
He has hit that right kick to the body on Logan Storley at least 6-7 times now. It's gonna have an effect.
See, Logan Storley has got southpaw here. He just ate another left jab.
So now Logan knows that in that first fight, he had Amosov in trouble in that third round. He got tired, and that's why he's trying to push the pace here. He's trying to push him into that place where he gets tired. I just don't know if he can do it. What's happening and the way that Amosov is looking. Amosov does not look tired at all. Oh, big left hook.
Right on the chin. And that's what Logan Storley talked about, the deep water, the 4th and 5th round. And it's natural to think when you had the guy tired and you were the better conditioned fighter the first time in the 3rd round, you get to those later rounds, but I don't think anybody on Storley's side could have imagined the punishment he would take through the first 2.5 just to get there.
No, and we talked to Amosov about that, and he said, look, that camp was the worst camp of my life. I was dying trying to lose the weight to get to weight. He goes, I never felt so bad in a fight, so that was his story, and I'm going to believe him because, boy, he looks different right now. Sean, I cannot tell you how much that hurts. Every time I watch, I'm like, oh, that hurt.
Think of the crowd over which you are hearing those kicks.
And take a look at these strike stats right now.
And here comes some more
shots. Now into the takedown.
And Amosov takes Storley down.
Storley's trying to work his way back, but he knows that with Amosov having his hands clasped, he was going to get taken for a ride. So he's just taking his time, biding his time, wait until he can get a hold of one of the hands, and you're going to see him stand up from that point. beautiful exit.
That was
That's
exactly
what we're talking
that.
about. When you exit, make them pay. That's exactly what that kick was.
This has been a clinic.
Look, I have been a believer of Yaroslav Amosov since the first time I watched him fight. And when he was going to come into Bellator, I said, man, this guy can fight. And I've never seen him look this good.
624 days away, and that was off the dominant performance off one of the best fighters in Bellator history in Douglas Lima. And I think we all got so caught up in the story, which is extraordinary, and we just forgot. Before it all started, this is one of the best fighters in the world.
Well, there's a reason why he's got the best record in MMA, and he's proving it right now. He is the full package. He can fight everywhere. No, but we'll show you a little bit. Look at that nice right hand right there. Lands clean. It's not a very heavy shot, but it lands clean. Here comes the jab. Throws to the body, up to the chin. And look at the multitude. Boom, 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 boom. Just keeps on throwing. That body kick has landed how many times? Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, that's the difference, Sean. It's amazing. And here's where it gets to the takedown. If anyone's going to bet, normally you're going to say Logan Storley's going to be the guy getting the takedown. Johnny Eblen seeing the takedown, gets all excited. I don't understand why. He's, wrestling. Got it.
Full marks right there.
People better take note. You're looking at the best welterweight in the world right now. He can do it all. Oh. No quitting, Logan Storley still coming forward, still going after him, trying to figure out that one thing that he's going to see the opening. Big shot. Logan's hurt.
He has been hurt. He was hurt in the first round. This has been a remarkable, gutsy performance. And John, even you are flinching at these shots now.
Man, you can hear him. You can feel how hard Logan is getting hit at times. And it's like, he's hanging in there, but man, you can only take so many.
And you have been 3 feet away from some of the most devastating shots ever landed in this sport.
No doubt. There you go. Exit. Make him pay. Beautiful.
At some point, you got to think about the damage that Logan Storley has taken here. At what point is this fight no longer winnable?
When you talk about country tough coming from South Dakota, there is no doubt Logan Storley is just one tough individual because he has taken some big shots and he's still coming forward looking for that chance, looking for that moment.
Not even close. Not even close.
No, and so well done. Notice again, making him pay when he puts him out of position, holds him, shoots the shot on him.
Six failed takedown attempts for Storley. And they truthfully haven't been close.
Nice, trying to tree top there, just runs it out. And, I mean,
Yaroslav right. Now Amosov really pouring on. Storley changes levels out of desperation.
Amosov is just teeing off now.
How is Storley still on his feet right now?
I do not know, man. That's why I'm so impressed with Logan Storley. And I know. There goes the leg.
The leg that Amosov has been chopping at throughout this fight.
And honestly, that's a good thing for Logan that Amosov went for the takedown. His leg's not going to get attacked right now. He's going to get back back to his feet. You're going to see Amosov trying to, if he's going to let go, he's going to exit, trying to do some damage here. Nice job of kicking the leg away. Here it goes.
Turns his back, eats another left.
Storley sticking with the southpaw stance.
This is as courageous a performance as you're going to see from Logan Storley.
Oh my God.
I mean, think about those numbers and that damage.
I mean, it's amazing. He's taken 210 strikes and hard ones just like that, even when he blocks it. Yep. Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva landed that same strike on Tony Franklin, knocking him out.
This has been such a disciplined performance, in addition to its dominance. Precision. Maybe the most shocking moment of the night. Logan Storley still on his feet through 4 rounds of this.
Take a look here. Nice straight right hand. Jab, jab. There goes the kick, and you see it what the effect it has. Logan cannot hold his balance based upon that leg is now damaged. There comes the jab again. Simple, the simplest strike you can get, and it's doing damage. I don't know how many times Logan has been hit to the body with that kick, but tomorrow he is definitely going to be feeling it.
And Amosov has more takedowns in addition to everything else.
The off leg, but he's going to run out.
And throw him down on the exit. Took away the vision and that eye in the first round with that cut. He took away the lead leg in the second round. Every time Storley's tried to get in close, he has paid a huge price. I think 8-punch might be underselling it.
Oh, nice clean right hand straight again. Seeing Storley's head getting popped back.
This is what he looks like after 624 days away.
Yeah. Obviously, time means nothing to him.
No. And most of you know the story. He will get a little time with his family when this fight is over, but he's going back to Ukraine to fight because that battle rages on. The one he has taken what he calls a vacation from. Talked about those athletes throughout the years that have taken time away in the middle of their careers to serve their country. How many of them have to go back?
I've never seen anyone that would be able to stop all of Logan Storley's takedowns throughout a fight. And it's just amazing what I'm seeing out of Amosov.
It almost seems silly to second guess such a one-sided fight. But go back to the early rounds, and there was almost a stubbornness to Logan Storley, almost that the game plan was to wait until maybe the third or fourth round, change levels, and you realize now, looking back, the only chance he had was to use his wrestling in the first round, and if he got stuffed, keep trying. But he stayed on his feet, and he paid a huge price.
Well, and you look at some of his prior performances, and his stand-up has really gotten way better. It's just he cannot stop the multitude of attack that Amosov is bringing in all of those combinations and the different angles he's bringing him at. There's no one that's going to give this guy trouble if he continues to fight this way.
I mean, there's just more in the arsenal that we haven't seen, and you're here in minute 24.
You know, normally I don't want to see a fight go to a decision, but I'm looking at this, and Logan has put on such a great fight. And I just want to see more of Amosov and what he's going to do next. It's just amazing to me.
Amosov will be the story worldwide, and rightly so, because of his dominant performance. But here we are, 84, 83, 82 seconds away from the Storm somehow surviving to make it to the end.
There's definitely no quit Logan Storley. He has gone after Amosov with everything that he can in this fight. He's eaten some huge shots. So Logan Storley has nothing to feel bad about. He's given everything you can give.
Another left gets through.
Nice.
One after another, after another, after another. A desperation level change. And even that comes with a price. Still throwing big shots late in the fight. We didn't know, as he wrote this great story after 2 years away, what it would look like when he returned. Would he be the same fighter he was? It turns out he wasn't. He was much, much better. A truly dominant clinic of a performance, returning one of inspiration from a dominant world champion at the top of his game.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go now to your three judges at cage side. Brian Miner, Sal D'Amato, Eric Colon. All three see it the same at 50 to 45. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator welterweight world champion, Yaroslav
Artello is in for this welterweight world championship fight. It goes no further than 27-0. The man has never been defeated. Yaroslav Dynamo Amosov is the guy with the best active record in MMA. 16-4 for Jason Jackson. Outstanding record.
Gentlemen, you know the rules. I do expect a clean fight. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Good luck to you both. Watch the cord behind you.
The Bellator Welterweight Championship hangs in the balance. Yaroslav Amosov has recorded 13 first-round finishes, including 7 submissions. While Jason Jackson, yeah, he's gone the distance in his last 8 fights, but he does have 4 wins via first round
here we go. You ready?
KO.
You ready? Fight!
The bell in round 1, the 2 touch gloves. Spent a month and a half training at ATT in Florida. Jackson trains at Kill Cliff Fight Club. So it is the battle of Sunshine State camps, and whose sun is going to shine brightest as Amosov defended by Jackson. Jackson with the right uppercut.
Nice job by Jackson there. Defended the takedown. He ate that low calf kick. He's got to be careful about how many of those he's going to eat. Don't want to take more than about 2 around.
Lateral movement by Amosov, again looking for the takedown, and again denied by Jackson. Calf kick by Amosov to the lead leg of the challenger. Inside low kick by the champion.
Jackson looking good right now, putting a lot of pressure, put his hands on Amosov.
90 seconds gone here in the first round. Amosov continues to use lateral movement. And a calf kick, another calf kick to the lead leg, and Jackson looking to close the distance while Amosov is looking for the takedown again.
Jackson did a great job of getting his hands down low to stop that takedown.
21st professional fight for the 33-year-old Jason Jackson. Amosov in his 28th professional fight. Taste defeat and knocking on the door of that legendary winning streak of Magomedov, who retired at 29-0. Nice right uppercut again, and immediately Jackson looking to control the back of Amosov. Sneaks behind him, John.
Very nicely done by Jason Jackson. And this is what we're talking about. Don't just look for a normal takedown. It's when the opportunity is there and you can do it easily. Go after it at that point. Right here, he's gonna have a hard time getting a hold of it. Nice job by Amosov, but didn't burn a whole lot of energy, and that's being smart.
1-2 lands for Jackson. Counter right hand scores for the champion upstairs.
2 of those landed in the net.
Another right hand. Left hand kick by Amosov. Knee up the middle by Jackson. Steps back and resets.
Nice job of cutting off that cage. He's not just chasing, he's forcing him which direction he wants him to go. Good job by Jason Jackson with his footwork.
Jackson starting to close the distance, putting on pressure. Amosov still able to utilize his footwork, and now they clinch. Underhooks by Jackson. Jockey full control. Some separation. They're freed by Amosov. Amosov looking to break it, then looking for the takedown, and again defended by Jackson. So Jackson doing a great job in stifling the takedown attempts of the defending welterweight champion here with less than a minute remaining in the opening round.
Yeah, he did a beautiful job with stonewalling that, getting his hips back.
Half kick by Amosov, and again the level change, and Jackson right there.
Jackson just being tenacious with his wrestling defense, not allowing Amosov to get his hands in any position to get them clasped together.
30 seconds left in the first. Amosov already 0 for 3 in the takedown department. Both of them have thrown around the same amount of strikes, and Amosov has a slight lead right now in total strikes landed. Oh, nice right hand by Jackson. Competitive opening round here in Chicago.
You ready? Ready? Fight!
The bell in round 2.
Jason Jackson's got that look of determination. I love the look on his face, but in that round it was close, but the better shots and more were landed by Amosov, even though it's super close. I gave it to the champ, Amosov.
Lead right hand lands for the challenger, Jackson. Right hand body kick combination by Amosov.
that's a good thing you saw from Jackson. He started to go after that low calf kick.
Amosov switching stances. Continues to utilize lateral movement, closes the distance, but again is thwarted by Jason Jackson when it comes to the takedown. Jackson launches a knee, and Amosov responds with a body kick and using the left hand to try to bait Jackson, looking for the level change. But my goodness, you talk about a stone wall.
He has stone wall the entire time. It's really impressive what Jason Jackson is doing defensively with his wrestling. Amosov is honestly, he hasn't gotten close to a takedown with Jason Jackson. We've seen him take down Jackson's training partner, Logan Storley, guys like
decorated wrestler Logan Storley. You're right. And again, Jackson telling us Storley was able to, of course, give him a lot of information we're not privy to, because Storley has been in the cage 40 minutes with Amosov, and while he was 0 for 2 against Amosov, they do pick up a lot of points.
That was a very nice elbow on the exit by Amosov. You always want, if you're going to exit, leave them something to remember. Good shot.
It's gone here in the second. Jackson goes to the, starting with the jab. Jackson intent to stay in front of Amosov, bouncing up and down. Amosov has used that lateral movement and on cue moving to his right, looking for the takedown, changing levels again, but Johnny's not. Sees naked shots. There's a right uppercut that lands for Jackson, but Amosov, dare I say, telegraphing these takedown attempts.
You're absolutely right. If you go back to our keys to victory, one of them was, how do you get those takedowns? You can't just go a normal takedown and do it off your hands. He's not doing that.
In between rounds, of course, we heard from both corners, and it's interesting, Mike Brown was motioning to Amosov with the right uppercut, while it's Jackson that is landing the right uppercut. And the jab. 2 minutes left here in the second. Jackson hanging tough with the defending champion. And there's a calf kick by Jackson.
It's a little above the calf, but it was a hard shot.
Oh, and a right uppercut. And again, jacks the jaw of Amosov, testing that beard.
That was a solid right kick by Jason Jackson. You could hear the thud.
This time, Amosov able to get the waist lock, get back control momentarily now, looking to finally take down Jackson. He's 0 for 6.
What you're really seeing is how physically strong Jason Jackson is. Amosov trying to change directions, trying to sweep out the legs, using all kinds of technique. And Jason Jackson just being a statue of just holding himself up against the cage, using it as a balance point.
Jackson with the height and reach advantage. 45 seconds left in the second. The tenacious Amosov, talk of determination, wants desperately to bring Jackson to the ground. Jackson, meanwhile, trying to break the grip of the champion. Elbow lands for Jackson. Back elbow, another back elbow, just off the top of the head of the champ. Look for that standing switch, but the waistlock still being employed by Amosov.
Amosov really has got that grip on it, but he's not been able to get him down. There have been some knees, but he's been unable to do anything offensive other than hold on to it. Look right here, beautiful knee, and that's a big shot. Amosov took that one tough, and then he got hit with a right hand later on. Big right there, clean shot.
Ready? Ready? Fight!
Jason Jackson's takedown defense has been the story
Jason's good with his wrestling. So is Amosov. Oh! Jason Jackson going after his own takedown here. These guys have just basically canceled each other out when it comes to the wrestling.
Knee up the middle by Jackson. Over under. Sets in the center of the cage there. Jackson with the jab. But Amosov in tough against this challenger. And in terms of strikes landed, we are dead even at 29 apiece. Oh, that right uppercut again. And the knee from Jackson. Amosov still standing.
He took a huge shot. That uppercut by Jason Jackson landed right under his chin. Beautifully placed by Jackson.
And a right cross lands. Another right hand for Jackson. So Jackson beginning to find his rhythm and flow in the striking department. Landing some hard shots on the defending champion.
Jason Jackson's starting to feel it. Just take a look at the way he's starting to move in this fight. He's got that feeling like, oh yeah.
There's again. Long range right uppercut. That one was a half kick. Jab breaks the guard. And that's the other thing. Not a lot of head movement from Amosov. Not getting off that center line. And he got caught and dropped with the right hand. Jason Jackson grounding and pounding. The champion is hurt. The champion in trouble. And the champion has been defeated. Mamma mia! From abject poverty in Jamaica, Jason Jackson has just smoked the defending champion like a Rasta. Jason Jackson's dream a reality. Tonight, the Windy City has seen the winds of change blow through two divisions. Jackson on top of the world, champion at 170 pounds. Wow!
Good bout. Jackson lands a right hand, left hand, and then the right hand again. That was the big shot. That puts Amosov to his knee. Then that beautiful uppercut lands clean. Again, lands another one. Watch here. Watch the right hand. Boom! That had a ton of power on it. Amosov was absolutely stunned by it. And at this point, Jason Jackson just starts jackhammering shots onto the chin. And then here he just drops down on him. That was everything it took to put Amosov out of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes. 2 minutes, 8 seconds into round number 3. The winner by knockout, and now the new Bellator welterweight world champion, the ass-kicking machine, Jason Jackson!
And this is it. The one we've been waiting for. The tail of the tape Bellator Champion Series 2024. The welterweight division king, Jason Jackson, against Ramazan Magomedov, that he's 6 years younger, the Russian. But he hasn't got that advantage in reach. Look at that, that's a massive statistic in Jason Jackson's favor. And he will be favorite here. And he's stalking around the cage. Wants to be unleashed, Dan.
He's giving himself a real good talking to right now. I don't know what he's saying, but he's getting told off. He is saying, I am not letting this belt out of my sight. Right, keys to victory. So for Jason Jackson, lateral movement, uppercuts and knees were a key in his title-winning fight. Counter wrestling as well. He's got good wrestling, but sometimes the best form of defense is offense. Maybe switching on his opponent for Magomedov. Loose kicks, sting from a distance. If he can get to half guard, top control, that's where he does his best work. And those short elbows could make it a long night for the current champion.
You want to do it? All right, gentlemen.
Great to see the respect. Now light the touch paper, guys. The fight of the night. Elite Warriors. The Bellator World Championship at welterweight at stake. Jason Jackson defending against Ramazan Magomedov in the White trunks is the southpaw from Russia. Never tasted a loss. Doesn't know what it means. He's a winner and always has been, but Jackson is now in his prime and having the time of his life in the cage.
Jason Jackson, twitchy, edging forward, goes for the uppercut. Nice head position straight away. Let's see what Jason Jackson does with this clinch, whether he decides to engage or to break.
A lot of the takedown defense of Jason Jackson is based on his ability to dictate range. They're always a little too far out to get anything done. Current Magomedov likes what we call a snatch single leg. He just reaches for it. He doesn't really commit much to his hips.
That was a nice short elbow on the break there from Magomedov. I think he realized he was going to lose the clinch and decided to see if he could land a shot.
That was really sharp. Found his timing quickly.
Yes.
And with the leg there.
Hard inside low kick as well. Jason Jackson lunges for the body shot again. Clinches almost in a defensive way to turn himself off and get back out to space, but you don't want to be back against the fence with Ramzan here.
There's a real confidence here from the Russian.
He's definitely pressing the action right now. Jason Jackson, I think, starting off a little tight. Needs to loosen up a little bit, let his combinations flow. That's what he's very, very good at. Stringing together combinations, varying his attacks up.
Here comes the takedown.
First real commitment to it.
He was expecting that, you can see. And he's taken down first time. First taken down, it was very, very easy, that was. And he's got the leg bind, the old leg irons there. Trapped him.
Mermaid position, another thing they love to call it.
Mermaid position.
Yeah, feet together, you see it. Yep.
Not very glamorous to be a mermaid position.
Yeah, well, Khabib, of course, the master of this. Bring the legs together. Yeah. It's easy to kind of advance forward around the legs after that.
Absolutely. And a victim of Khabib in the corner as well with Michael Johnson, who very much felt this position and could coach his fighter through it based on experience.
The ease of that takedown is daunting, gentlemen. It was pretty quick and easy.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of elevating these legs. He's binding the legs together, sitting across the shins, across the lower knees, which means that before Jason Jackson can do anything, he has to recover a leg. He can't get up without his legs. He's got to get them underneath him.
You got to turn your side to get your leg out, and that's where the danger is.
It's a really positive start, this, from Magomedov. Confident from the opener.
And surely the feeling here for Magomedov is, well, my game works against the champion as well, right? This is a realizing moment for him. He's realizing that the skills that have got him this far may potentially win him a belt.
Education to take him to the next level.
For sure. Jason Jackson clears his legs. You can see Magomedov going straight away to rebind them again. Slides his left leg underneath. Shelves the legs.
Crowd can start booing. It's not going to bother the Russian fighter one little bit.
But what can Jackson do here? A minute 30 to go.
He's got to turn on his side to pull his leg out. As soon as you turn on your side, you can't defend that side, you get hit. That's the difficulty. And we've been saying it all night. You can't defend punches and establish better position in jiu-jitsu. It's very difficult to do.
So has he got to see this out?
Yeah, he's almost stuck here. Has to figure out what to do in the next minute 10. Because shuffling the hips, he's got to turn to his side just like that to do it, and that allows Magomedov to punch or advance. Now the trade-off is Magomedov can't do a whole lot of ground and pound from this position.
Connor with us all the way through. Great to see.
Another guy who knows Khabib pressure well.
Yeah, he does.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you're going to see if Jason Jackson can figure this problem out. You know, a hardcore MMA fan, though, that's for sure. Nothing is more true about Conor McGregor, right?
Yeah, just loves it.
Yeah.
Lives it, breathes it. Great to see him here.
And he took his time to go around the front and meet all the fans as well.
He's done all that. He's been absolutely brilliant around the cage. Shots you haven't seen at home, and you see some great ones too.
Dan, we said before this fight, man, can you take him down and dominate like could everybody else? Yeah. So far in round number one, it looks like it.
Does this change Jason Jackson's game plan, though? Does he learn that he's got to stay off the fence in order to deal with these takedowns?
Well, he's dragged his way through. 10 seconds left of the first round, and it's Ramzan Magomedov who's had it his way. Jason Jackson needed that break. That's a big difference.
Yeah. Big difference, yeah. You know, there's an additional 10 minutes there for the champion to realize that, you know, well, that first round is a write-off. I'll lose that one, but he's got 4 more rounds he can still potentially win. And 20 minutes is a lot of time for him to find one of those uppercuts that we know can put anybody unconscious.
But those, I didn't like the lack of range-finding techniques. That means lead leg, lead hand, keep the guy on the outside. Yeah. We didn't see a lot of that in the first round from Jason Jackson. A little too tight.
He's out quickly. Is Magomedov. He probably believes now, after those 5 minutes, he can compete at this level. Again, the respect there between the pair. Top quality.
So this is much better for Jason Jackson. If he's moving forward, then he's got all the space behind him to deal with the takedown. If he's trapped up against the fence, then he's got nowhere to go. Even if he takes a couple of shots like this, it makes more sense for him to be on the front foot and forcing Magomedov to level change defensively. I go back to BJ Penn's Sean Shirk. Shirk was forced into a level change and went straight onto it near BJ Penn. I watched that again the other day. Great fight.
When you wave off your own fight, that's a successful fight from BJ, man.
Good shots to the body. Yep. Using his southpaw style well here, isn't he, Ramazan?
Yeah, very well. Hard to jab from that side, but line up very well for power punches. And
that's a good sprawl. But he's going to get, oh, nice work. I was expecting to get driven into the fence there, but Magomedov failed on it.
That's what you want to do. You want to extract a higher and higher toll of energy for the takedown. You're going to shoot. It's going to cost you a lot. Make sure you think about it. Yeah.
You know, the other thing as well, Jimmy, sorry to cut you off, but in my keys to victory, I said uppercuts and knees. Not necessarily because they're his best weapons, but because they're a very good job of occupying that center channel where someone has to put their head when they're taking an opponent down. It's a good deterrent just to show the hips sometimes.
Remember Chuck Liddell would like load that uppercut, like, I was waiting for you. Go ahead and drop your head, I dare you. And it worked. An uppercut that misses will make you think twice about that takedown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's bring Big John in. How are you seeing it? It's an interesting one, isn't it?
It's a good fight right now. You got to look and say, obviously, Magomedov won the first round. He won it more with just cage control. There wasn't a lot of striking on either side. But Jason Jackson's doing a very nice job of circling his hips away from the cage, which is giving Magomedov trouble in getting that second takedown.
Yeah, good shout there from Big John McCarthy. Really good shout. Especially this round, as Magomedov has been shooting and level changing, we've seen Jason Jackson turning a corner with his takedown defense, so he's not backing up in a straight line. That's smart cage awareness, and that's where your experience comes into play.
Oh, nice. Low leg kick. It's another advantage of that southpaw stance. It can be hard to read that power shot. It's very quick.
Versatile as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And you're going after the inside of the leg, which is not as tough as the outside.
Jason Jackson's holding that right hand right close to his chin. Of course, that's a defensive thing, but it looks to me like it's cocked, like the hammer of a... Oh, here it is again. Tries to the head kick.
Yeah, tries the uppercut a couple of times, doesn't land, I think. The Russian here, but he's impressing me.
Stole his hair.
Oh. How often does that happen, Dan?
Not very.
Do you remember Paulie Malignaggi having his hair cut?
Yes.
In the corner because the braids got in the way and he couldn't see, and in between rounds it was all cut off.
I remember it well. I remember it well.
I don't know if we're going to see Jason Jackson cutting his dreads off between rounds.
On we go. Jackson, Magomedov, and Conor McGregor. What else do you want? Bellator delivering.
And in this last year, Bellator's viewership's been growing since the acquisition of PFL. People are interested in the crossover of the rosters and fighters going into the regular season. And of course, we've got new champions as well. We've got the Champs v Champs cards going on.
More opportunities for the young fighters.
Absolutely. You know, Jason Jackson, if he defends his belt here, he knows he's got plenty more tests in front of him. Same with Magomedov. If he wins the belt, there is so much more work to do to establish himself as a pay-per-view superstar in mixed martial arts. It's encouraging, right? You don't want to feel like you've already reached the end of your career at this stage. These guys need incentives.
Yeah, and whatever, oh, nice left hook. Whatever incentive Magomedov needs, he's used it in the second half of this round. He's come on strong. He's been versatile with his attacks. I think he's kind of frozen Jason Jackson just a little bit. Magomedov, a bit more unorthodox. Jackson's having trouble reading it.
Yeah, he's having trouble getting that jab going. Magomedov on his feet, for me, is boxing really well.
Always hard to use the jab against an opposite stance.
Tries to check the inside low kick. Jason Jackson's going to be coming in with that right hand again in a minute. That's why Magomedov circled away from it. There's the right hand. I like that searching right hook to the body that we've been seeing. That inside low kick is a problem for Jason Jackson.
The way he's mixing up the hands and legs as well. Brilliant.
Nice.
Magomedov.
Little side kick to the face there.
Third of 5. Bellator Welterweight Championship on the line. The holder, Jason Jackson, who's got a tree cutting business back home, originally from Jamaica, now based in Florida. Incredible story, tough rise to the top. Ramazan Magomedov has been into MMA for many, many years. Won trophies since he was a teenager. And he said he will become a world champion tonight. So far, maybe so good.
That move to the close side that Jason Jackson did then, smart. Oh, we saw the elbow then. That was a look of things to come if he steps into the line.
Magomedov, the favorite now with the odds makers. Big John with you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to go with Magomedov. He inside leg kicks and his ability to control the position of their feet. He's giving Jason problems in the fact that Jason is allowing him to step outside of his foot. That's causing a problem for Jason. He's got to figure that out. I see he's trying to do it in this round. We'll see if it'll work.
Spot on, John. That southpaw style, the movement, the confidence, everything's with Magomedov at the moment.
2 hard inside low kicks there as well. And that oblique kick, that little side kick to the thigh as well, just for variety.
When it comes to the style, Jason Jackson, really, really technical, but he can be a little too technical, a little too basic, right? Magomedov does throw some interesting stuff with the lead and the rear legs. I see that stance switch, boom, right to the leg kick. Very, very versatile with his offense.
Yeah, Jason Jackson needs to address those low kicks because oh, that was a nice hook. They're starting to eat into that lead leg, and it's going to start to make him hesitant to move forward. Nice knee to the body.
He looks relaxed, he looks flowing and fluent. Magomedov, Jackson tries to come back with a right hand. Isn't he just a bit static and a bit?
He's just too hesitant. I think he feels like anytime he pressures forward, he's either walking onto something or he's dealing with takedowns, like he is here. Look, as soon as he closes distance, the clinch is there. Now he's got to make the decision of whether he wants to stay in the clinch, whether he wants to try and hustle out, maybe eat an elbow on the way out. Look, there's so many things he's being given to think about from Magomedov, purely because Magomedov's skill set is so broad and so deep. He's able to give him so many different looks and make him work.
Halfway through the third round, 3rd of 5, remember. World Championship, the treasure. Which way is it going? That'll work from Jackson, but here he comes again, Magomedov.
Adam, I know you called a lot of boxing. Floyd Mayweather, Bernard Hopkins, fighters didn't throw against them. Their numbers went way down. Why? Every time I throw, I get hit. So against the technicians, you're like, oh, why aren't they pulling the trigger? Because there's a counter punch waiting for them every time. Magomedov has done so well with that counter offense. So when you ask yourself at home, why isn't Jason throwing more? He's getting hit when he tries to throw. That makes you hesitate.
Hesitant, stuck in the mud. Jackson's got work to do here, surely. 145 of the third. Switching stances, tries the uppercut.
And Jason's used to, in his last few fights, he's been so dominant, he's used to fighters having to come after him. Now he's in a situation where he has to make something happen with his long-range weapons, and that's difficult to do.
He's really struggling to get going in this round. I don't even think he knows what to open up with. Like, Right, Magomedov is constantly in motion. He's switching his stance, attacking different targets.
You saw that reaching right hand, Dan. Off balance, reaching with it. Yeah.
Jimmy, Dan, you're the experts, but to me, it looks like he's in a flow. He's got a plan, and he's executing it.
Magomedov is winning right now, and he's cruising. And it's all on Jason Jackson. He's now the one that's really going to have to start putting it on his opponent, because this is last 45 seconds of the third round. We're moving into the championship rounds after this. There are 2 rounds left to win. There's blood on the face of the champion, Jason Jackson, here. Now he's backed up against the fence.
Oh, big shots here from Magomedov.
Oh, that was a good elbow. Really good.
Cut over the eye. Blood to the eye now. Magomedov really mixing it up.
That's a bad spot. It's already running right into the eye.
Yeah, and you can see Jason Jackson pawing at it. That's what's going to get the referee's attention and force him to bring the doctor in.
I think this guy looks a star, Magomedov.
I think you're very right, Adam.
Cruising.
He's a special fighter.
Look at that. Having a bit of fun as well at the end, and Jackson goes back to his corner. Desolate.
Left 3 rounds potentially lost already. Look at the speed of that cross there, but probably the best shot he landed of that round. After that, Magomedov started to force his way back into the fight again. The inside low kicks, that beautiful knee to the body, certainly got Jason Jackson's attention. And the couple of times that Jackson does step in, he gets clinched, and then he's dealing with a close-range fighter that's now throwing strikes on the break as well. Really is a complete package so far, Magomedov.
Dan, the Western, Unforgiven, right? We've all seen Unforgiven, great Western. Guy with one arm loading all these guns. Why do you have 2 guns when I have 1 arm? He said, I ain't getting killed for lack of shooting back. And if you're Jason Jackson, that's how you have to think right now. I'm not going to lose for lack of punching. His corner's got to get him. Hey, look, you're going to get hit. You got to throw.
Body language in the red corner was not good from the champion Jason Jackson. This is a puzzle he's got to try and solve. That's what champions do. 2 rounds to go, and surely the Russian, the undefeated man from Dagestan, in a handy lead.
And the problem with these Russian trained, I'm sorry, Dan, the problem with these Russian trained fighters, they won't suddenly make a mistake. They won't suddenly overreach because they think they're ahead. They won't suddenly go for a stupid knockout technique. That's not what they tend to stay with the game plan.
Shot to the body from Jackson.
And you also won't know when they're tired or hurt as well. So
no idea.
You know, they're very, very stoic, difficult to understand, difficult to read. That was a nice lead hook, though, by Jason Jackson. Got the attention for a moment.
Dan, what would you have said in the corner to Jason?
Well, honestly, no, I think the corner team did a good job. Michael Johnson is like, it's time to go. You've got to go. Even McGregor on the other side with his Irish Forge stout in his hand, he's coaching Jason Jackson. The offensive wrestling might be a good idea.
Let's get over to Peter. Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, I had a good look at the corner of that cut. It's pretty nasty, right through his eyebrow. Dan is right. He's good at reading lips. That's exactly what Michael Johnson was saying. You got to do something dramatic in these 2 rounds. It feels like they feel he's 3 down and he needs a stoppage.
Thanks, Peter. I think that's the feeling from around the cage. Magomedov has been excellent. Look at those odds as well. Everything's changed.
Now Jason Jackson with the leg bound as well, which is a good position for him to be in, but he's really going to have to make something happen. This is the problem now. He's in this position too late in a round fight.
I was about to say, yeah, it's great in round 1 when Magomedov did it. Now you're behind that methodical grappling game. You're not going to catch Magomedov on the ground more than likely. So you gotta swing for the home run. Unfortunately, this position's not going to do it for you.
You can see the odds have swayed in Magomedov's favor.
And also, if you're in Jason Jackson's corner, one of the things you say is, hey, this guy's not rocking you with shots. He's not the hardest puncher in the world. You haven't been hurt. He's giving you his best shot. You're still okay. Be willing to get in there and trade.
A nice short punch there. I wonder if Jason Jackson was expecting to be able to force Magomedov to scramble and maybe expose his back here a little bit. Blood from the nose of Magomedov, who does look like he's fading a little bit now. For the first time, I think, in his career, we've seen him taking a few deep breaths.
Well, it's unknown territory, isn't it? And up at this level for Magomedov, who's been so good for the first three.
How tight is he on this neck? Oh, it's just a loose grip.
He's in good position.
I wonder if Magomedov's showing the respect that he needs.
This is more near-side cradle, which isn't going to do anything from this position. Doesn't look like he's going to commit to the guillotine right now. Now he's committed to it.
Oh, look at this.
Hips are in. This might be tight.
He's posturing in. He's driving in. It would be easier if Magomedov was standing.
Smart enough to let go.
Man, Magomedov looking bust up now.
Real change here. Jason Jackson in the fourth round.
Odds have dropped.
Well, they're changing all the time.
Oh.
Look at this from Jackson.
He needs to go to high elbow with this. He needs to bring that arm up above the shoulder.
But Adam, I know it looks good, but if this were that bad, Magomedov would be defending.
Yeah.
Right? So what he's doing is he's saying, okay, go ahead, squeeze, waste all this energy, and I'm fine. So the fact that he's not defending is an indicator that it's not as tight as it looks from here.
You know, and if nothing else, he's taking a round right now to have a breather, knowing full well that he's 1-3. Jose Aldo used to do this, as you'll remember.
All the time.
Pick a round, I'll take this one off.
Cage smarts.
Yes. And, you know, 5-round experience is not something that Magomedov is. Oh, that was a lovely shot on the inside. But this might be a calculation that he came into a 5-round fight with. Tight on this neck, posture's broken.
But his energy must be lowering, he must be tiring, Magomedov, after all the work he's done so far.
Jason Jackson going back to this guillotine position over and over. That's a fatiguing position to try to finish. Using your whole upper body. And this is the scramble, Dan, that you talked about that he wanted. And Magomedov, good job getting back to guard.
5 minutes, a change. Jason Jackson, right, still in this.
Let's have a look at the replays here. So here's the level change. Jason Jackson almost was able to defend that takedown, Magomedov, but he drops to a knee, and Jason Jackson stays above him, wears him down, breaks his posture, chases that neck, lands a few good shots in the close range as well, busts up the nose of the Russian fighter.
Definitely best round for Jason Jackson. Will it be enough? 5 minutes. 5 quick minutes or 5 long minutes?
Depends on if you win or you lose. That totally defines how it feels. God, beautiful leg kick again.
Yeah, great start to this one for Magomedov. Let's go over to John. Jason Jackson better in the fourth.
Absolutely, Jason Jackson wins that fourth round 10-9, but he's gonna have to do something to get a finish or have a huge round here to hold on to his belt.
Thanks, John. Magomedov could be just over 4 minutes away from the stream.
Oh, it's tight, but he's past the legs already.
Yep, not going to finish from here. No guard, no guillotine. That's the rule. Man, legs aren't involved, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that could have been a miscalculation. He could have jumped on a guillotine that was too shallow, and now he's got to build himself back up, and Jason Jackson's in the same position that he was in the end of last round.
Yeah, but the question is that enough of a momentum swing? He can stay here, win at 10-9, and still lose his title on all of our scorecards.
Yeah, and interestingly, just going back to what Big John McCarthy said, if Jason Jackson's able to have a big round here and make it a 10-8, it's going to be a draw.
Going Darce. How much does he commit to it? That's the question.
Look at the odds shifting again. Magomedov's still a favorite, but not nearly as big of an odds as he was.
They'll be shifting all the way through. That's what we want to see. Jackson Magomedov, here at you at home. Where's your thinking? Referee looking down.
Jason Jackson, he's got this figure 4 position locked up, but he just doesn't look like he's got it deep enough to really commit.
And
now he's gone to the opposite side.
He's got to roll through to make it work, and that's a commitment. He wants to get this work. That's we call a gator roll to his left side to tighten it up. Yeah, he bailed on it for the back.
tries to circle. Can he clear that arm? Not quite, he's not quite there. He's still working for it, but Magomedov.
Good hip movement from Magomedov.
Yeah. Claws his way back into a front-facing position.
Desperately trying Jackson, isn't he? But Magomedov got out of that. 2:35 left.
Half a round to go. Jason Jackson needs to get himself off the fence here. He needs some space. He can't get that left leg clear because there's no space to lift leg out of it. Now he's got clear.
Good hips from Jason Jackson, though.
If I was him, I would be looking to stuff and try and get back to my feet here. Because, especially in 2 minutes left in the round, he might be able to force Magomedov to level change, and there's where the uppercuts and knees come back into play.
Hail Mary submissions, much harder to pull off than Hail Mary knockouts.
And the time is running out, guys. The clock is ticking. And Jackson's clinging on to his world title by his fingertips. Ramazan Magomedov on the verge now.
Well, work, guys, work. Try to keep busy.
Warning from the referee, 90 seconds left in this championship fight. Magomedov hanging onto a leg. Jason Jackson defending the takedown but exhausted.
Here's where there's an opportunity to stand up. Will he take it? No, he's staying on top. Once again, I think it's a round-winning strategy. It's not a fight-winning strategy.
Good shout, Jimmy.
But is that the problem?
That is
leaving it in the hands of the judges here. Unofficial, all of us.
I don't know as Jason Jackson will be confident that he won any of those first 3 rounds. To be focused on winning this round on points. He's going to need this finish. And his corner team are screaming at him.
.40 seconds left. Bellator welterweight title fight. On their feet momentarily. Any late drama. Paul Hughes left it late in the second when he won.
That's it. Magomedov's going to stay attached to him for the next 15 seconds now.
He's seen it out, hasn't he? Yep. Magomedov. 10 seconds to go. Jason Jackson's title might be slipping away. Ramazan Magomedov is going to survive. All over. Does go down to the judges. All about how those early rounds were scored. Both of them lift their arms aloft. Have you got it, Jimmy?
I have it for Magomedov, 3 rounds to 2. If you gave it to Jason Jackson, it's that second round. They're hoping 2 judges gave it to him. I don't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's world title fight, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. All 3 judges, Jacob Montalvo, Michael Bell, and Brian Miner, all see it exactly the same. 48-47. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator welterweight world champion, Ramazan Cruz.